In an online gaming group for casual players, young Shen He shared his excitement over finally obtaining an S-rank servant after spending a fortune on a game. A graduate of a top-tier university and a programmer earning nearly $20,000 a month, Shen He had a bright future ahead. But his life took an unexpected turn when he was suddenly transported to the Marvel world and received a mysterious servant summoning system. Upon arriving in New York, Manhattan, Shen He was greeted by the familiar sight of the Senate hearing on TV. Overwhelmed by the shock of his transportation and the sudden appearance of the system, he decided to embrace his new reality. The system interface, with its deep blue background and various buttons, offered options like summoning, dungeon, personal center, servant center, and backpack. Shen He explored these features, discovering that his current level was 1 and his magic power was 10. He also found a beginner's guide in the personal center, though it remained silent. Shen He then opened the summoning interface, which featured 2 buttons, low-tier summoning and high-tier summoning. Recalling the excitement of game gacha, he opted for a high-tier 10 summon. To his delight, the system rewarded him with a high-tier servant, Chiaki Nanban. However, the servant rejected the summoning attempt. Shen He had 10 minutes to persuade him to stay. During this time, he discovered that the servant's abilities were weakened due to the summoning process. With a combination of sincerity and coffee as a bribe, Shen He managed to convince Chiaki Nanban to join him. Chiaki Nanban, a character with numerous superpowers, including telepathy, teleportation, and pyrokinesis, was summoned to the Marvel world. Despite his desire for a quiet life, he was intrigued by Shen He's genuine concern and the promise of coffee. Agreeing to help, Chiaki Nanban found himself in a modern city, drawing attention due to his pink hair and bizarre appearance. Shen He introduced himself as Chiaki Nanban's master and explained the situation. The servant, though initially reluctant, agreed to stay after learning about the impending crisis and Shen He's desire for an exciting life. They soon encountered a group of agents led by Agent Coulson, who were investigating the disturbance. Coulson, intrigued by Shen He's knowledge of S.H.I.E.L.D., proposed a mutually beneficial arrangement, offering legal identities in exchange for assistance. Shen He, however, declined the offer, preferring to maintain his independence. Later, Shen He accessed the dungeon center and activated the underground city dungeon. Inside, he and Chiaki Nanban faced hordes of dog-headed monsters. Shen He, inexperienced in combat, struggled with his weapons, while Chiaki Nanban effortlessly defeated the enemies. Through this ordeal, Shen He began to adapt to his new role as a master, determined to grow stronger alongside his servant. Behind the 2 individuals, a group of men clad in black suits and sunglasses was stealthily advancing. With Kaneshi Kusuwa's abilities, he should have been able to teleport away before they reached the rooftop. However, he was not a level 99 deity but merely a novice at level 1. Consequently, the range of his telepathic abilities had significantly diminished. Nonetheless, Kaneshi did not resent the reduction of his powers, as it afforded him a sense of tranquility. This was only to be expected, considering he had just utilized his abilities in the midst of the bustling street. Shen He, unfazed, turned to Kaneshi and inquired about their next course of action. "You decide," he said. Taken aback, Shen He soon grasped that Kaneshi was simply averse to complications. After a moment of contemplation, he posed the question, do they harbor any intentions of aggression? They were awaiting someone, an agent called Coulson. Kaneshi's voice typically manifested directly in their minds. Coulson, one of the novice village heads in the Marvel universe. According to incomplete statistics, Coulson, alongside Tony and Parker, encompassed nearly 80% of the first encounter characters in Marvel's narrative. Shen He hesitated. Under normal circumstances, establishing a connection with S.H.I.E.L.D. on the very first day of his journey was imprudent. Yet, as an undocumented individual, he doubted his ability to elude S.H.I.E.L.D.'s scrutiny. Unless he retreated to some remote wilderness, which would be a fool's errand. Then let us await their arrival. Here, I possess no identity, although I am financially secure. Securing accommodation in a hotel poses significant challenges. Ultimately, Shen He concluded that being a novice village head was not without its merits. Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D. currently wielded little in the way of supernatural power. While they were formidable and impressive among ordinary individuals, Kaneshi's presence alleviated much of the apprehension. Indeed, Coulson was en route, his mood far from pleasant. He had initially believed that a billionaire who fancied flying about in armor, along with a military-engineered green giant, constituted enough trouble. Now, 2 additional individuals were brazenly employing abilities in plain sight on the street. "Sir, we may have been compromised," came the voice of a subordinate over the radio. I hope you are not suggesting they have vanished in a puff of smoke. Coulson responded with a tone of casual levity. No, they remain stationary. Then neither should you move. Coulson's tone shifted, losing its casualness. Being encircled by a group of individuals while remaining motionless could only imply one thing: an absolute confidence in one's abilities. Glancing at the red light ahead, Coulson pressed a few buttons, and the vehicle surged forward, careening into the emergency lane. Mere minutes later, he arrived at the towering structure. Are they still up there? Indeed. The sniper is in position, equipped with a tranquilizer gun. Set that aside for now. Show me the information you have gathered. Coulson checked his phone. Finding no emails had arrived. We found no information. None? Coulson was taken aback. Correct. The subordinate nodded, stating that they had compared global databases and found no trace of the two individuals. They had also examined the street surveillance footage, which revealed that the initially observed East Asian man with yellow skin had appeared on the street quite suddenly. Sir, they seem almost extraterrestrial. Extraterrestrial. Ordinary people might dismiss the concept of aliens as mere fantasy. However, as a senior agent of aHydra, Coulson was acutely aware that this world had indeed encountered indications of otherworldly beings, such as incomprehensible ancient relics and various enigmatic occurrences. What, then, were they doing now? Coulson and several subordinates stepped into the elevator, observing the two who were, gazing deeply into each other's eyes. Shen He was still earnestly persuading Qi Shinshin. Finding it troublesome to articulate verbally, he instead fixed a sincere gaze upon Qi Shinshin and thought to himself, I understand you desire a mundane existence, which is not inherently flawed. After all, what one lacks is often the most precious. Yet, it seems challenging for you. Does it not? Your abilities are largely flawed, and you struggle to control them, which causes you distress. However, perhaps I can assist you. Having watched the animations, Shen He possessed the advantage of knowing precisely what Qimu Nanxiong yearned for. You can help me? Qimu Nanxiong expressed his skepticism. Of course, Shen He affirmed, nodding vigorously. Your power is so formidable that you must rely on a device worn upon your head to suppress it, lest it wreak havoc on others. Yet, now your abilities have been diminished significantly. I believe that even if you were to remove that device, you would still be able to maintain control. Qimu Nanxiong fell into a contemplative silence. This was indeed the first time he encountered a situation where his abilities could be so perfectly restrained. I surmise that I can use this object called the reinforcement stone to continually enhance your current powers. It was evident that Qi Shinshin was intrigued, prompting Shen He to continue. Moreover, you can train and master them throughout this process. Imagine a day when you can perfectly wield your abilities, free from the cacophony of intrusive thoughts, unburdened by the fear of inadvertently harming others. Shen He spoke the truth, revealing his genuine intentions. He truly required Qimu Nanxiong's strength. After all, the only untested aspect of the summoning system was the Instant Center, a name that implied inevitable combat. Additionally, items such as dog food, tools, and even precious card drawing stones could likely only be acquired from the Instant Center. At this moment, Coulson had reached the rooftop. His gaze fell upon the two seated there, just as his subordinate had described, engaged in a profound, albeit silent, exchange. Adhering to the habits of an agent, he first scrutinized their micro-expressions. They appeared to share a remarkable rapport, with one's eyes seemingly conveying urgency, while the other's glimmered with emotion and hesitation. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed several discarded boxes that resembled dessert containers. Reflecting on the surveillance footage he had previously reviewed, Coulson formulated a bold hypothesis. This is a couple who, due to a verbal altercation, inadvertently revealed their extraordinary abilities. The delicate, pink-haired youth with a penchant for desserts seems to be the more submissive of the two. One could even delve deeper into speculation. If you continue to indulge in such fanciful thoughts, I shall transform you from within to without into a female. Suddenly, a voice intruded unexpectedly into Coulson's mind. His expression shifted dramatically. Was it telepathy? Memory extraction? Cognitive invasion? Alas, his mind is burdened with an abundance of secrets. Very well, Kusuo, do not frighten him any further. Shen He rose to his feet, his expression tinged with excitement. At the cost of 2 boxes of coffee pudding each day, Kusuo Seiki finally consented to assist him to a certain extent. Chapter 4. Entering the dungeon with Qi Coulson found himself in a rather dire situation. Although he had encountered events involving individuals with extraordinary abilities before, he had never faced one possessing the capacity to delve into the depths of a person's mind. Nonetheless, the fundamental qualities of being an agent allowed him to clear his thoughts promptly, refraining from contemplating any confidential information. I can only perceive superficial thoughts, unable to access their innermost feelings. Oh, how reassuring. Coulson was at a loss as to where to begin his criticisms. After all, you can see through my concerns. Yet, the mission must proceed, and he had already categorized these two individuals as high-priority subjects of interest. Gentlemen, I am with the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics. Coulson, Phil Coulson, correct? I am aware of your identities. Shen He interrupted, rapidly contemplating in his mind. He had not intended to engage with them so soon, but since their paths had crossed, it could save considerable time. I require two legitimate forms of identification. Sir, that is illegal. If you are here unlawfully, I believe we can assist in contacting the Immigration Bureau. Coulson replied with his signature smile. Well, since you are unwilling to assist, I shall seek help elsewhere. Chi, let us depart. Shen He raised an eyebrow, and Chi Mu, understanding his intent, placed a hand on his shoulder at the opportune moment. Please wait a moment. Coulson's lips twitched. Oh, I just recalled that we do possess certain authorities from the Immigration Bureau, or we might be able to assist you. Given the teleportation ability exhibited by the pair, they truly could leave at will. After all, you dared not issue orders for snipers to engage with two unknown entities possessing such powers. However, it appeared these individuals had some knowledge of them, which was quite crucial. aHydra was a clandestine organization operating beyond the awareness of ordinary citizens, and it was improbable that suddenly awakened mutants would be cognizant of its existence. Do not worry excessively. Shen He appeared quite at ease as he patted Coulson's shoulder. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am the master from Chaldea, Shen He, originally from Huaxia, and this is my servant, Chi Mu. Chaldea? Coulson swiftly searched through his mind, having never encountered that name before. He was uncertain whether it referred to an organization or a geographical location. However, the other party appeared to harbor no ill intentions. Given their willingness to cooperate, it would be prudent to learn more before proceeding. Might I have the honor of inviting you both to visit our headquarters? Next time, perhaps? Shen He did not hesitate to refuse outright, even with his unwavering confidence. He would not be foolish enough to venture into another stronghold. In truth, his gaze had already drifted towards the replica center of the system. We have matters of considerable importance to attend to. You may monitor the very bench where I first appeared. Should I wish to find you again, I shall return there. After conveying this message, he decisively activated the soul button of the replica center. The dungeon. In but a fleeting moment, the two figures before Coulson disintegrated abruptly, dissipating into myriad scintillating particles that vanished from sight. This extraordinary spectacle rendered Coulson momentarily speechless. Without delay, he notified headquarters, and soon, a cloaked Quinjet descended from the heavens. A multitude of specialists equipped with an array of instruments and armed operatives swiftly enveloped the rooftop, endeavoring to detect any residual traces, while Coulson proceeded to headquarters bearing crucial information. The atmosphere was shrouded in enigma, profoundly unfathomable. What exactly was Chaldea? What motives lay behind their sudden appearance? Coulson sensed that his career as an agent was poised to become increasingly arduous. At present, Shen He was not faring much better. The malfunctioning system rendered the teleportation experience utterly dreadful, akin to enduring a relentless series of dizzying roller coaster spins. There was no comparison to Chi Mu Nanxiong's instantaneous movement. Was this truly a replica? The voice of Chi Mu Nanxiong echoed in his mind. Struggling to suppress the tumultuous churn in his stomach, Shen He raised his gaze to his surroundings. What met his eyes was a pale blue expanse of walls and ceilings, dominating his entire field of vision, reminiscent of a mysterious medieval castle or an endless subterranean labyrinth. Crossroads, diverging paths, walls, orderly thoroughfares, and dilapidated slopes. This appeared to be a tangible world. Shen He reached out to touch the wall. His fingers detected traces of moss, and the air was tinged with the scent of dust. The dungeon. Could it possibly be that world? Suddenly, a charming canine visage materialized before Shen He. Charming, my foot, he exclaimed, startled, as he recoiled, only to be confronted by a creature with a dog-s head and a gaunt goblin-like body, lunging at him with menacing claws. In an instant, Chi Mu Nanxiong delivered a powerful kick, sending the creature hurtling against the wall, where it disintegrated into a cloud of black ash. Simultaneously, a gentle stream of energy surged into Shen He's body. No remnants remained. It was indeed just a game. Chi Mu Nanxiong retrieved a thumb-sized, glimmering gemstone from the spot where the creature had vanished. No, Shen He swallowed hard, recalling a certain world-esque premise. Furthermore, we were encircled. Unbeknownst to him, at some point, a growing multitude of identical creatures began to emerge from the walls, the floor, and even the ceiling, their incessant gurgling echoing all around. All were these dog-headed monstrosities. Shen He activated his summoning system, which remained exceedingly straightforward. The central interface of the dungeon displayed only a title and a countdown timer set for 1 hour. We must battle here for 1 hour. Slowly, he extended his hand. And a pistol with a deep black hue, adorned with intricate azure runes, materialized within his grasp. Weapon, the Dominator. Source, Psychological Evaluator. Rating, an ostentatious weapon that appears impressive but is of little practical use. In truth, it possessed some utility. At the very least, it boasted infinite ammunition. And it was the only remotely effective weapon obtained from the recent high-tier lottery. They're coming. Shen He bellowed, raising his pistol with an air of confidence. Bang, bang, bang. All 3 shots missed their mark. You merely need to observe. Leave the combat to me. Shimu Nanxiang stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Shen He, delivering a powerful kick that sent the 3-headed monster soaring. Yet, the unmistakable smile curling at the corner of his lips was impossible to disguise. Wow, you actually smiled. The legendary smile of the Chi god has manifested. Shen He exaggerated his gestures and expressions to mask his embarrassment. He had never even held a gun during military training in college, while it seemed simple. Handling it proved to be quite a challenge. Nevertheless, he thought, thank you. He raised his pistol once more, grateful for the assistance. But he recognized the need to strive for improvement himself. This was his inner monologue at that moment. Without Chi Mu, or had Chi Mu declined his call for help, one could only imagine the overwhelming difficulty he would face in such a scenario. Shimu Nanxiang offered no verbal response, yet the smile upon his lips remained unhidden. He found this sentiment quite agreeable. Chapter 5. Upgrades and ambushes in the realm of low-difficulty dungeons, particularly in the early stages. Having a formidable ally often renders the experience almost effortless. Such is the sentiment of Shen He at present. Before him, the kobolds gazed with wide, innocent eyes, hovering aimlessly in midair, while Shen He raised his pistol, practicing his aim under the guidance of Kikamatsu Natsuo. The ease of the situation was attributed to a simple fact. Kikamatsu had removed the psychic suppressor affixed to his head. The rate of monster respawn was disappointingly slow. Was it not possible to advance to higher-level dungeons? Kikamatsu sat upon the ground, his expression impassive as he wielded telekinesis to control the newly spawned kobold, allowing Shen He to dispatch it with precision shots. Had they not already established that approaching the boundary would impede progress? It seemed he would need to await his level up. As Shen He silently recited the mantra of the 3-point line and the shooting posture, he scrutinized the 3-dimensional avatar displayed on the system interface. 100 experience points were required for ascension, with each monster slain yielding but 1 point. He was merely 6 points shy of reaching level 2. Numerous experiments had been conducted. Whether the monsters were slain by his own hand or by his summons, the experience gains remained consistent, while Kikamatsu's experience remained unchanged. Only by utilizing the primary enhancement stones dropped by monsters could one gain strength. Enhancements required the expenditure of magical power. 10 primary enhancement stones consumed 1 point of magic, and Shen He possessed a total of 10 points. Kikamatsu required 150 primary enhancement stones to progress from level 1 to level 2. Thus, even if the monster fodder were abundant, magical power fell short. Fortunately, the drop rate for enhancement stones was nearly 100%, but these minor creatures only yielded primary stones, with but a sliver of experience left. Shen He narrowed his eyes and aimed his pistol at a kobold held in place by telekinesis, 5 meters away. Bang! A refreshing surge coursed through him. Unlike before, this time it felt as though all previously acquired vitality surged within him, leaving Shen He feeling remarkably lighter. A few experimental swings of his arms revealed a newfound strength. Regrettably, the 3-dimensional model lacked information regarding physical attributes. He would need to test that at a later time. His magical power fully replenished, and the upper limit elevated to 15 points. Moreover, the central dungeon had transformed into dungeon levels 1 to 5. Suddenly, Kikamatsu, with a mere thought, obliterated all surrounding monsters with his telekinesis. A gasp of astonishment erupted from nearby. A group of armored individuals, brandishing weapons, appeared at the mouth of the passage. A cursory glance revealed that several among them were evidently not human, such as the burly figure adorned with feline ears. Had this area been entirely cleared of its denizens? Hush, they must be high-level adventurers escorting newcomers. The words exchanged among these individuals were not in Chinese, yet inexplicably, both Shen He and Kikamatsu comprehended their dialogue. Just as they intended to depart, Shen He suddenly called out to them. Which clan do you belong to? The Minus clan, my lord. The robust man with cat ears halted and replied. Nothing to worry about. I was merely inquiring, Shen He responded with a smile. The whispers of your heart reveal to me that this is indeed a world of narrative. It was only after these individuals departed that the voice of Kaido-shun appeared within Shen He's mind. Indeed. Shen He nodded, somewhat contemplative. Initially, he had only sought to probe, but now he could ascertain the nature of this realm. The animation, is it wrong to try to pick up girls in a dungeon? This world harbors true deities, and not merely one, but many. Let us proceed. Our hunting grounds have expanded, and we have half an hour remaining. Shen He set aside these thoughts for the moment. His immediate priority was to bolster his strength. Half an hour later, the two young men returned to Manhattan. It seemed as though some special protection was in place, though they reappeared on the street. They did not incite the chaos that had accompanied Kaido-shun's previous entrance. Shen He exchanged a glance with Kaido-shun, a spark of indescribable excitement flickering in their eyes. In a mere half hour, he had ascended from level 2 to level 4. Kaido-shun had rampaged across a substantial portion of the hunting map, even collecting enhancement stones along the way. The wild adventurers gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom that such a formidable high-level adventurer had ventured into the novice zone to seize prey. Apologies, we are merely novices. Beyond that, he finally comprehended the crucial means of acquiring summoning stones. The dungeon resets daily at midnight, and upon completion, a summoning stone for high-level summons is automatically awarded. Kaido, want you return first? Shen He turned to Kaido, noting that a servant could return to their original realm after responding to a summon and establishing a contract. He could call upon Kaido at any time. This information should also have surfaced in Kaido-shun's mind. It's all right. When I return to my original world, my abilities will restore, allowing me to traverse time to the moment of disappearance. In that case. Squeak. The jarring sound of tires interrupted Shen He's words. A large ambulance skidded perilously from the roadside, hurtling towards their location. There were pedestrians and children nearby. Bang. With a light thud, the ambulance collided with the soft psychic shield. An accident? Shen He felt a twinge of confusion. He had never witnessed a car crash in his life. How could he be struck upon his arrival? Not an accident. Kaido-shun's voice resonated in Shen He's mind, and amidst the distraction of the unfolding scene, he vanished in an instant. On a hotel skyscraper 800 meters away, a man in simple casual attire was gathering his belongings: a long rifle, a sniper scope, and a pneumatic system. He had cleverly devised a ruse, using the air gun to shoot glass shards into the tire, creating the illusion of a blowout that would lead to an accident. Suddenly, a voice invaded his thoughts, causing him to leap up, drawing his gun and firing frantically at the figure that had materialized in the room. Yet all the bullets hung suspended around Kaido-shun. With a mere flick of his finger, the man was rendered weightless, floating uncontrollably in the air. Indeed, this world possesses a distinctly different atmosphere. It is my first experience of being shot at, yet when Chiaki Natsuo's gaze sharpened, he realized that someone dared to assault his friend. Have you contemplated how you shall meet your demise? Ha, ha. The man managed to emit a cold chuckle with great difficulty, biting down on the poison concealed within his gums. Severing one had only to have two sprout in its place. Long live the Hydra. The lethal toxin swiftly coursed through his veins, blurring his vision. However, time reversed. Chiaki Natsuo's palm radiated a brilliant light, and in an instant, the man's body reverted to its state from 10 minutes prior. How perilous this is. Such a power cannot resurrect the deceased. Employing his telekinesis, he extracted the poison from the man's mouth, yet Chiaki Natsuo found himself in a quandary. This was not his realm. There was no guarantee that simply striking the man on the neck would render him unconscious. He could not gauge the necessary force to induce unconsciousness, and transporting this individual back with him would undoubtedly attract the attention of those around them. Binding him and leaving him unattended might lead to unforeseen complications, especially if he had accomplices nearby. Meanwhile, Shen He was also encountering difficulties. Chapter 6. Tony Stark. Although the ambulance, thanks to the telekinesis of Kageyama-shun, did not collide with anyone, the heart attack patient inside was startled, resulting in a myocardial infarction that left them in a critical state. Please, someone help my husband, cried the distraught family member, tears streaming down their face. He must be taken to the emergency room within 3 minutes. The accompanying doctor initiated a series of resuscitation efforts, yet ultimately, their expression reflected despair. The equipment aboard the ambulance proved futile. Shen He squeezed through the crowd to the side of the patient, frantically rummaging through the backpack in the system, hoping to find something useful. Why are there only weapons and everyday items? And Kageyama is not here. With desperation, Shen He turned to the nearby doctor. Is there anything I can do to help? At this moment, only a divine intervention could offer hope. The doctor shook his head. Indeed, then let the divine come. Suddenly, a voice with a hint of levity echoed. The sound of jet engines filled the air as a flamboyant red and gold suit descended. It was Iron Man. The crowd erupted in cheers, for he was the global sensation of the past 6 months. All right, fans, step back. JARVIS. Assess the patient's condition. Cardiac arrest. Heart has ceased beating. Insufficient blood supply to the brain. Sir, he has only 1 minute left. You cannot save him. Try the defibrillator, Tony urged, kneeling beside the patient, placing 2 mechanical palms on the chest. 240 volts. A crisp sound echoed. No response. 360 volts. Administered dopamine from the suit. Tony lifted his helmet, revealing the familiar face of the beloved figure. The crowd's cheers gradually faded into silence as they witnessed Iron Man's relentless attempts to revive the patient, yet met with no signs of life. No. The patient's wife crumpled to the ground. Her hope turned to despair, a cruelty more profound than any agony. Sir, the patient's brain is already damaged. Continue. Tony gritted his teeth, his hands unwavering in delivering electrical shocks to restart the heart. Sir, the probability of successful resuscitation is 0%. Enough. That is sufficient, Iron Man. The patient's wife suddenly grasped Tony's armored arm, her cries piercing the air. You are not a god. You cannot save him. I am so sorry. Tony's gaze reflected confusion. He was indeed not a deity, incapable of rescuing the man before him, nor could he save himself. Keep going. Do not stop. Shen He suddenly seized Tony's other armored arm, insisting that they persist until the very last moment, regardless of hope. If only they could delay until Kageyama-shun returned. Even for a fleeting second, there remained a glimmer of possibility. Continue JARVIS. Tony inhaled deeply, hands still pressing down relentlessly. Sir, brain damage exceeds 30%. Brain death can be declared. Ignore it. Keep going. Veins throbbed on Tony's forehead. He was Tony Stark. Iron Man. How could he possibly succumb to this damned fate? Sir, the patient has. Time reversal. The sudden appearance of the pink-haired Kaido Shinkai was nothing short of miraculous. The man, who had previously appeared pale, his eyes hollow and classified as deceased by medical standards, regained a healthy complexion and began to breathe once again, his chest rising and falling in a rhythmic cadence. The patient is out of danger, sir. His heart has resumed beating, and all brain damage has been repaired. With a long sigh of relief, Shen He arrived just in the nick of time. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. Iron Man! Iron Man! Iron Man! The crowd erupted in cheers, chanting his name. What was happening? Jarvis? Tony felt as if he were caught in a dream. Just moments ago, he had truly given up, merely clinging to the will to persist until the very end. There is a 97% probability that it was due to the sudden appearance of the pink-haired man beside you. Tony scanned the area and quickly spotted Shen He and Kaido Shinkai attempting to slip away amidst the jubilant crowd. Hey, wait a moment. With his jet boots ignited, Tony soared above the throng, landing before Shen He and Kaido. Kaido held a Hydra assassin bound by ropes in his grasp. Is there something you need? Great hero Iron Man? Shen He looked around, somewhat exasperated by the attention. I was wondering, do you have time for a cup of milk tea? My treat. Tony noted that this was not the ideal venue for conversation. All right, let's head to that rooftop. Shen He pointed to the top of a nearby skyscraper. Since he had encountered one of the village chiefs, engaging in conversation seemed appropriate. The recent events had left him with a surprisingly favorable impression of this flamboyant billionaire. Though he might be arrogant and dismissive, he undoubtedly embodied the essence of a hero. Kaido, already wishing to leave, took Shen He's hand, and in an instant, they vanished. Wow, Jarvis, did you notice something? Tony exclaimed. No discoveries, sir. They seem to have simply disappeared. The red armored figure ascended, first stopping at a milk tea shop to procure some pastries before elegantly descending onto the rooftop. I don't particularly care for him, Kaido remarked, his expression unchanged. That's understandable. He's a show-off who wants to flaunt all his talents. Shen He shrugged, acknowledging Kaido's aversion to attention, which Tony, on the other hand, received in abundance. Hey, would you like some? To be honest, I just returned from a hearing and I'm a bit hungry. Tony set the pastry box beside him, took one, and popped it into his mouth. How did you manage to revive that man earlier? Was it a superpower? Or something else? I've never heard of someone recovering from brain damage so swiftly. We cannot save you, Tony. Shen He's expression was grave. Tony's movements abruptly ceased. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he forced out a couple of dry laughs. I am Tony Stark. I am Iron Man. How could I possibly need rescuing? A voice echoed in Tony's mind. Your physical condition is dire. If you continue to utilize the energy source in your chest, you may only have a few months left to live. Oh heavens. Tony clutched his head, bewildered. What is this, telepathy? I detest having someone invade my mind. Especially a man. Haha, you'll get used to it. Shen He remarked, continuing to navigate Tony's awkward attempt at diversion. He certainly knew how to guide Tony towards the means of saving himself, yet Shen He had no intention of doing so. This was a journey meant for Iron Man alone. Having experienced confusion, madness, and liberation, this middle-aged man with his vast fortune would ultimately transform into the true hero of Earth. Iron Man Chapter 7. Mechas are the romance of men. I have an idea. Tony instinctively touched his waist, and realized he was clad in armor without a business card. Well, I wonder if you two might be interested in working at Stark Industries. The remuneration would undoubtedly be satisfactory. My CEO could use some exceptional bodyguards. If I ever run out of money, I will. Shen He shrugged. If it weren't for the servant-summoning system and the absence of a summoned deity, perhaps working at Stark Industries would be a decent option. However, his perspective had long transcended that of an ordinary person. After all, being transported to a world with familiar plots and characters inevitably provides a sense of superiority. Well, you should know where to find me. Just watch television. Tony donned his mask once more. Given that the two of you possess unique abilities, and since you cannot resolve the palladium poisoning issue nor wish to become his employees, a casual chat will suffice. Shen He glanced at the person Kaido Nakamura was holding, contemplated briefly, and called out to the departing Tony. Could you help us contact Agent Coulson? I know you have his contact information. No problem. Tony didn't linger for a moment and took off immediately. We'll wait here. Let S-H-I-E-L-D deal with the Hydra situation, and in the meantime, we'll expedite the identity issue, then rent a luxurious apartment, perhaps indulge in some gaming. Such was Shen He's plan. His golden finger system does not require active participation in the plot. Even low-level card draws could yield dollars, eliminating the need for job hunting. Moreover, in a card drawing game, one could simply relax during inactive periods. Even if one wished to grind, it was hardly feasible. By the way, will this system host events? Who knows? Even if you were to ask me, I couldn't say. Kaido Nakamura looked at Shen He and remarked, "You seem to adapt rather swiftly." What do you mean? Regarding the matter of traversing worlds? Shen He pointed to his head, perhaps because I have always been reluctant to accept that fantasy is merely fantasy. What transpired today did not evoke a strong sense of unreality, hence the need to display the adaptability of a social elite. Is this the adult way of coping? Kaido Nakamura pondered slightly. Bang! A sharp sound echoed. What? What was that? Shen He focused his gaze and gasped. A golden bullet head hovered perilously close to the back of his head. Without the deity's presence, he would have been finished. It was a sniper. Kaido Nakamura's eyes transformed into a squint as he activated his clairvoyance ability. Wait, they might have accomplices. Shen He instinctively grabbed Kaido Nakamura, who was about to teleport away. Almost simultaneously, two more faint sounds rang out, two bullets shot from different directions. Let us head to that corner over there. Shen He and Kaido Nakamura sprinted to the rooftop corner, pressing against the wall to conceal themselves. It was a dead angle, shielded from all directions. There are many of them, at least a dozen snipers, nearly 100 enemies, and some heavy weaponry. The eyes of Kusuwa Seiki retained their extraordinary perception, starkly contrasting with the earlier assassins, as they appeared to belong to a criminal syndicate. Despite currently possessing only a secondary level, he remained impervious to threats posed by ordinary individuals and conventional weaponry. However, safeguarding Shen He presented a considerable challenge. A criminal organization? Shen He pondered. Barely having arrived for a day, why he was subjected to such relentless assaults. He felt speechless, as other traversers had never encountered anything like this. If such frenzied attacks persisted, it would become unbearable, even if he were not killed. How could he continue to leisurely engage in quests and summon allies? Could this be the result of that individual? Kusuwa pointed to the captured Hydra assassin beside them, recalling that one of the bullets fired had been aimed at him. Ah, now it makes sense. A flash of insight illuminated Shen He's mind. According to the narrative, Hydra was still lurking in the shadows at this juncture, and the earlier car accident might have merely been a test. Yet now, Kusuwa had directly apprehended a captive. If Nick Fury were to discover that Hydra, which should have perished decades ago, still existed, an investigation would undoubtedly ensue. Thus, the true target of the opposition must be this Hydra assassin. Eliminating him would sever all leads to the Hydra-controlled criminal organization. Should they hand him over? Kusuwa, attuned to Shen He's thoughts, understood the situation's intricacies. Certainly not. Shen He accessed his system, focusing on a formidable defensive weapon within his backpack. The weaker one appears, the more audacious the enemy becomes. Kusuwa, since your uniqueness has already been revealed, let us resolve to confront this head-on. Among the items in his backpack was the sole 4-star rare armament acquired from a 10 consecutive high-tier draw, aside from Kusuwa himself, the Shinkai Tower. Originating from the world of Code Geass, it was the most powerful mech of protagonist Lelouch, equipped with a druid system and an absolute guardian field system. It boasted defense comparable to that of a tournament-grade entity, alongside a flight system. Unleashing this would undoubtedly invite a cascade of troubles. Kusuwa was well aware of Shen He's plan. Trouble has already beset us, Kusuwa. Shen He's thoughts were clear. He was not the type to hoard everything for himself, and by showcasing his strength, he could rightfully seek allies, deterring enemies from reckless actions. This was for their leisurely existence. Very well. Kusuo despised drawing attention. If he had his way, he would simply live the life of an ordinary high school student. Yet, having promised to assist, he had no choice. With a piercing whistle, a rocket propelled towards their location. Boom! Amidst the thunderous explosion, a colossal machine soared from the billowing smoke into the sky. With a primary black hue accentuated by golden armor at its joints, and a towering yet slender physique, the Shinkai Tower mech exuded an aura of sheer coolness. Indeed. Mechs are the epitome of a man's romance. Shen He could not help but burst into laughter as soon as he settled in and touched the control panel and keyboard. A surge of ambition and combat spirit swelled within him. Much like the previous Tempest, merely touching the controls flooded his mind with fundamental operational methods. Though these were merely basic maneuvers, the Mirage was intrinsically designed for high-intensity defense and heavy weaponry assault. What was that? Oh no, something is falling. The people on the street below were drawn by the explosion, yet the sudden descent of concrete from above quickly incited panic. Even an egg dropped from hundreds of meters could become a deadly projectile. How much more perilous were the shattered stones and shards of glass? Meanwhile, a colossal mech soared into the sky, executing a graceful turn before descending sharply to a lower altitude. Blaze Luminous, activate the absolute defense field. Shen He abruptly crossed the mech's arms, and a pink defensive barrier sprang to life, intercepting all debris hurtling from the heavens. Chapter 8. The Human Order Security Organization. Chaldea, leave this place at once. Shen He commanded, manipulating the mech while using a loudspeaker to disperse the crowd. At this moment, the citizens of New York had yet to experience the chaos of the impending battle, their adaptability far inferior to what it would become in the future. Many were utterly bewildered. Bang! The sound of colliding vehicles pierced the air. Out of the corner of his eye, Shen He caught sight of several black trucks barreling toward him. The open rear compartments revealed heavy weaponry, including Gatling guns. Impressive and formidable, what a powerful gang. Truly worthy of the Marvel Universe. However, this was not the time for sarcasm. Following the instructions in his mind, Shen He activated the targeting system. With a sudden motion, he raised both hands, unleashing a volley of spherical particle cannons that accurately struck the enemies under the automated locking system. In an instant, the once peaceful street transformed into a battlefield, with charred debris and searing flames scattering in every direction. The cacophony of explosions intertwined with screams, while the air grew thick with the metallic scent of blood and acrid smoke. Civilian casualties were now unavoidable. Shen He's initial playful demeanor began to wane. Yet an increasing number of gang members continued to surge forth. These scoundrels. The Mirage Tower's absolute defensive field could only shield the front of the mech due to energy constraints. Moreover, as a novice, Shen He's control appeared clumsy, facing foes who wielded rocket launchers as if they were mere handguns. In that fleeting moment, he made a decision. His priority was to protect the civilians and stall for time until Seiki Kusuo could neutralize those in the high-rise. After all, as a master, what purpose did he have running towards the enemy without his servant? Everyone, run this way. He shattered the glass door of the nearby skyscraper, expanding the pink defensive field of the colossal Mirage mech to its maximum capacity, shielding against the incoming bombardments and offering a safe haven amidst the chaos. Wait, were those missiles? Several newly arrived enemy trucks were armed with projectiles measuring 30 to 40 centimeters in diameter. This was troubling, even if he managed to block them. The ensuing explosions would turn the surroundings into hell. Just as Shen He found himself in dire straits, a brilliant flash of white light illuminated the scene. The gang preparing to launch missiles was struck down by precise, small tracking bullets. What was happening? A gleaming red and gold armor descended from the sky. It was Iron Man returning. Tony, I'll safeguard the civilians. You deal with those gangsters, Shen He exclaimed. Relief washing over him. Gangsters? You mean these are gangsters? They're not terrorists? And where did you get that mech? Tony recognized Shen He's voice, and while attacking, his attention was suddenly drawn to the Mirage. Sir, that appears to be an unprecedentedly powerful defensive field. All right, it seems those two harbor significant secrets. J.A.R.V.I.S. Investigate the origins of this gang. Tony felt a twinge of annoyance as he realized the Mirage appeared even more striking than his own armor. Yes, sir. Their insignia indicates they belong to the Brooklyn Skull Gang. A Klitsch name, Tony remarked. It sounds like something from a children's horror comedy film airing at 9 o'clock at night. With Tony's arrival, Shen He felt a significant reduction in pressure, even managing to rescue a few more individuals effortlessly. Unbeknownst to him, his striking mech had been photographed and disseminated online, swiftly becoming a global sensation. Meanwhile, Chiaki Nanban had also dealt with his adversaries and reappeared beside Shen He, subtly assisting with his telekinetic powers. Sir, you have a call from the director of aHydra, Tony, who was currently searching for remaining foes. was suddenly alerted. Very well, connect me. The voice of Nick Fury resonated with palpable fury. Now, return to your villa with your companions immediately. Unless you wish to face police detention. Wait, they are not my friends. Tony's sentence was abruptly cut off as the call ended. He hung up on me. He actually hung up on Iron Man, Tony Stark. Tony muttered to himself, yet proceeded to fly over to Shen He's mech. Hey, big guy, follow me. I'm quite intrigued by your armor. Let us move, Kiki, the sun is about to set. Shen He glanced at the darkening sky and maneuvered his mech to follow. If there existed a sanctuary from trouble in this world, it would be Tony's residence. As a renowned billionaire and Iron Man, few would dare intrude upon his domain. As they departed, Shen He cast a glance at the wreckage on the street below, where bewildered individuals were attempting to locate their lost companions. It was starkly real and brutally harsh. In such a world, ordinary people lacked the power to dictate their own fates. They merely served as supporting characters embellishing the exploits of heroes. This is your villa? Quite opulent. Shen He remarked as his mech descended onto a helicopter landing pad, revealing a luxurious mansion imbued with modern artistic flair, sprawling over thousands of square meters. Complete with a pool, an expansive underground garage, and a helipad, everything one could possibly imagine. To be precise, it was one of the villas. Tony too had removed his armor. Perhaps you should contemplate how to address them. Approaching the landing pad were two men clad in black suits. One was Coulson, and the other, unmistakably, was the one-eyed bald man, Nick Fury, the director of aHydra. Gentlemen, while I might say welcome to America, I believe an explanation is in order. Fury strode directly to Shen He. You turned an entire street into a battleground, showcasing your colossal mech to the world. Are you aware of how many civilians were harmed? You seek an explanation? Shen He gestured to his mech, from which a securely bound man tumbled forth. Here is your explanation, a Hydra agent. Is that sufficient, Director Fury? A Hydra agent? Fury was evidently taken aback. This is impossible. They were eliminated decades ago by Captain America. Shen He took over Fury's words, shaking his head, so naive. Hydra has never been eradicated. For decades, they have concealed themselves among you. It is evident that we inadvertently uncovered evidence of their existence, which provoked such an attack. Who exactly are you? Fury's expression turned grave. The sudden appearance of these two individuals was indeed shrouded in mystery. Not only did they possess incomprehensible superhuman abilities and seemingly advanced mechs, but they were also aware of aHydra, recognized his name, and even knew of Hydra. Did I not mention? Shen He smiled faintly. We hail from the Human Preservation Agency, Chaldea. We have been safeguarding the world from the shadows. Not merely you. Chapter 9, The Resolute Chaldean. This was the second time Fury had heard this name, the first being from Coulson. Now, however, he possessed more detailed information. The Human Preservation Agency. If you have been safeguarding the world, why have I never heard of you? Fury was naturally skeptical. aHydra maintained the most comprehensive database of information in existence. Anything humanity had explored was recorded therein. In most instances, we merely observe. Shen He reached out and once again tapped the mech behind him, causing the colossal machine to vanish into thin air. Observe what? Fury inquired in a low voice. Regardless, the extraordinary methods displayed by the other party were nothing short of remarkable. The mere existence of such a gigantic mech necessitated formidable resources for its construction. We observe you. Shen He pondered for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts. The purpose of the Chaldeans' establishment was to ensure the enduring and resilient continuation of human history. We harbor no interest in internal human conflicts, nor do we intend to safeguard world peace, for war has long been an inseparable part of humanity. The Earth has many guardians, and thus far, most of our endeavors have been centered around observation and documentation. Many guardians? Fury immediately seized upon the crux of Shen He's words. The Asgardians protect Earth from extraterrestrial threats, while a cadre of reclusive mages fend off dark entities from alternate dimensions. Frankly, aHydra agents are among the most temperamental and least effective of Earth's protective organizations. Shen He stretched languidly, contemplating how to conclude this discussion. He had divulged nearly all of his scant knowledge. How could he continue to play? And you? Fury's remaining eye bore into Shen He sharply. Since you are merely observers, why have you now made your presence known? Furthermore, your blatant display of a giant mech in battle hardly aligns with the conduct of an organization that operates from the shadows. Shen He squinted slightly. Are you certain you wish to know? Absolutely, Fury replied with unwavering resolve. Very well. Our seer has foretold a tremendous calamity, one that the Guardians are powerless to avert. Thus we must take matters into our own hands. No glitch allowed. Shen He stepped over the egg-headed individual, clasping Tony's shoulder. Hey, let us negotiate. You relinquish a few rooms in your villa for us, and I'll allow you to study my mech. You would let me study your mech? Tony was taken aback. Shouldn't these secretive organizations regard their technology with utmost importance? Of course, but do not damage it. This mech is the sole defensive weapon I have brought with me. A smile crept across Shen He's lips. By the way, I have good news. Our seer's prophecy indicates that you will play a significant role in the future, and it seems I will be attending your wedding, so best of luck with that. Oh, my heavens. Tony incredulously pointed at himself. Me? A wedding? I must be on the brink of death to even consider such a thing. Just say whether you agree or not, Shen He replied with a shrug. Deal. I require that kind of defensive field. And your mech doesn't seem to rely on jets for flight, anti-gravity technology, perhaps? Tony ultimately acquiesced. If what Shen He claimed was indeed true, then he wouldn't perish so easily, which piqued his interest in exploring some entirely novel technologies. Fury observed the two conversing in silence for a moment before wordlessly seizing a Hydra agent and turning to leave. Director? Coulson followed closely behind Fury. We need to investigate a few matters first. If Hydra truly hasn't been eradicated, it won't be so simple. Meanwhile, Shen He and Tony paid no mind to the departure of Egghead. Shen He eagerly pulled Chimu Nanxiong along, intending to select his own room. It must be said that the house was exceedingly vast, and its internal amenities were extraordinarily luxurious. It was a dizzying spectacle for Shen He. As for Tony, he dove into the laboratory upon obtaining the mech. I don't plan to stay here. Chimu Nanxiong's voice resonated in Shen He's mind. Oh, are you planning to return? Shen He's enthusiasm suddenly waned significantly. Well, it seems quite safe here. If you encounter any danger, you can summon me at any time. Previously concerned for Shen He's safety, Chimu Nanxiong now felt considerably less apprehensive. Even if he could time travel to the moment of departure, he didn't wish to be away from home for too long. This was quite distressing for someone who relished remaining indoors. All right. Shen He nodded, then suddenly recalled something. Wait a moment. I just saw a complete set of equipment for making coffee pudding in the kitchen. I'll prepare some for you to take back. You can make coffee pudding? Chimu Nanxiong expressed surprise. Of course. My culinary skills are quite commendable. Back when I was working, I seldom ventured out and relied on this hobby to treat myself. Shen He remarked as he turned towards the kitchen. By the way, where is the plot in your world at this moment? Plot? Does a comedic manga even have a plot? Chimu Nanxiong followed Shen He to the kitchen with a hint of anticipation. Certainly. Shen He retrieved a strawberry from the refrigerator. Let me ask you this. Have you ever secretly sipped the strawberry milkshake that Zhao Jiaoxime drank? Chimu Nanxiong was left baffled. All right. It seems the side story hasn't reached that point yet. Shen He grinned mischievously. So, have you ever embraced Zhao Jiaoxime in public? Perhaps a princess Carrie? Chimu Nanxiong was at a loss for words. For from Shen He's inner thoughts, these were indeed true. Is that all you remember? Haha. I am a steadfast supporter of Qi Zhao. Shen He chuckled as he continued his preparations. That kind of self-heroic, slightly narcissistic girl is actually quite adorable, isn't she? You are aware of my circumstances. Love seems to be beyond my reach. Kaido Kanahara shook his head, cursed by the burden of supernatural abilities. He may never experience the sensation of love throughout his life. Do not be foolish. Shen He suddenly halted his actions. Turning to firmly pat Kaido Kanahara's shoulder, his expression earnest. Have you not always sought the ordinary? Even a typical high school student experiences love. Happiness for an ordinary person lies within love, family, and friendships. Or do you, as some speculate, truly harbor feelings for that delusional youth, Kaido-shun? No. Allow me to firmly refute that. Then that settles it. Shen He resumed his task of preparing coffee pudding. One day, you will master your abilities flawlessly. This is a promise I have made to you. Therefore, cherish the emotions of ordinary individuals. Chapter 10. Furue's anxiety. Kusuwa Seiki remained silent. No one had ever spoken to him in such a manner before. However, this was to be expected, as the protagonist of a comedic manga. He was surrounded by individuals devoid of normalcy, especially since Kusuwa had been diligently concealing the truth of his supernatural abilities. Here, give it a try, Shen He said, offering a cup of coffee pudding. Remarkably, there was a rapid chilling device here, promising a delightful flavor. Awakened from his contemplation by Shen He's eager gaze, Kusuwa accepted the cup and savored a delectable bite. His eyes widened slightly. It was exquisite, far superior to the 950 yen coffee pudding. Shen He glanced at the world-class ingredients set aside. Never mind, if it tastes good, that's what matters. I'll prepare some for you to take back. Shen He turned to continue his work. By the way, the dungeon refreshes at 1 a.m. daily. Since you still have school, you can decide the timing for clearing the dungeons. Additionally, unless it's an emergency, I will notify you before summoning. So you want to suddenly vanish in front of a crowd. He continued to relay various considerations, essentially thinking ahead for Kusuo. Shen He had begun to adapt to his role as the master. Not a problem. Ultimately, Kusuo, carrying a bag brimming with coffee pudding, invoked the return command in his mind according to the instructions given. The virtual interface of the system that Shen He had opened also displayed a prompt. After waving his hand to confirm, he found himself alone in the kitchen. Such a vast house, yet it felt desolate. J-A-R-V-I-S. Shen He returned to his room. Greetings, sir. How may I assist you? The voice of the artificial intelligence J-A-R-V-I-S resonated within the room. As Tony Stark's residence, it was far more complex than it appeared, concealing an array of advanced technology, with the intelligent butler J-A-R-V-I-S capable of monitoring every corner of the house at all times. This was also why Tony had felt secure in allowing Shen He to reside there. I wish to search for some information online. Can you assist me? Of course, sir. Upon hearing the response, Shen He's eyes sparkled with intrigue. First, he needed to ascertain which Marvel universe he was in. Marvel, a colossal IP from his former world, was renowned for its multitude of parallel universes, with films, comics, and animations each possessing distinct plots and even worldviews. Based on the prior hearing, it was most likely that he was in the cinematic universe. Meanwhile, elsewhere in this world, changes were occurring due to Shen He's presence. A heavily armed SWAT team stormed into the most chaotic area of Brooklyn under command, relentlessly attacking not only the severely wounded Skull Gang but also other gangs. These once brazen criminals were rendered insignificant in the face of the serious special forces. The fierce gunfight lasted merely half an hour, after which a field agent clad in a black suit emerged to join Director Coulson. Sir, the leader of the Skull Gang is dead, having committed suicide by poison. We found no useful information. Once again, I arrived too late. Have they inquired about the origins of their weaponry? Coulson's expression grew somber. As a devoted fan of Captain America, he was acutely aware of Hydra, the arch-nemesis, ruthless, fanatical, unscrupulous, and exceedingly cunning. From the captured minion, it appeared there was a connection to the chief of police in Brooklyn. The chief of police? Coulson was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. There was no need to obtain a search warrant that would proceed to apprehend him directly. However, his agents hesitated, reporting that they had just received news that the chief of police had also perished, having committed suicide by poison. How decisive they are. A chief of police, so easily discarded. Coulson shook his head, suggesting they wrap up and leave the credit for this operation to the SWAT team. When Coulson returned to the S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters to report, Fury had already been informed. Coulson, what is your perspective? Fury sat in his chair, exuding an unusual calmness, yet Coulson, familiar with his superior, recognized this as a manifestation of suppressed fury. Decisive and ruthless, leaving no trace, this bore the hallmarks of Hydra's methods. Coulson spoke candidly, yet considered the possibility that other organizations might be imitating Hydra's tactics, or even that Shen He could be orchestrating this himself. Orchestrating it himself, indeed. Fury scoffed coldly, tossing a dossier onto the table. We administered a truth serum to the Hydra agent we captured. Can you guess what we uncovered? That agent was an undercover operative for S-H-I-E-L-D, and a level 5 one at that. Are the personnel we vet truly incompetent? Or have we authorized agents to engage in side jobs, drawing dual salaries? Coulson picked up the interrogation file, flipping through it, unable to suppress a gasp of dismay. This was utterly disastrous. The document revealed that this Hydra operative had been trained in their base since childhood before being recruited into S-H-I-E-L-D. This was evidently at odds with his recorded history within the agency. Such a discrepancy could only arise if Hydra had fabricated his background with remarkable finesse. Even deceiving S-H-I-E-L-D's investigations, or if there were still Hydra infiltrators within S-H-I-E-L-D, occupying significant positions. I am willing to undergo the truth serum examination, Coulson asserted promptly. He understood that this incident indicated a profound breach of trust within S-H-I-E-L-D. Fury's remaining eye bore into Coulson's for a long moment before he finally spoke. No need. If I cannot trust you, then no one can be trusted. Coulson, this matter must remain confidential. Director, are you implying? Coulson seemed to grasp the implications. Indeed, I did not bring that Hydra operative back for interrogation. Even with an S-H-I-E-L-D, they remain unaware that we have merely scratched the surface. At most, they harbor suspicions. We require time. We must investigate discreetly. Freyr lightly tapped the table, contemplating that the two individuals from Chaldea could not possibly be associated with the Hydra. There was no need for them to reveal their identities. Moreover, our plans required an advancement. For a full 4 days, Shen He had remained sequestered in Tony's villa, engaging in dungeon runs and indulging in the luxuries befitting the wealthy. However, upon reaching level 7, the challenge of leveling up had escalated significantly. Spending an hour daily in the 10th floor of the dungeon yielded no progress at all, and even with Shen He consistently feeding Shen with resources, he could only ascend to level 4. This was primarily due to the consumption of mana required for utilizing enhancement stones. And Shen He's natural mana regeneration was a mere 60 points each day, resulting in a surplus of resources without the requisite mana to utilize them. As for summoning stones, he hoarded 1 per day, preparing to draw for a guaranteed 10 consecutive pulls. This laid-back existence persisted until Tony's fiery secretary, Pepper Potts, stormed into the villa in a fit of anger. Chapter 11. The disarrayed plot behind every successful man stands an exceptional woman. For the dashing playboy Tony, that woman is undoubtedly the astute and alluring assistant, Pepper Potts. Thus, if there is anyone Tony would fear inciting anger in, it would be her. Are you jesting? Pepper stormed into the laboratory, dragging a suitcase, her voice laced with fury echoing from afar. What on earth were you thinking? Abandoning the company, neglecting your work, and retreating to this lab for 4 consecutive days? Do you realize how chaotic things have become outside? The entrance is thronged with reporters every day. All right. Let's take a moment to breathe. Tony instinctively raised his hand. Jarvis, please search for the latest news regarding Stark Industries. Yes, sir. On the projection control interface surrounding the laboratory, the first images that materialized were of the battle that unfolded in the streets that day. The primary focus remained on the Mirage, with an array of reports continually emerging. Sir, the news over the past few days predominantly revolves around your guest. All the reporters are speculating about the true identity of the large mech pilot and their connection to you, as drones captured footage of the mech landing at your residence. Jarvis meticulously sifted through the information, presenting only the most pertinent examples. So, what exactly happened with that mech? Oh my goodness, is that the mech? It was only at this moment that Pepper noticed the Mirage prominently displayed in the lab. Indeed, it is. I've been studying it for days, Tony declared, dismissing the news with indifference. And what about the pilot inside? You left her here? A sense of unease washed over Pepper. Could it truly be as the media suggested? That the pilot was a stunning blonde beauty? How else could she have remained at Tony Stark's villa for such an extended period? Oh, if you mean the pilot. She is right behind you. Startled, Pepper turned around. A man in pajamas, holding a wine glass, stood at the entrance of the lab. Good day, Miss Potts. I am Shen He. Shen He stepped inside, greeting them as the current occupant of the space. It is indeed that simple. Tony manipulated the virtual projection, with various structural data regarding the Mirage floating around. Pepper, do not concern yourself with what the media claims. They thrive on fabricating sensational news. Look, I am exceedingly busy, truly immersed in my work. So, you are here solely to study this mech? Pepper seemed to deflate, acutely aware of Tony's passion for mechs. Once he immersed himself in research, it was not uncommon for him to disappear for days on end. Moreover, with a stranger present, even though she had a plethora of grievances, she chose to extend Tony some grace. Of course, this is no ordinary mech. When it comes to work, Tony's expression is tinged with excitement as he stands in awe before the Mirage. Although it pales in comparison to my mark, and the operating system is utterly flawed, the defensive field is remarkably potent. Give me another week, and I shall manage to miniaturize it for integration into the next generation of Mark armor. Very well. Does that mean you won't be attending the gala in 3 days? No, you go in my stead. Tony dismissively waves his hand. Me? I am merely a secretary. That gala is filled with CEOs from major corporations. Pepper takes a deep breath, suppressing her inner fury. Is that so? Tony doesn't turn his head. Well, that makes you one too. Pepper's face freezes in a mix of anger and disbelief. What did you say? I said, from this moment forth, you are the new CEO of Stark Industries. Tony turns to face the secretary who has been with Stark Industries since his father's time. Perhaps there are legal matters to consider, but you know I possess the authority to choose my successor, and that person is you. Congratulations. You may now scream or throw a promotion party. But Pepper is momentarily at a loss for words. Yet the smile on her face is unstoppable. She gazes at Tony, who returns her look, and in that moment, Pepper feels that all her efforts over the years have been worthwhile. Shen He stands nearby, sipping fine wine, feeling as though he has been fed a mouthful of dog food. However, he is more concerned about another matter. If his research over the past few days is accurate, the gala in 3 days appears to be a pivotal moment, coinciding with a car race in which an exhausted Tony will indulge himself and, for the first time, encounter the film's primary antagonist. Yet, Tony does not intend to attend the gala. What will become of the pitiful villain, Ivan Vanko? Well, this matter is settled. Tony appears to have made a momentous decision. Feeling considerably lighter, and then notices the heavy suitcase Pepper has dragged over. What is this? It seems quite weighty. A gift from a fan. No. It's a parcel that Agent Coulson asked me to deliver to you. Pepper, still reeling from the surprise, instinctively replies, stating that it contains your father's belongings. My father's belongings? Tony is taken aback. Why would they entrust his father's possessions to me? Well, Shen He is equally stunned. Everything is in disarray. Tony's birthday celebration is in half a month, yet he receives his father's relics from aHydra, and discovers a solution to palladium poisoning at an even later stage in the narrative. Is this what they call the butterfly effect? Shen He sighs inwardly and interjects. Your father, Howard Stark, was one of the founders of aHydra. He was a remarkable man, Tony. And you were his greatest pride. You, what did you say? Tony gazes at Shen He in disbelief. In his recollection, he always felt unloved by his father, who was perpetually engrossed in work, until that fateful day when he tragically perished in a car accident on a desolate road. Everything you seek to know resides within this box. Shen He gazed upon the box resting on the ground. For he had bestowed upon you the greatest achievement of his life, which would ultimately prove to be the key to your salvation. Tony, your father merely struggled to articulate his affection for his children, a sentiment shared by many fathers. It seems you comprehend my father better than I do. Tony crouched down and unfastened the box, revealing an array of antiquated items within. Did I not mention this? Shen He shrugged. We have been observing. Regardless of whether it pertains to the past or the future. Chapter 12. The luck of the draw. Tony Stark has unearthed his father's relic, poised to acquire the legendary dragon-slaying sword and unify the underworld. Meanwhile, the archvillain Ivan Vanko finds himself in a rather desolate predicament. In his quest for revenge, he has squandered all his wealth and endured countless hardships to finally equip himself with the necessary tools for retribution, just when victory seems within reach. He is thwarted at the final hurdle. He cannot locate Tony. The media reports of a gala where Tony failed to appear, and the racing event from which he was conspicuously absent, have left Ivan in a state of despair. He has been lurking outside Tony's villa for 3 days without a glimpse of him, reduced to sleeping in parks like a vagabond and scavenging for food in trash bins. The deep-seated thirst for vengeance rages within him. Even while gnawing on half-eaten hamburgers and resting on cold benches, his resolve for revenge only strengthens. That is, until he is struck from behind. A sharp crack echoes as a bright light floods Ivan's vision, which has been shrouded in darkness. He shakes his throbbing head, and through the narrowed slits of his eyes, he can discern a figure seated before him. Ivan Vanko. A voice, somewhat hoarse, emerges, clearly altered by a voice changer. Ivan attempts to struggle, but finds himself tightly bound to the chair with expert knots. The very equipment he painstakingly crafted lies before him on the table. Do you know what my first thought was when my men discovered you? The man extends a hand, brushing over Ivan's gear with a sense of delight. Surprise. A tremendous surprise, for we have finally uncovered a genius, one who rivals Tony Stark himself. Ivan's struggles diminish as he squints at the man before him, the shadows obscuring his features, yet he can still discern a slightly rotund figure. Tony claimed that no one could replicate his weapons within 10 years. Yet here you are, in a dilapidated room with outdated equipment, creating such captivating devices. The man exhales slowly, as if to steady his own excitement. Ivan, we have examined your background. The only distinction between you and Tony is that your father never triumphed over his. But now, you have a new father. The shadowy figure smiles. Hydra. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen He faces a significant moment of his own. It is time for the draw. Having inhabited this world for a full 10 days, Shen He has risen each morning to wash his face 10 times and his hands 20, maintaining a cheerful demeanor and offering incense to the Queen Mother and Guanine. For the past 6 days, Tony has sequestered himself in his laboratory, engrossed in studying the mecha and his father's relics, yet he appears to have made little progress. The hotel and racing events, pivotal in the storyline, have unfolded without the protagonist's involvement, resulting in a rather mundane affair. Consequently, Shen He remains oblivious to what may transpire next. You've been staring in the mirror for 20 minutes. Are you not going to start? Chi Moon and Xiong can no longer restrain his impatience. Knowing that today was the time for summoning, he refrained from hurrying back after clearing the dungeons, choosing instead to linger and see what he might draw. With great care, Shen He adjusted his attire, recalling the phrase, "In all endeavors, one must be sincere and respectful," cleansing oneself with unity, lighting incense, and praying earnestly to move the divine. This adage had always guided his summoning practices. For the notion of fate being unchangeable was but a falsehood. Ultimately, the probability of summoning within this system was indeed peculiar, with the likelihood of acquiring a servant seeming rather low. Yet, this was to be expected. Without a system for noble phantasms, one could not draw duplicate servants. And if the odds were any higher, assembling a legion of servants would be a swift endeavor. Taking a deep breath, Shen He exhaled slowly and closed his eyes. Now was the moment. A guaranteed tenfold summoning. The summoning interface before him began to flow gently, the pace of high-tier summoning decidedly languid. However, upon witnessing the initial manifestation of the magic circle devoid of golden radiance, a chill enveloped his heart. Yet, a notification chimed. Congratulations. You have successfully summoned a 3-star servant? Was that it? His expression of disappointment swiftly transformed into one of joy. Even a 3-star servant was commendable. After all, their strength depended on nourishment. Nevertheless, how could he persuade this unknown entity to accept the summoning? As he pondered, a burlap sack materialized before him. Glancing back at the interface, it indicated that the servant had consented to the summoning. Chi Mu. Shen He swallowed hard, noticing the sack's subtle movements. Though servants could not harm their masters and there existed an absolute command, his anxiety rendered him somewhat timid. Chi Mu Nansheng nodded, extending his hand to untie the sack's bindings with psychokinesis. In that fleeting moment of revelation, a young girl's visage emerged before them. She was cloaked in what appeared to be tattered rags fashioned from coarse leather and animal fur. A metal collar tightly fastened around her neck like that of a condemned prisoner. An indescribable stench pervaded the room, a noxious blend of filth, rainwater, and earth. She appeared dirty, emaciated, reminiscent of a fugitive slave. Yet, as Shen He gazed upon the girl's face, he found himself momentarily breathless. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Words failed to capture her allure. The dust and grime could not conceal the brilliance of her disheveled golden locks that shone with an inner light. Though her face bore numerous bruises and scratches, they did little to diminish the angelic beauty she possessed. What truly astonished Shen He were her eyes. A pale blue that shimmered like a tranquil lake, seemingly brimming with extraordinary vitality. The girl surveyed her surroundings, then fixed her gaze upon Shen He, remaining motionless. Her exquisite features eerily calm, as if she were a machine. I cannot hear her thoughts, Chi Mu murmured slowly. Shen He observed the summoned items displayed at the bottom of the system interface and clicked to reveal a 3-dimensional image of the girl, who appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years old, her name still obscured by 4 question marks. However, there remains a remark. Weapon. This is the designation bestowed upon her by all. Lacking emotion, devoid of thought, she requires but a single command to embody the divine overseer of death. Yet, the red, yellow, and brown withered leaves seemed to dance, swirling around her in a mesmerizing display. That flawless, elegantly radiant maiden, akin to a full moon, who might she be? A weapon. Beauty, golden locks, azure eyes. Shen He pondered incessantly, a name on the verge of escaping his lips. At that very moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from the summoning circle, interrupting his thoughts, as ethereal melodies enveloped his ears. Ding, congratulations. You have successfully summoned a rare 4-star servant. To Chiaki. Is this? Oh, the luck is overflowing? Chapter 13. The girl on the battlefield. Shen He gasped, suppressing his breath, fists clenched, his heart racing with fervor. It was, indeed, Chiaki Ryugi. The second servant he had summoned was none other than Chiaki Ryugi. Could he possibly reveal that before his journey through dimensions, he had spent a fortune exceeding 10,000 just to obtain his beloved Chiaki? Or that he had collected every novel, every comic, and even purchased 4 figurines of her? Calm down, he must remain composed. Shen He inhaled deeply. Firstly, it was uncertain which version of Chiaki he had summoned, but regardless of the time frame, the likelihood of her refusal to be summoned was exceedingly high, unless it was under a special condition. As he pondered this, Shen He suddenly felt a weight in his arms. It was a short-haired girl clad in a white hospital gown. Her delicate face was serene, eyes tightly shut, appearing no older than 18 or 19. Her soft form lay in a natural repose, as though she were peacefully asleep. In that moment, Shen He's heart found tranquility. With just a glance, he recognized her as Chiaki Ryugi, who had endured that fateful incident and had been in a deep slumber for 3 long years. He carefully cradled the girl and laid her upon the bed, his movements gentle, as if holding the most precious of treasures. Standing silently beside him was Kyuko Shinkai, who sensed the weighty responsibility emanating from Shen He's heart. Well, the summoning was complete, and fortune smiled upon him. He truly felt like the happiest master in the world. A satisfied smile graced Shen He's face as he turned to the first girl he had summoned, needing to take her for a bath. After taking but a few steps, he suddenly halted, golden hair, weapon in hand. A girl of exquisite elegance akin to the full moon. Shen He contemplated a possibility. Could this be the war girl, Violet Evergarden, who was sent to Major Gilbert by his brother, Diet Fried Bougainvillea, encased in a burlap sack? At the instant he thought of this name, the 3-dimensional image of the girl on the summoning interface abruptly transformed. The question mark gradually morphed into her name, and alongside the 3 stars, there emerged a 4th, gleaming golden star. New information flooded Shen He's mind. True name unleashed, potential upgraded. It was indeed the youthful Violet Evergarden. the protagonist from Violet Evergarden. This tenfold summoning had yielded an extraordinary bounty. Shen, are you there? Tony, bursting with excitement, rushed in, only to be stunned into silence upon witnessing Shen He. Beaming with joy, resting a hand on the head of a dirty little girl, while another girl in simple attire lay on the bed, seemingly unconscious. Heavens, I've only been in the lab for a few days, and you're already engaging in such nefarious deeds? An outraged Tony rushed forward, forcefully pushing Shen He. Do you have any idea that in this country, crimes against minors are absolutely unforgivable? Just as Tony's finger was about to touch Shen He, the filthy girl suddenly stirred. She leaped like a wildcat, her pale, slender fingers lunging toward Tony's eyes with astonishing swiftness and unhesitating ferocity, leaving no doubt that such a strike could penetrate his skull. Stop. The command from Shen He was accompanied by the telekinetic force of Chiaki Nanban. Tony staggered back, his complexion drained of color. In that fleeting moment, he truly felt as though death was imminent. What manner of creature is she? Her skills and speed were utterly incongruous with her physique, and the emotionless brutality of her assault was something even Tony had never witnessed. She is a helper sent by my colleague. Shen He gently cradled the girl. Suspended in midair by telekinesis, down to the ground, a special girl retrieved from the battlefield, now resembling a weapon that obeyed orders without question. I will change her. Therefore, you must allow her to stay in my villa. Tony's voice took on a sharp edge. She nearly killed me. While Tony did not fear death, after all, if he did, he would not have become Iron Man. No billionaire could remain indifferent to someone who had almost taken their life. I am truly sorry. Shen He tightened his grip around the girl. We will leave this place and cause you no trouble. Tony found himself at a loss for words. Glancing towards another girl resting on the bed. What about her? Is she also a helper sent by your colleague? Does Chaldea simply gather people and send them to you? Indeed, but she encountered an accident and now lies in a coma, akin to a vegetative state. Shen He observed the girl, Chiaki, lying on the bed. She could no longer afford to remain as passive as before. The nature of the relationship between a master and a servant remained unclear to Shen He. Yet he understood his responsibility to protect those he had summoned to this world. So, you intend to venture outside with a girl who might erupt in violence at any moment and an unconscious patient? Tony spread his hands in resignation. Fine. It seems you were fortunate to have encountered me. I will arrange for some excellent doctors and nurses for your friends, but on the condition that you keep a close watch on her. If she makes any aggressive moves again, I will truly expel you, understand? Despite their acquaintance spanning only a little over 10 days, Tony found a surprising rapport with Shen He. It felt as though Shen He understood him well and knew many aspects of his life, allowing Tony to feel free from the burden of concealment. Of course, Violet is actually quite well behaved. Shen He chuckled, ruffling the girl's hair. Had you not pushed me unexpectedly, this situation would not have arisen. By the way, you mentioned you discovered something? The new element your father left you? You indeed know, Tony exclaimed, his eyes widening. You knew yet did not inform me, leaving me to watch the footage alone for 6 whole days. Haha, wasn't it meant to deepen your understanding of your father's love for you? Shen He chuckled lightly. How could you not have a reason to come and assist? I am in need of constructing a particle collider to create new elements. Over the past 6 days, Tony has indeed felt a release of the emotions that had long been suppressed within him, as if he has been reborn, feeling significantly lighter. Let Chiaki assist you. I must give Violet a bath. Shen He waved his hand, although Tony agreed to allow them to continue residing here. The recent events served as a wake-up call for him. As the number of summoned servants continues to grow, he must establish his own base, even a faction. No matter how splendid this place may be, it ultimately belongs to others. The question remains, how should he proceed, and what narratives can be leveraged? As Shen He pondered this dilemma, he suddenly felt something tugging at his sleeve. In his arms, Violet maintained her impassive expression, seemingly observing his every movement with her large sapphire eyes. Forget it, let's take a bath first. Chapter 14, The Reward of S.H.I.E.L.D. Regarding Violet. Shen He possessed scant knowledge. After all, the original animation primarily chronicles the tale of Violet's maturation, during which she embodies an enchanting beauty coupled with a heart-wrenching innocence. As for her early years, Shen He's understanding derives chiefly from Baidu Baiki. It seems that due to her extraordinary combat prowess and her machine-like adherence to commands, she has been wielded as a weapon. However, even a weapon deserves proper care, does it not? Shen He's voice brimmed with barely contained fury. Upon peeling away that tattered rag, which could hardly be classified as clothing, he beheld a body marred by wounds. Lacerations, bruises, and even bullet holes adorned her form, suggesting that nearly all her injuries were incurred in battle. The wounds were caked with grimy dust and mud, many weeping fresh blood. Were it not for the girl's formidable constitution, a mere bacterial infection could easily claim her life. No, Those people wished for her demise on the battlefield, simultaneously seeking to exploit her for slaughter while harboring fear of her lethal capabilities. Can you speak? Shen He inquired, delicately cleansing her wounds with warm water and a soft cloth, attempting to engage her in conversation. Yet, no response came. Violet merely gazed at him with her large blue eyes. All right, Violet. Such a beautiful name. One day, you will blossom into a girl as lovely as your name suggests. Do you understand the significance of having a name? It signifies that you are no longer a weapon, no longer a mere tool. What am I even saying? Shen He chuckled bitterly, feeling an unfamiliar sense of helplessness. Violet's eyes remained fixed on Shen He, even as warm water trickled into them. She held her gaze, not blinking. She listened to Shen He utter commands she could not comprehend. Suddenly, an inexplicable surge of thoughts flooded her mind, compelling her to slowly part her lips. Master. Shen He halted his actions, struck by a sensation akin to a father hearing his daughter speak for the first time. What else can you say? He prompted, softening his movements. Master. Is that all? What about your own name, Violet? Master. No, not that. Repeat after me, Violet. Shen He discovered an unexpected well of patience within himself. Yet, no matter how he urged, Violet persistently echoed the word master, seemingly striving to solidify her memory through repetition. After an entire hour of cleaning, Shen He finally gazed contentedly at Violet, swathed in a towel. Her tousled golden hair cascaded like silk, straight and smooth, while her porcelain skin, though still bearing numerous scars and bruises, radiated a vibrant health, complemented by her sapphire-like, mesmerizing eyes. So irresistibly adorable. You must be hungry now. Shen He hastily retrieved a slice of strawberry cake from the refrigerator and presented it to Valeria. Her delicate nose twitched like that of a small creature as she reached out with her tiny fingers, capturing a morsel to savor. The delightful flavor that melted in her mouth widened her eyes in surprise. After confirming that this delectable treat was indeed hers, she buried her entire face into the cake, devouring it with abandon. Slow down, Shen He said, both amused and affectionate, gently stroking the girl's back. It felt as though he was raising a daughter or perhaps a cherished pet, yet, in essence, both were equally endearing. Rising from his seat, he adjusted the blanket over Chiaki, who lay on the bed, and instructed Jarvis to activate a virtual screen to browse for ways to acquire some funds. While low-level summoning could yield a fair amount of dollars, it barely sufficed for daily expenses and was utterly inadequate for purchasing a home, let alone for expanding his influence. After a brief search, Shen He could only shake his head in resignation. This was the cinematic universe of Marvel, specifically that of the Avengers series. Spider-Man would not appear until after the first battle in New York, and Oscorp was non-existent. Although Dr. Connors did exist, his relevance was contingent upon Spider-Man's emergence, which held no utility in the present moment. Resorting to violent control over gangs was an option, yet given Kiki's temperament, I have no objections. Startled, Shen He turned to find not only Kiki, but also Coulson present in the room. When did you arrive? He inquired. We've been here for a while. It seems you were quite engrossed, Coulson replied, his gaze fixed on the virtual screen displaying children's educational materials, a lady's etiquette guide, and plush bears. Mr. Shen, is this your daughter? Not quite, Shen He said, slightly embarrassed as he closed the shopping website. After clarifying Valeria's and Chiki's identities, he deftly wiped the cake crumbs from Valeria's mouth and face with a napkin while asking Coulson, the S-H-I-E-L-D doesn't typically make uninvited visits. Did Fury send you to inquire about something? However, I cannot divulge too much, for the future is not set in stone. He noted the cake remnants adorning the girl's eyelashes. In truth, our director harbors skepticism regarding precognition. I am here with a request for your assistance, Mr. Shen, Coulson said with a smile, observing the warm scene before him. There may be internal issues within S-H-I-E-L-D, and we are currently in desperate need of trustworthy personnel. Recently, we have come across a lead concerning Hydra that we cannot afford to ignore. Of course, we are prepared to offer compensation. Compensation? Shen He perked up with interest. It would take a substantial incentive to sway me. Coulson produced a tablet from his briefcase and handed it to Shen He, displaying a photograph of an elderly man from Huaxia, accompanied by pertinent information. This narrative revolves around a wealthy Chinese merchant residing in Chinatown, who, devoid of children, has only an adopted son. Recently, he was diagnosed with a terminal illness, leaving him with little time to live. Consequently, he wishes to bequeath his entire fortune to his nephew in China, Mr. Shen. This was originally a covert identity designated for internal personnel within our SHIELD agency, necessitating Mr. Shen's official registration within the organization. Coulson's intentions were quite clear. Should Shen He extend his assistance, he would be entrusted with this wealth. As Shen He perused the documents, he noted that this merchant held considerable renown within the Chinese community, with a total asset valuation of approximately $300 to $400 million. This truly was a fortuitous windfall, arriving just as he grappled with financial constraints and supporting his daughter, or rather, his attendant. The director's thoughtfulness is indeed commendable. Shen He returned the tablet and inquired, "Pray tell, what is the nature of this matter?" Chapter 15. Are you capable of taking a life? The matters articulated by Coulson were, in essence, quite straightforward. Upon further investigation, they suspected that the firearms employed by the previous gangs might have directly leaked from the arsenal of aHydra. A portion of the weaponry within aHydra's armory was developed independently by internal scientists, while another segment was procured through military channels. The responsibility for these acquisitions had consistently rested with Agent Maria Hill, a Level 9 operative. Thus, do you suspect that Agent Hill is affiliated with Hydra? Shen He began to grasp the situation. No, we do not suspect Agent Hill, Coulson replied, shaking his head. Rather, we believe that her subordinates may have been compromised, with possible military involvement. Therefore, we must proceed with caution. I am not particularly adept at investigations. Shen He fell into a brief silence. From his recollections, although many high-ranking officials within aHydra were indeed affiliated with Hydra, Agent Hill was not among them. Furthermore, this matter fell outside the narrative, leaving him somewhat hesitant. We will assign another trustworthy agent to assist. Coulson endeavored to alleviate Shen He's concerns, emphasizing that the task was not overly challenging. You merely need to infiltrate the location we have identified, ascertain whether there are any arms present, and if so, destroy them as thoroughly as possible. I believe this will be quite manageable for you. Indeed, it is quite manageable. I could teleport inside, assess the situation, and if things seem amiss, teleport out. With Chiaki present, there are not many weapons that could pose a threat to them. I need to contemplate this, should I reach a decision. I will respond by tomorrow. Shen He ultimately could not provide an immediate affirmation. Coulson observed the expression in Shen He's eyes, understanding that when a person exhibits such a demeanor, they are not easily swayed, and thus refrained from further discussion. What troubles you? Once Coulson departed, the voice of Chiaki Nanban resonated within Shen He's mind. He sensed that Shen He was intrigued by the reward, yet failed to comprehend the source of his hesitation. Naturally, I am concerned for you. Shen He lifted his gaze to Chiaki, contemplating within his mind, Chiaki. This world is perilous and merciless. It is not the realm filled with ease and incredibility as yours. Allow me to ask you this. Are you capable of taking a life? Chiaki Nanban remained silent, as he was somewhat bewildered. In his world, he was invincible, with no one capable of threatening his safety. Therefore, the notion of taking a life. How could a comedic narrative ever be so sanguinary? In my childhood skirmishes, my father taught me, if you can win, then fight. If you cannot, then run. Shen He paused momentarily before continuing. In this world, even someone like Tony, the notorious playboy, has personally taken the lives of many. Of course, he could claim that those individuals were criminals, terrorists, deserving of their fate. But to me, it merely boils down to the principle of might makes right. At this point, Shen He gently patted Violet's little head, then turned his gaze to Chiaki Nanban. Among all his companions, he harbored the least concern for Violet, as she had adapted to the chaos of war more than anyone else. His worries were entirely directed at you, and ironically, you have become the one he relies on most. The past 10 days of idleness allowed Shen He to acclimatize to his transformed identity. He was no longer an ordinary office worker but a master-wielding power, striving to survive in this tumultuous world. However, Chiaki Nanban was different. The reason was simple. The atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Killing. I cannot do that. Chiaki Nanban ultimately shook his head. When the act of taking a life becomes as effortless as twitching a finger, when it involves classmates and parents, it transforms into a horrifying reality. Therefore, please place me in a defensive position. Master. Shen He suddenly squinted and smiled brightly. I am already immensely grateful that you have not abandoned me. His servant was not a figment of imagination or a mere NPC executing his commands. They were a being of flesh and blood, possessing their own convictions. And Shen He felt profound gratitude for that. Because when Chiaki Nanban, who yearned to be an ordinary high school student, was willing to venture into chaos and excitement for him, the feelings of emotional depth, pride, and fulfillment were experiences he could never have fathomed during his days as an ordinary office worker. Thus, Shen He ultimately resolved to accept aHydra's employment offer. He needed to grow swiftly to meet the expectations of his servants. In recent days, Tony had been riding a wave of success, having resolved his palladium poisoning, a life-threatening issue, and made substantial upgrades to the next generation of Mark armor through his research on Shen He's mech. He felt an overwhelming sense of good fortune, especially with his birthday approaching. Hence, he planned to host a lavish birthday party to celebrate his newfound lease on life. I am extending a special invitation to you as a significant guest at my birthday celebration, Tony exclaimed as he entered Shen He's room. Holding a burger and a fine drink, his mustache nearly curling with delight. Ever since you arrived, it seems Lady Luck has taken a liking to me, though that has nothing to do with you, as I am the universally adored Tony Stark. By the way, I've made some enhancements to your mech. We can have a showdown in front of the ladies, though there's no chance you could defeat me. A showdown, you say? Shen He quirked an eyebrow. Shall we strip off the armor and engage in a bare-knuckle brawl? Ha, ha, ha. Tony chuckled awkwardly. That would be the act of a brute. It would hardly showcase my intellect. He had previously observed Shen He testing his physical prowess. All his metrics were nearing 7 or 8 times that of an average strongman. Only a fool would engage in hand-to-hand combat. Your birthday isn't 5 days, correct? Unfortunately, I have some matters to attend to that evening. Shen He pondered for a moment, then nonchalantly spread his hands, unperturbed. For he knew you would undoubtedly be hosting an all-night party, and he would soon return. Well, you always possess an air of mystery. Yet I shall not leave the enchanting lady to your care. Tony raised his glass to clink with Shen He's, toasting to the rebirth of Tony Stark. Cheers. Shen He took a delicate sip, but his mind wandered elsewhere. Perhaps it was mere coincidence that Tony's birthday coincided with a scheduled mission for aHydra. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. As with the presence of the formidable Kaido, a few teleportations would suffice to return swiftly. In the days that followed, Shen He continued to engage in dungeon runs, instructing Violet in the art of conversation and preparing delightful pastries. The remainder of his time was devoted to the medical room in the villa by the side of the two instruments. Even though the medical standards of this world far surpassed those of the realm of the two instruments, the conclusion remained unchanged. She might awaken, or she might slumber for eternity. Thus, Tony had enlisted the world's most exceptional nurses to attend to her. Of course, Shen He was resolute in his belief that she would awaken, and he eagerly anticipated that day. Additionally, he took Violet into the dungeon, severing Kaido's supply of affection to wholeheartedly nurture her. Whether it was due to latent potential, her prowess in combat proved even more formidable than depicted in the animation. It was a ruthless, precise, and mechanical slaughter. Shen He was confident that even if the adversaries standing before her were not monstrous beings, but rather living, breathing humans, the outcome would remain unchanged. Chapter 16. Let the battle begin on a moonless night. The atmosphere was ripe for treachery. Shen He, grasping the delicate hand of Veilright, arrived early at a warehouse on the outskirts of New York with Chimu Nankong. A sense of nervous excitement coursed through him. This was a novel experience. Have the agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. not arrived yet? Shen He mused, surveying the surroundings, but found no one in sight. She is already here. Chimu Nankong's gaze shifted toward the rear of an abandoned container. Those who harbored inner thoughts could not evade his scrutiny. As if aware of her exposure, a slender figure emerged gracefully from her concealment. Clad in leather, with a trim waist, alabaster skin, and a statuesque form, it was none other than the renowned Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Shen He smiled faintly, acknowledging her beauty. She was indeed more alluring and mature than the actress who portrayed her in the films, though she was not to his taste. He preferred softer, gentler souls. You certainly possess a wealth of knowledge. Natasha sauntered toward him, extending her hand. I am Natasha Romanoff, here to assist you in completing your mission. Taking her hand, Shen He felt her little finger deliberately glide across his palm. He regarded her thoughtfully before retracting his hand without hesitation. I've been single for many years, relying solely on my own strength. I shall not indulge in what does not appeal to me. Now, let us discuss the specifics of our mission. Shen He turned his gaze toward the warehouse, illuminated by bright lights, which appeared to be a hub for gangsters. The gangsters are merely a faade. In an instant, Natasha's smile faded. She produced a tablet displaying the architectural blueprint of the warehouse. Here, and here, all of this is merely a constructed outer shell. On the surface, it seems like a warehouse for the Yamaguchi-gumi's New York division, but here, Natasha circled a central location. The defenses are extraordinarily tight, with at least 100 fully armed special operations personnel and fortress-level defenses. We suspect this may be the entrance to an underground secret area. Shen He examined the blueprint, noting the multitude of red dots indicating enemy presence clustered around the marked central location. Numerous areas were also highlighted with red markings for heavy machine guns and grenade launchers. With all this information on Earth, there must be something amiss, Shen He remarked, unable to suppress his frustration. Why not simply launch a missile and obliterate this place? Our primary objective is to trace the source of the weapons. Natasha shot him a sidelong glance. Do you think $400 million is easily obtained? After years as an agent, my savings barely amount to a fraction of what you possess in one venture. Very well. Chimu, what have you discovered? Shen He inquired, turning to Chimu. Chimu Nankong's eyes had transformed into a state of intense focus, resembling a pair of bulging eyes. There aren't as many people as we thought. What? Shen He was momentarily perplexed. Indeed, there exists a clandestine subterranean space, where both the entrance and the interior are guarded by merely 3 or 4 individuals. I can effortlessly transport you inside. Chi Moon and Xiong adjusted his crossed eyes. What are we waiting for? Shen He shrugged. Let us go. Wait. Natasha quickly intervened. If there were only so few guards, she had infiltrated easily last time. Why summon Shen He for assistance? However, Chi Moon and Xiong perceived the situation clearly and initiated the teleportation with the others. The surroundings transformed abruptly, revealing what appeared to be a processing plant. The remaining guards fell silent, swiftly incapacitated by Chi Moon and Xiong's telekinesis. Not a single alarm was triggered throughout the operation. $400 million is indeed quite a lucrative endeavor. Shen He lifted a wooden crate from the ground, finding it filled with firearms and ammunition. Is this the completion of the mission? Truly, with Chi's prowess in hand, the world is at my command. I intend to breach their central control system to seek weapon transportation data. Natasha busied herself with a computer, at a loss for words. During her previous visit, the defenses here had been 100-fold more stringent. She began to suspect that news of their presence had leaked, prompting the personnel to evacuate in advance. Shen He, feeling idle, wandered around the dimly lit space until he stumbled upon what appeared to be a large control panel. Some severed cables and transmission lines dangled loosely, many even flickering with electric sparks. He seemed to recall something similar from Tony's laboratory. They are constructing Tony's armor. Natasha suddenly rose from her computer, exclaiming that this was not merely a weapons depot, but an experimental base, where they had located an individual capable of fabricating Tony's armor. Shen He's eyes widened in realization. Ivan Vanko. He is allied with Hydra. This is bad. Damn it. It's Tony's birthday party. Shen He waved his hand, and the colossal figure of the Mirage Tower materialized within the confined space. In an instant, alarms blared, yet he could not afford to concern himself with that. Because Tsukasa is still at Tony's celebratory villa. Chimu, take Violet with you. We must return at once. After instructing Chimu, Shen He promptly entered the mech. This mech had been modified by Tony. Its internal operating system now resembled that of the Mark's suits, leaving no room for a second occupant. Boom. A fierce explosion erupted from the warehouse, and the immense mech surged into the sky, flames billowing beneath it as it propelled forward. Chimu, accompanied by Violet, followed closely. Although their flight speed was slightly lacking, coupled with the teleportation, they managed to keep pace. Shen He's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Tsukasa must not come to harm. Meanwhile, at Tony's villa, he stood clad in armor, performing on stage amidst music and the raucous cheers of beautiful women. The atmosphere was electric, and Tony reveled in every moment. Ladies and gentlemen, Tony grasped the microphone and bellowed. Do you wish to witness an epic battle of mechs? Do you? The invited ladies below fervently swayed their arms in response. This is the most thrilling spectacle of the day. I, Iron Man, shall engage in a showdown with Mech Warrior, a contest between men. Having indulged in a fair amount of drink, Tony swayed unsteadily, and suddenly caught sight of a brilliant flash of light on the horizon, his face lighting up with excitement. He has returned. Cheer, ladies, for the duel is about to commence. No, sir, that is a venomous missile, Jarvis interjected. I recommend you vacate this area immediately. Chapter 17. The Villa Battle. What? Tony's senses were abruptly sharpened, jolted awake. For Pepper was also amidst the crowd. Fortunately, the armor was at hand, and in a moment of dire urgency, he raised his arm and unleashed a palm-mounted cannon. Boom. The cannon accurately struck the incoming missile, erupting into a fierce conflagration in midair. Yet, even the shockwave shattered every piece of glass around. The screams drowned out the music, as girls scattered in disarray, abandoning all semblance of composure, while only Pepper dashed towards Tony on the stage. Tony, are you all right? I'm fine. I'll get you out of here, Tony exclaimed, pulling Pepper away from the villa. However, just as they burst through the exit, 2 rockets shot towards the villa from a distance. Boom. The celebratory stage Tony had constructed was obliterated in an instant. Then, a heavily armed battalion surged in from the arriving trucks, and a cacophony of gunfire erupted. Oh my God, Pepper gasped, covering her mouth in shock. The invited girls before her were mercilessly slaughtered. First, I'll get you to safety, Tony panted, his heart ablaze with fury. How dare anyone attack his home? Stark. Just as Tony was about to fly away with Pepper, a crackling whip of electricity suddenly lashed out from below, ensnaring his feet in an instant, igniting a blaze around him. Fortunately, he managed to fling Pepper away just in time. Otherwise, the armor, surging with electrical currents, would have claimed her life. Yet, the situation was still dire. No. Tony screamed helplessly, watching as Pepper plummeted towards the raging flames. He felt as though he was facing the most despairing moment of his life. Boom. The colossal shadow of the mirage swept through, securing Pepper in its grasp. Kiki. Shen He bellowed through the loudspeaker. She is unharmed. The voice of Chiaki Nanban resonated in Shen He's mind. He had already teleported to the medical room where aHydra was located. The recent rocket attack had spared this area, while the approaching foes had just reached the door. Without uttering a word, Shen He placed Pepper gently on the ground, maneuvering the armor into the air, his gaze fixed on the villa engulfed in flames and gunfire. As a thunderous command echoed throughout, "Kill," it was as if a demon had been unleashed. And the girl brought back to the medical room by Chiaki Nanban sprang into action like a mechanical puppet. She crouched low, drawing near the door, tightly gripping her weapon, an axe taller than herself. As the door was violently breached, her axe swung with such blinding speed that it was barely perceptible, striking the first enemy squarely in the forehead. Crimson blood gushed forth like a broken dam, and the enemy fell, unable to even emit a scream. The girl's petite form was momentarily concealed beneath the broad body of her foe, and in an instant, everyone around her lay shrieking on the ground. Their calves were all severed. The young girl discarded her long axe and drew 2 daggers from her person, mercilessly stabbing into the fallen enemies again and again. Each thrust was lethal. Her movements were remarkably nimble and swift, her expressionless, delicate visage resembling that of a cold-blooded and patient huntress. In an instant, the nurses in the medical room beheld the girl standing alone amidst a cluster of corpses, her ivory princess attire and flowing golden locks stained crimson with vivid blood. They would never forget this scene. The breathtaking maiden appeared as if she were a demoness emerging from the depths of hell. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Violet retrieved a firearm from the hand of a lifeless body. Her body, enhanced by dog food, surged forth like an elegant cheetah. She leaped gracefully, executing a precise and merciless slaughter of every enemy in sight. Her petite stature and rapid speed became her greatest advantages. "Please, don't kill me. Stay away. Get back. She is not human. She is not human. Retreat. Quickly retreat." The once battle-hardened men crumbled in terror. Some brandished their firearms erratically, while others discarded their weapons and fled, inadvertently facilitating Violet's rampage. She cast aside the cumbersome and heavy weaponry, opting instead for the dagger bestowed upon her by Shen He, effortlessly pursuing the retreating foes. Seizing their hair mid-leap, and with a deft twist of the dagger, she expertly slit their throats as a butcher would with poultry. Unfazed by the blood that splattered upon her, one by one, she executed the orders she had been given with chilling nonchalance. Shen He was acutely aware of all this. He certainly knew of Violet's latent killing talent, which had manifested during the mission. He simply listened intently to the screams echoing from the villa. Using the weaponry installed in his mech to eliminate every enemy attempting to breach the premises, he endeavored to suppress his emotions, including the urges of violence and fury, as well as fear and compassion. He aimed to view this as a task he must undertake, nothing more. These adversaries were not merely after Tony. They also sought the battle armor within the villa, perhaps even the schematics for it. Faced with the overwhelming tide of battle, the enemy did not retreat. Instead, they deployed their true trump cards, a full squadron of battle armor. These were merely mass-produced, rudimentary replicas, the amalgamation of Ivan Vanko's intellect and Hydra's financial prowess, and thus could not compare to Tony's armor. Yet, Shen He observed with clarity that the heavy weaponry mounted upon them was sufficient to raise the entire villa to the ground. "Tony, activate the defensive protocols," Shen He commanded as he piloted the mech high into the air. An unknown object, trailing flames and emitting thick smoke, erupted from the center of his chest, followed closely by a pulsating purple beam crackling with lightning, striking the previously launched projectile. In an instant, a blinding flash seized the attention of all present. A terrifying beam dispersed and rotated mid-air, ruthlessly slicing through the vast expanse before it. Whether it was the replica mechs, the trucks, or the incessantly advancing enemies, everything succumbed to the cataclysmic power of this ultimate move. It was none other than the diffusion structure phase transfer cannon, mounted on the Mirage from the original animated series. In the wake of this dazzling assault, within the entire fan-shaped area before the Mirage, only Tony, who activated his absolute defense field, and Ivan Vanko, who survived at the cost of sacrificing both legs of his mech, remained. "Let me see who you truly are," Tony asserted, stepping upon Ivan's form and prying off his heavy helmet. Ivan, his mouth stained with blood, seemed to have just recovered from the onslaught. Gazing at his foe, he suddenly broke into a grin, one imbued with boundless resentment. Stark, your entire family are but butchers. You are unworthy of your current possessions. Now, it is time for retribution. Tony instinctively sensed the impending danger, but the opponent's electrically charged whip suddenly ensnared his mech tightly, and the energy core within his chest began to emit frantic flashes. Chapter 18. Aftermath and the card draw lasts. He is about to self-destruct. This was the first thought that flashed through Tony's mind. With a determined effort, he tore at the long whips, ensnaring him, activating the jet boots on his feet as he soared into the sky, taking Ivan along with him. Beneath the vast expanse of the starry sky, Tony, illuminated by flickering electric light, seemed to merge with the starlight itself. The scene was filled with the tragic grandeur of a hero sacrificing himself. Just joking. Shen He called out softly, then leaped from the mech, striding unhesitatingly toward the villa. Chimu Nanxiang merely teleported, severing the long whip, glancing at the lifeless Ivan, who had succumbed to the high voltage, and telekinetically hurled him into the air. Boom. This truly marked the end of the spectacle. Inside the villa, Violet was still roaming, dagger in hand, after having slaughtered all her foes, seeking out the last remnants of life lying on the ground, waiting for death, and finishing them off one by one. Most of the surviving nurses had fainted in terror, leaving only Chiaki, who remained soundly asleep amidst the chaos. Stop. Shen He commanded the girl. Violet sheathed her dagger and sat directly in the sticky pool of blood, her thin lips rhythmically adjusting her breathing to regain her strength. She was utterly drenched in blood, the scent so pungent it was reminiscent of a butcher who had labored tirelessly in a slaughterhouse for 3 days and nights. Shen He stepped over the corpses and lifted the girl, indifferent to the bloodstains that marred his clean hands and clothes. The villa's plumbing system had completely failed. He rummaged through the cabinets for some cleaner towels, carefully wiping the blood from her head and face. Violet gazed at Shen He with her large blue eyes, a hint of inquiry in her gaze. She was asking if there were any further commands. It is over. As if rewarding her, Shen He gently patted Violet's small head. The girl's body relaxed, resembling a lifeless doll nestled in his embrace. Before long, Tony returned with 2 bottles of champagne in hand. These were the last 2 bottles in the cellar, and it was unclear which fool had tossed a grenade inside. Tony tossed one bottle into Shen He's hands. Glancing at the blood-soaked Violet, hesitatingly asking, "Did she do all of this?" "Yes." Shen He nodded simply, popping open the bottle with his thumb. He indeed needed some alcohol to maintain a facade of calm. "Well, thank you for saving Pepper." Tony, nearing 40, was filled with a sense of dread in his eyes. If something were to happen to Pepper, he would truly be left all alone. "What are your plans moving forward?" Shen He inquired, looking at Tony. "This would not be the last time. From the moment you donned the armor and chose to be a superhero, you would become a target, placing yourself and your family in jeopardy. What to do?" Tony tilted his head back and took a large gulp of wine. "I had been pondering what to do, but it was only moments ago, as I watched Pepper tumble into the fiery abyss, that I realized my course of action. I am Tony Stark, I fear no one. Thus, whoever dares to shatter my existence shall face my wrath. This is not about heroism or ideology, it is simply vengeance. I will assist you," Shen He declared, setting down the wine bottle and placing a firm hand on Tony's shoulder, his gaze earnest. He had initially intended to remain on the periphery of events until the final confrontation with Thanos. However, he now comprehended that from the moment he appeared, he would be targeted. "Oh," Tony smiled, "that eases my mind considerably." The news of the terrorist attack on Stark's mansion would undoubtedly dominate the headlines. Once he dealt with the terrorists, Tony would once again be heralded as a hero. Though he might still appear arrogant on camera, many, including S.H.I.E.L.D., recognized that the current Tony was no longer the frivolous man he once was. He had embraced a resolve to stake everything. Shen He, accompanied by Violet and Chiaki, departed from Tony's temporary residence and relocated to Chinatown. According to their prearranged agreement, Shen He successfully transformed into a fortunate inheritor of vast wealth. Mr. Tian's most valuable legacy was a 5-star hotel, comprising 24 floors, occupying an area of 420 square meters, situated in the bustling heart of Chinatown. Valued at $200 million. Natasha, clad in an elegant women's blazer, introduced it to Shen He. Her current role was that of a legal advisor overseeing the transfer of inheritance. "Very impressive. I am quite pleased," Shen He remarked, gazing contentedly at the edifice. Due to its primary clientele being of Chinese descent, the decor leaned towards traditional Chinese aesthetics. Moreover, all staff members, including chefs, waiters, and receptionists, were of Chinese nationality. "Are you the manager here?" Shen He inquired, glancing at a man in a black suit, hunched over, whose smile exuded a rather unsavory demeanor. Certainly not. I am the adopted son of your great-uncle. You should address me as uncle, the man replied, clearing his throat and assuming a condescending posture. Is that so? Shen He replied expressionlessly. Then you are dismissed. What? The man appeared utterly incredulous. However, Shen He had no intention of engaging in further dialogue. He simply turned to Natasha and said, Lawyer, I do not require such irrelevant personnel in my hotel, and I suspect he has embezzled funds. Is that acceptable to you? Embezzlement was what Chimu Nanxiong had informed him about. Individuals like this should not be retained, especially during the festive season. Of course, Mr. Tian has bequeathed all his assets to you. Natasha nodded gracefully. You. The man seethed, charging forward in a fit of rage, only to be swiftly incapacitated by Natasha's precise spinning sidekick. Impressive, Shen He whistled in admiration as the stunningly athletic Black Widow moved with an alluring grace. This is merely a minor episode. Although it lacks the high-tech allure of Tony's residence, it is nonetheless a property that is legally owned, providing a greater sense of comfort and opulence. The top floor even boasts an indoor swimming pool. However, the layout makes it inconvenient for defense. Even an adept agent could easily infiltrate. Thus, it is imperative to devise a means to amass considerable wealth, ideally to purchase a luxurious private villa akin to Tony's. But before that, it is time for the exhilarating card drawing segment. Come, gather around, wash your hands, and let us see what servants will emerge this time. Shen He, brimming with excitement, prepared himself, secured the door, and, under the watchful eyes of Chimu and Wirelet, eagerly initiated a high-level tenfold summon. The first draw yielded a long-bladed weapon, a 3-star item. The second revealed an object resembling a streamlined helmet, accompanied by a metallic box, a 4-star piece of equipment. The fourth. Shen He's expression shifted from exhilaration and anticipation to tension, barely daring to breathe aloud, as one after another, only 3-star items emerged. It was not until the last draw, when a small, exquisitely crafted pistol soared forth from the summoning circle's radiance, that Shen He was finally reminded of the dread governed by the unfortunate fate of a novice. The fortunate streak of a beginner had vanished. Chapter 19. Tony's astonishment prior to drawing cards. Shen He pondered whether he might summon a cunning servant. However, the stark reality soon dawned upon him, revealing the inherent randomness of this gacha game. The disparity between expectation and outcome had been the very impetus behind Shen He's previous financial indulgences. Yet, he found himself at a loss for avenues to invest further. A look of despondency clouded his features. It's merely a matter of probability. Chimu Nanxiong attempted to console him, but Shen He remained unmoved. Suddenly, Violet tugged at Shen He's sleeve, her gaze silently inquiring if there was something she could assist with. Ah, Violet truly is wonderful. Shen He ruffled her soft, beautiful golden hair with both hands, his spirits lifting considerably. The absence of a summoned servant was regrettable. Yet such is the nature of luck in card draws. Sometimes one draws fortunate cards, and sometimes not. His attention shifted to the sole 4-star guaranteed piece of equipment. Name: Virtual Reality Experience Helmet. Origin: Sword Art Online. Evaluation: do you wish to experience the wonders of reality that are eternally out of reach? Come to virtual reality. Though beware, for you might lose your life here. To his surprise, it was a virtual game helmet from Sword Art Online. Shen He recalled his envy while watching the anime, longing for such a device that allowed players to immerse themselves in a virtual world. Little did he expect to possess one after traversing into this realm. Wait, this is a virtual game helmet? Shen He leaped up in excitement. I knew I couldn't possibly be unlucky. This is a piece of black technology that even the Marvel Universe lacks. He refrained from hastily retrieving the helmet from his bag, instead taking a deep breath to compose himself before dialing his phone. Tony, where are you? I'm at a party. Hey, ladies, quiet down for a moment. Turn the music down. The raucous noise on Tony's end diminished significantly. Shen, what is up? Of course, you'd better come over here right now. I have a super lucrative project. Shen He suddenly felt grateful for his prior acquaintance with Tony. This virtual gaming device could potentially transform the world without a formidable partner. He feared it might be devoured by the conglomerates, ensnared in a web of corporate intrigue beyond his capacity to navigate. He detested such complications. God, are you serious? Tony erupted in laughter on the other end. I thought you were going to say something else. Forget your project. Bring your Chaldea to Stark Industries. I guarantee you'll never lack for money again. Cut the nonsense and hurry over. Shen He replied with a scowl. Tony's irreverent humor persisted, unaffected by the numerous life and death crises he had faced. However, since the villa battle, Shen He and Tony's relationship had grown considerably. A twist of fate for someone who had initially harbored no desire to engage in the storyline to cultivate goodwill. Tony's efficiency was remarkable. Within just half an hour, a flashy Lamborghini pulled up outside the hotel. TT Tony, Upon the sight of Tony, the receptionist became noticeably flustered. This was a colossal celebrity, known throughout the United States. How could he possibly be here? Excuse me, where is the new boss? He summoned me, she inquired. Tony, removing his sunglasses, greeted her. And despite the bruise on his forehead still lingering, he retained an air of charm and elegance. On the 23rd floor, the receptionist mustered the courage to reply. Does our boss know you? Of course, and I harbor no aversion to shy Chinese girls. Has anyone ever told you how adorable you are? Tony's flirtation left the receptionist utterly captivated as he sauntered away, even causing the nearby waitstaff to stifle squeals of excitement. Yet, they soon realized that their new boss was no ordinary person. His ability to summon Tony sparked curiosity about their relationship. In the living room, Shen He was busily fiddling with a virtual reality headset extracted from his backpack. The accompanying metal box resembled a computer tower. Tony's here, Chimu Nanxiong suddenly remarked. Just as he spoke, Tony pushed the door open and entered. Congratulations on your move, He. However, to see your super profitable project, I had to cancel several meetings for contracts worth over $1 billion. Tony exaggeratedly mimicked Shen He's tone while noticing the virtual headset on the carpet. This hideous device isn't your project, is it? An elderly sleep aid? Why not try it yourself and find out? Shen He replied with a mischievous grin. All right. Did your colleague send this to you? Tony began to sense something amiss. He picked up the headset, examining it closely, only to discover it was covered in metal, seemingly filled with numerous signal sensors. It resembled a microwave. Tony deduced the true nature of the headset and cautiously glanced at Chi-Mu before putting it on. With Chi-Mu present, he believed there was little risk, and he trusted Shen He wouldn't lead him astray. As the connection initiated, Shen He activated the machine, and a gentle female voice resonated. In an instant, all other sounds were muted, and his vision faded to darkness. Suddenly, vibrant rings of color emerged before his eyes, and he felt as though he were being drawn into them. Before he could utter a cry, the kaleidoscope of colors dissipated, revealing an entire world before him. My God! Even Tony could not help but murmur in awe. Before him lay a vast expanse of grassland stretching to the horizon, the gentle breeze causing the grass to sway rhythmically. The sky was a brilliant blue, and to the west, golden-hued clouds adorned the landscape. He found himself suspended in midair, devoid of a physical form yet experiencing an overwhelming sense of presence. A virtual interface materialized before him, accurately informing him that he was in a digital realm. Shen He watched anxiously as Tony lay on the couch, suddenly regretting allowing Tony to embark on this trial, fearing what might happen if there was no exit button within. Fortunately, just within the effective period of Kageyama-shun's time reversal ability, Tony exited the virtual realm. What could be the underlying principle? The sensations of sight, touch, and even the perception of gravity. After Tony's departure, he retained an expression of profound astonishment. Although medicine is not his forte, this did not hinder his comprehension of the astonishing technology encapsulated within such a small device. How do you feel? Shen He gently shook Tony's shoulders. Right now, I can only entertain one thought, Tony remarked, his expression a complex tapestry as he gazed at Shen He. You, my friend, are about to surpass me in wealth. Ha ha. Shen He could not contain his laughter. Opportunities to witness such an expression on Tony's face were indeed rare. Chapter 20. The Hope of Sister Sure awakening. What exactly is Chaldea? Tony gazed at the helmet in his hand. Although the initial setup language was Japanese, I can assure you that no organization or scientist in Japan could possibly create such a device. It is not merely a prototype. It is a finished product ready for sale. The same applies to the mech Mirage from last time. Even the energy source appears to be of extraterrestrial origin. Did I not mention that, in most cases, we are merely observers, observing not just one world? Shen He paused before continuing, stating that occasionally, as in this instance, direct intervention is necessary to avert undesirable futures. Look at this object. Both you and I are certain it will transform your world. What I require now is change, and it must be directed towards a positive outcome. I wholeheartedly agree. Tony nodded with deep conviction. Those of us capable of altering the world indeed bear the responsibility to ensure that such changes are for the better rather than the worse. Although he had previously focused on weapon manufacturing, his intention was to utilize those weapons to safeguard peace, including the current Iron Man suit. The decision to shut down Stark Industries' weapons production stemmed from his belief that he could no longer guarantee his creations would contribute positively to the world. Now, let us set that aside. It is time to cut the cake. Shen He sat directly beside Tony. How much equity in my new company do you desire? I believe 10% would suffice. Tony pondered for a moment. While there is a finished product, no one besides me can swiftly unravel the technology. If we consider future potential, the initial investment is negligible. Thus, the 10% stake primarily reflects the value of technical support and operational production. This is a fair figure. Perhaps even slightly unfair, as Tony calculates the maximum future value of the virtual helmet, a feat nearly impossible in venture capital. Apart from the factor of friendship, the enigma of Chaldea also plays a role. Tony, I have another proposition. You must understand that I hold no interest in money. Shen He gestured with both hands, beginning his performance. Before arriving here, I had never even touched currency. Money holds no significance for me. It is merely a resource, one I utilize to save the world. Therefore, let us trade shares. You seek equity in Stark Industries? Indeed. Shen He nodded. I require the influence of Stark Industries, although not immediately. It should be exchanged gradually as the company develops. The virtual helmet may evolve into a colossal entity within the network industry, potentially impacting reality. But this hinges on the world safely navigating successive crises. For Shen He, what he needed was not the influence of the digital industry, but that of the actual industrial sector. More precisely, with such an exchange, he could justifiably harness Tony's power rather than relying solely on friendship. Even the best of friends can encounter problems when one party continuously demands without reciprocation. Stark Industries is the legacy my father left for me. Tony shrugged. Yet all I need is to ensure that the equity and voice remain firmly in my hands. After my uncle's demise, my shares are more than sufficient. So what more is there to discuss? Perhaps we should host a celebration to commemorate our newfound partnership. Indeed, a party is essential. Shen He felt a surge of excitement. Having arrived in this world merely 20 days ago, he was on the path to becoming one of humanity's elite. While one might argue that with a golden opportunity this is merely standard procedure, it nonetheless filled him with exhilaration. Looking ahead, his gaze must extend further, particularly towards the impending arrival of Thor, the Prince of Asgard. As a guardian force far superior to Earth, Asgard ultimately met its end before Earth did. Reflecting on this while watching the film, Shen He felt a twinge of regret. If there were a narrative he wished to alter, the destruction of Asgard would be among them, aligning perfectly with the behavioral traits he envisioned for Chaldea. In essence, it is the act of observing the past while preparing to intervene and save the world in the present. Thus, before the story unfolds, he must fortify himself adequately. Currently, his level had reached 13, and after reaching level 10, Chimu would face the daunting challenge of acquiring a vast quantity of enhancement stones. Making significant progress before the story commenced implausible. Therefore, Shen He resolved to devote his efforts to nurturing Violet. However, reality often proves less than ideal. Why is it that one cannot enhance beyond level 10? Shen He felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Master? Violet looked up at her master. Although she had yet to articulate much, the word master flowed from her lips with remarkable ease. This is not your fault. Shen He sat beside the bed of Chiaki, gently stroking Violet's silky hair. Before him, the system's virtual interface displayed that to continue enhancing, he required 10 claws from a wyvern. Such creatures could only be found beyond the 30th floor of the dungeon, yet he could only venture down to the 20th. Thus, he would have to prioritize enhancing Chiaki for now. He gazed at Chiaki, who lay on the bed. Over the past few days, he had attempted to enhance her. With some success, though it seemed to offer little assistance in awakening her. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was Tony calling. Tony, is there something you need? Hey, you sound rather lackluster. That is not like you. There are days when my mood dips. Shen He replied with a hint of resignation. I've encountered some troubles here that you cannot assist with. All right, let me share some good news to lift your spirits, Tony said without further ado. I believe this virtual helmet may be beneficial in treating that girl, Chiaki. Are you serious? Shen He felt a genuine thrill at the prospect. Certainly. I took the liberty of reviewing her medical examination report. Her condition diverges from the conventional state of a vegetative patient. The electroencephalogram still exhibits high-amplitude waves, indicating that she may merely be in slumber rather than having completely relinquished her cognitive faculties. I shall refrain from elaborating further. I will provide you with 2 laboratory-replicated helmets for your own experimentation. Tony has been almost entirely engrossed in studying this helmet these past few days. He is acutely aware of the significance that Chiaki possesses in Shen He's life, which prompted him to immediately call Shen He upon considering this possibility. After hanging up, Shen He anxiously awaited, while simultaneously contemplating the feasibility of this course of action. According to the original narrative, during her comatose state, Chiaki's consciousness was unable to perceive the external world, instead fixating on the internal void. Consequently, after her encounter with the concept of death within this void, she awakened with the ability known as the Mystic Eyes of Death Perception. Chapter 21. The special edition of Chiaki Ryugi, the Mystic Eyes of Death Perception, is a formidable ability. Those who possess this power can perceive lines of death, resembling cracks, on the surfaces of most objects. Severing these lines inflicts irreparable and undefendable harm upon the object. Chiaki Ryugi's Mystic Eyes of Death Perception are unparalleled, capable of annihilating even the abstract concepts of existence, time, and memory. If such a Shiki Ryugi were to be paired with a reinforced body. Sighing deeply, Shen He exhaled to dispel the tension within. Before him stood Shiki Ryugi, adorned with a helmet, while he summoned Kaido Kunihiko and donned another helmet himself. Let us commence. Gently closing his eyes, he felt his senses of sound and sight stripped away, only to be inundated with a fabricated reality. Before him lay an expansive grassland, where Shen He, clad in simple white attire, immediately spotted a girl in a deep crimson kimono. The anxiety that had previously gripped his heart suddenly faded into tranquility. He approached her slowly, standing before the girl, who gazed back with a palpable confusion, having recently emerged from the abyss of nothingness. Hello, Shiki Ryugi. This was Shen He's first utterance upon encountering his idol. Where is this? Came her flat, even somewhat cold response. Excellent, this is truly you, Shiki. Whether one calls it a virtual realm, a data world, or by any other name. I have employed neural waves to transmit the information of this computer-generated world to your mind. Your physical form remains in slumber. I have merely pulled your consciousness here. Shen He paused, a hint of hesitation in his voice. You should be aware of what has transpired? The summoning? In Shiki Ryugi's mind, indeed, there resided relevant information. During that interminable void, this knowledge was the sole substance to reach her from the outside world. I do not refer to that. Shen He lowered his gaze slightly. I mean, your other persona, you are now alone. Shiki and Makia represent the duality of this body, or rather, the girl known as Shiki Ryugi. One embodies the feminine aspect, affirming her identity as Shiki, while the other represents the masculine aspect, negating, as the subpersona Makia. Following the incident, only Shiki remained. Shiki Ryugi stared blankly at this stranger. She comprehended the essence of his words, yet felt no connection to them. Memories of the past lingered, yet they seemed dissociated from her current self, creating a dissonance between her recollections and the persona she should embody. Observing her former self, she felt as though she were merely a spectator. The name Shiki Ryugi felt as if it belonged to another. There exists a void within your heart now. Shen He comprehended her current emotions. He undoubtedly understood that the past version of her was composed of two distinct personas, Shiki and He, but now only Shiki remained. Consequently, she was unable to fully experience the myriad emotions that should be drawn from her memories. Yet, this was not a predicament. She could fill that void with new memories. He believed that this was also Ji's desire, to ensure that Ji's sacrifice was not in vain. Shen He was uncertain whether the newly awakened Shiki could grasp what he had articulated, but he felt an overwhelming urge to express everything. He recognized Shiki's current state, her struggle to emulate her former self and her attempts to reclaim the past while neglecting her present feelings. She even lacked a firm grasp on the sensation of being alive, which manifested as an unbearable, suffocating anguish. He longed for Shiki to swiftly emerge from this torment. You seem to know me quite well. Shiki observed the surroundings with a sense of perplexity. It's strange, as you are not in my memories. Or perhaps, this is merely an illusion, and you are a figment of my imagination? Consider it all a mere illusion, Shen He replied with a slight smile. Suddenly, he extended his arms, and in that moment, a refreshing breeze swept through, stirring the grass beneath. The entire world transformed. The sounds of the wind gradually melded into melodious birdsong. The dancing grasses morphed into lush trees, and lakes shimmered with golden halos under the sunlight. Elegant wooden pavilions adorned the landscape, while fiery red maple leaves twirled in the gentle breeze. Clad in a kimono, Shiki stood amidst this breathtaking scenery, her long hair flowing like dark silk in the wind. Such a beautiful environment invariably uplifts the spirit, making it an ideal place for rejuvenation. Shen He admired this picturesque maiden. Shiki embodied a kind of androgynous beauty that appeared feminine to men and masculine to women, possessing a strikingly perfect visage. In an ancient setting, her extraordinary aura evoked visions of galloping steeds and dreamlike martial landscapes, a quality that Shen He had always cherished. Well, I shall take my leave for now. There are delicacies and water in the pavilion. Should you require anything else, please press the contact button located at the bottom right of your view, Shen He stated, bowing with the grace of a gentleman. I shall return. As he pressed the exit button, Shen He's form gradually dissipated like starlight. His senses returned to his own body as he removed the helmet, savoring the imagery he had just witnessed. Indeed, it was truly wonderful to draw Shiki into this experience. Have there been any changes? Shen He inquired, glancing at his companion. Kiki. Yes, her heart rate has accelerated by 12%, her fingers twitched slightly 8 times, and there was even a movement in her arm. As if she were on the brink of awakening, Kiki responded. Excellent. Shen He could not help but clench his fist in excitement. According to Tony's hypothesis, as long as they continued to use the virtual helmet on Shiki, stimulating her cognitive activity. She would soon awaken from her slumber completely. After that day, Shen He found his daily tasks had increased by one. Apart from traversing dungeons, preparing coffee pudding for Kagaya Natsuki, and personally instructing Violet in the art of conversation, one also ventures into the virtual realm to engage in dialogue with Chiaki. In his own words, he is bestowing upon her new memories. Indeed, during these days, Chiaki has been quite comfortable. The locale boasts breathtaking scenery, a tranquil environment, devoid of disturbances or any figures from her past, thus liberating her from the need to feign her former self. The individual who claims to be her master visits daily, seemingly possessing an inexhaustible reservoir of conversation, from companionship and the realities of the outside world to delectable desserts, even transforming various scenes to create the illusion of globetrotting. However, having someone to converse with alleviates the tedium. Until this day, when the time for her discharge has arrived, Shen He, atop Mount Tai, offers her a cup of steaming tea. If this were a hospital, patients would surely devise ways to prolong their ailments. Chiaki accepts the warm tea and takes a sip. This is unacceptable. No matter how excellent the hospital, it is meant for patients, and you have already healed. His words, devoid of reproach or command, are delivered with casual ease, evoking memories of another boy from her past. They indeed share similarities, yet she finds his tone displeasing for reasons she cannot articulate. Shen He, I detest your tone, Chiaki replies bluntly, adopting a voice reminiscent of a man. Shen He chuckles nonchalantly, but soon adopts a serious demeanor. Yet I require you. Your ability to perceive death. The hammer of Thor has already manifested in Mexico yesterday, signifying the emergence of the Asgardian narrative at last. Chapter 22. Even gods can be slain indeed. Tosaka Rin nodded, as she had no particular aspirations or desires. Although her spirits had somewhat lifted during this period, her heart remained hollow, resolutely determined not to betray her commitment to Chiaki. Let us depart from this place. Today's weather is splendid and quite suitable for discharge. Shen He was not surprised by Tosaka Rin's response. He clicked the exit button, his form dissipating into starlight, as he removed his helmet and rose from the bed. Tosaka Rin, swaying slightly as she sat up, pulled back the curtains, allowing the gentle morning sunlight to flood the room. Turning around, she noticed that her hands were clutching the helmet tightly, swaying left and right, yet unable to remove it. Shen He approached with a bemused expression, intending to assist her in removing the helmet. However, in the next instant, the helmet shattered into a myriad of pieces. Tosaka Rin's eyes sparkled with an enchanting blue light, yet at their core, they were as profound as a black hole. She gazed around in bewilderment. Every object, even her own hands and body, was intricately adorned with dark lines resembling cracks. Although she had learned about the mystic eyes of death perception from Shen He, the moment she witnessed it firsthand, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within her. The mere thought of descending once more into such darkness was unbearable. Are you all right? Shen He noticed something amiss with Tosaka Rin. He stepped closer, his gaze filled with concern, but suddenly, she grasped his hand tightly. No, you are untouched. In Tosaka Rin's vision, the entire world was monochromatic, save for Shen He, who was vibrant and unblemished by the dark lines. No death lines, Shen He responded, gently clasping Tosaka Rin's small hand, soothing her. Relax, you can suppress this power, and do not fret, servants cannot harm their masters. While Shen He himself would indeed suffer wounds or even death, if there was any reason that prevented Tosaka Rin from perceiving the death lines upon him, it could only be attributed to the prohibition preventing the servant from harming their master. Gradually, after her initial discomfort and fear, Tosaka Rin began to calm down. Accompanied by deep breaths, the oppressive aura of death slowly receded. She surveyed her surroundings, a simple room, with a delicate girl standing by the bedside, her lustrous golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. How do you feel now? Shen He released her hand, waving it gently before her eyes to encourage her to move. It feels Tosaka Rin shifted her arms, and the air suddenly crackled as if breaking. This does not resemble my own body, because I have been reinforcing you all along. Shen He chuckled, standing up and extending his hand. So, once again, welcome to the real world, Rin. Thus, Shen He's companions had now grown to 3. Without any fanfare, the gathering was simply a small celebration to honor the awakening of 2 celestial beings, featuring the presence of Koyomi Araragi and Violet Evergarden. 4 individuals came together, with Shen He taking it upon himself to prepare a sumptuous feast, including Koyomi's favorite coffee pudding and Violet's beloved strawberry cake. Naturally, there was also Shen He's cherished hot pot. Ah, indeed, one of life's greatest pleasures lies in indulging in a delightful meal. Shen He swallowed hard as he gazed at the lamb in the pot, turning to inquire with the ever-serene 2 celestial beings about their culinary preferences, reminding them that today, they were the guests of honor. I do not favor spicy food, replied the celestial being, observing the broth's crimson hue. Had he known, he would have opted for a milder, dual-flavored hot pot, yet he was fortunate to have prepared in advance. Shen He hurried to the kitchen and returned with a steaming pot of chicken soup. Behold, my masterpiece. It was once this very concoction that captured the hearts of several food enthusiasts, he declared proudly, as he added large chunks of potatoes and carrots to the broth. The ingredients melded beautifully with the rich chicken flavor, creating a dish that melted in one's mouth, a thought that made saliva flow. The celestial being watched as Shen He ladled a generous bowl of chicken soup for her, finally recognizing the distinction between him and the boy from her memories. She struggled with those who were so effortlessly familiar. However, after taking a small sip with her spoon, she conceded it was indeed delicious. Weren't you saying there was a matter requiring my strength? She prompted, feeling it inappropriate to simply receive care without offering something in return. Indeed. We shall venture to Mexico tomorrow, just the four of us. Our adversary may be an armored entity known as the Destroyer, or perhaps even a god. Shen He explained while savoring the lamb. However, even if we refrain from intervening, the situation should resolve itself favorably. My ultimate goal is to become a being worthy of interfering in the affairs of Odin, the king of the gods. To prevent the destruction of Asgard is my mission. Asgard, with its advanced technology, formidable warriors, and wondrous magic, stood as a paragon among civilizations in the universe. Yet such a brilliant realm was ultimately consumed by the flames of royal conflict, a lamentable fate. To alter Asgard's destiny, one must address the tangled affairs of Odin's family. With such aspirations, you ought to fortify me, Koyomi's voice echoed in their minds, aware of the formidable foes they would face. You may enhance my abilities first. Suddenly, the celestial being set down her spoon, her voice cold and resolute. Even if they are gods, I shall slay them for you to witness. My lord. Violet tugged at Shen He's sleeve, her eyes conveying a clear message. Behold, the legendary competition for a master's favor had commenced. Shen He, beaming with joy, waved his hands grandly. I shall nurture each of you well, but for now, let us dine. Puente Antiguo, New Mexico. The narrative of Marvel's film Thor revolves around the reckless actions of the thunder god Thor, which ignite an ancient war. Stripped of his powers by Odin and exiled to Earth, Thor ultimately learns the essence of being a true hero. This is precisely why Shen He chose not to arrive too early. He had no desire to encounter the Thor who was merely a brash warrior. When the quartet reached the quaint western town, it was already the third day of Thor's exile. Tormented by the knowledge from his brother Loki that he had inadvertently caused their father's demise, Thor found himself engulfed in anguish and guilt. Resigned to his fate as a mortal, prepared to live out a fleeting life. Thus, he began to relish the joys of romance with his new girlfriend. Is he truly in exile? Shen He couldn't help but scoff. For not far from him, outside a camper, the golden-haired, muscular Thor was engrossed in a tender barbecue with his new love, their affectionate glances and beaming smiles radiating an unmistakable aura of blissful intimacy. Chapter 23. Further evidence of Chaldea. Within him lingered a profound sorrow. After a brief pause, Chimu continued, perhaps due to his extensive lifespan. He confronted grief with a resilience surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Very well, let us proceed directly. Shen He grasped Violet's delicate hand and strode purposefully toward their destination, ready to initiate their ruse. Hey, Thor, look. Jane nudged her new boyfriend's arm. What a lovely family. They are approaching. You should inquire whether they desire any refreshments. Be polite, for I would not wish to have my boyfriend labeled as racially biased. Understood. Thor advanced with purpose, glancing at Shen He and then at Violet, who was held by Shen He's hand. Buddy, how is it that both you and your wife have black hair, yet you have a blonde daughter? Was she adopted? Of course, Shen He had just uttered a single word when he fell silent, taken aback by the question. How was he to respond? Perhaps he should first deny the couple's relationship. The fury in the eyes of the two ceremonies gradually simmered, casting a sidelong glare at him. Ahem. Shen He cleared his throat, introducing himself. I am Shen He, a master from the Human Order Institution, Chaldea. We have observed a war that should not have transpired in the annals of time, and the prophecies of the seer indicate your involvement. Thus, Thor Odinson, Prince of Asgard. Might I kindly request you to elucidate why the truce signing Asgard and the Frost Giants have rekindled hostilities? Thor's expression shifted abruptly. Jane, noticing the disquiet, attempted to approach, only to be halted by Thor's raised hand. Jane, return to the vehicle. No, Jane insisted, sprinting to position herself before Thor. Are you agents of aHydra? Thor has already been released by your superior. God of Thunder Thor, we harbor no ill intentions. Shen He locked eyes with him. You are undoubtedly aware that when war erupted between Asgard and the Frost Giants, this realm was the first to suffer. As guardians of this planet, we are entitled to comprehend the particulars of the affair. The war between Asgard and the Frost Giants thousands of years ago had indeed been waged upon the battleground of Earth. Hence, Shen He, in his capacity as Earth's protector, rightfully demanded answers. Thor's countenance fluctuated before ultimately succumbing to despondency. This is all my fault, and I have borne the consequences. My father stripped me of my divine powers, condemning me to eternal exile, unable even to bid him farewell. So, the All-Father Odin is dead? Shen He's expression transformed multiple times within a mere second. His performance astonishing. Finally, he inhaled deeply, his voice tinged with palpable ire as he questioned Thor. Are you aware of what it signifies if the All-Father Odin perishes before the next king matures? That heralds Ragnarok, the downfall of Asgard. Earth shall thereafter be scrutinized by countless legions from the cosmos, and the 9 realms will plunge into unending warfare. Countless innocent lives shall be sacrificed. Civilization will cease to exist. Thor, choked by the gravity of Shen He's words, turned crimson but could only murmur, Loki, my brother, he will manage everything. Cunning may serve its purpose temporarily, yet it is but a fleeting advantage. Shen He took a slow, deep breath, seemingly seeking to calm the emotional turbulence wrought by the shocking news. Loki can never ascend to the throne of Asgard, for he has not inherited Odin's power. You must shoulder the responsibility, Thor. Shen He refrained from referring to him as the god of thunder. At this moment, he was indeed unworthy of such a title. My friend, if it were within my means, I would gladly offer everything to rectify my missteps. Thor placed his hand upon Shen He's shoulder, his gaze earnest yet tinged with helplessness. But as you can see, I am merely a mortal now, powerless to effect change. No, Shen He shook his head. You fail to grasp the truth. Odin cannot strip you of your power, nor can he accomplish such a feat at most. He can seal it away. You must come with us, and I shall assist you in finding a way to break the seal. Wait. He cannot accompany you. Jane suddenly cried out, pushing against Shen He with the fervor of a frenzied cat. Kusua raised a hand, using telekinesis to bind Jane, lifting her gently and placing her aside. He was saving her life, for Violet's hand had already grasped the dagger. Oh my! This maneuver rendered the professor and the intern, who stood a few paces back, speechless. Even Jane was momentarily taken aback. She had just assumed that some force had taken an interest in her capable yet Na'vi new boyfriend, intending to deceive him with tales of mythology. Calm down, Shen He urged, pressing his palm down gently. We shall not coerce you, for a coerced individual cannot become a king. Jane, Thor embraced his new girlfriend. If there exists any means by which I might atone for my failings, I must pursue it. So, what you have said is true. Jane covered her lips, striving to suppress her tears. I wish to accompany you. It will be perilous. That is of no concern. Shen He and Thor simultaneously expressed differing sentiments. Lovers can illuminate the significance of protection, and Thor, we are not embarking on any perilous endeavor. Shen He seemed poised to elaborate further, but at that moment, a convoy of black cars suddenly approached. Coulson emerged from the first vehicle, extending his hand as he strode towards Shen He. Mr. Shun, what brings you to Mexico so unexpectedly? For the same reason as you. Work? Shen He replied, shaking Coulson's hand, glancing at Thor. It appears you have already made each other's acquaintance. Shall I reintroduce myself? If you refer to Dr. Stark, I believe we have had quite a cordial interaction, Coulson remarked, glancing at the stoic figure of Tugu beside Shen He. And congratulations to Miss Tugu on her recovery. Tugu nodded impassively, acknowledging the sentiment. I am not called Stark. Thor, seemingly oblivious to the professor's warning glance, boomed. I am Thor, the exiled prince of Asgard, the god of thunder. Coulson was momentarily taken aback. Although he had suspected that Dr. Donnie's identity was Faade, he had not considered the possibility of a divine being as described in legends. This compelled him to glance toward Shen He. What he spoke was indeed the truth. He was, without a doubt, Thor, the god of thunder. Shen He nodded affirmatively, stating that aHydra possessed the right to be informed of this matter. Since they were already present, it would be prudent to find a suitable location to clarify the issues at hand. I believe our location is quite secure. Coulson had begun to grasp that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Thus, a gathering was formed, including Jane, her professor, and the interns, who all proceeded to the makeshift base established by aHydra, near the Hammer of Thor. The situation unfolded in a manner akin to this. The onset of this war crisis was rather abrupt. Upon receiving the observational results from my colleague, I hastened here. However, Shen He furrowed his brow as he looked at Thor, for he had not mentioned the death of Odin. The gravity of this matter, in theory, far surpassed the conflict between Asgard and the Frost Giants. Chapter 24. The Thor Baby Training Program. Thor was unable to respond to Shen He's inquiry. His mind was consumed by a singular concern. You mentioned a way for me to reclaim my divine power. Shen He gazed intently at the strikingly handsome, muscular man before him, a gaze that made Thor feel somewhat uneasy. Indeed, There exists a method. I could assist you in breaking Odin's seal with relative ease. Yet I cannot proceed in that manner. Why not? Thor rose, his expression charged with fervor. I must prevent this war. It is my fault. Please, assist me. Is that so? Then tell me, if you were to regain your powers, how would you thwart it? Shen He inquired, his tone remarkably calm. Thor hesitated, barely uttering a word before faltering. How could he lead Asgard to victory in war? I see no trace of royal potential within you. You are arrogant, reckless, and perilous. You are utterly unprepared to ascend as the king of the gods, and you remain oblivious to the crises that await you following Odin's demise. Thor, I cannot permit you to become king in your current state, for you would only exacerbate the situation. As Shen He spoke, his voice remained monotonous, devoid of reproaches. Merely stating a truth. What am I to do then? Thor slowly sank back into his chair, a sensation of regret and helplessness washing over him. It was only upon learning of his father's death that he realized he was ill-equipped to bear such burdens. He had previously been like a child, complacent under his father's protection. Thor. Jane gently caressed her lover's chest, her heart aching as she observed the nearly 2-meter-tall man with reddened eyes. Mr. Shun, Coulson interjected, unable to contain himself. If this war erupts on Earth, are we capable of protecting ourselves? Yes, Shen He affirmed with certainty. Earth is no longer the planet it was thousands of years ago, not to mention that Asgard would be the primary force on the battlefield. However, that bears little significance. How many lives were lost during World War II? This conflict will claim even more, and even if we emerge victorious, countless enemies will continue to arrive, and billions of innocent lives will be senselessly sacrificed. My God, even Coulson could only murmur, the gravity of it all weighing heavily upon him. All due to a reckless prince. He had come to realize his error. Jane could not help but turn and shout. You should convey that to those innocent lives that are about to be sacrificed. Shen He approached Thor. The situation has not yet reached its nadir. Thor, I ask but one question. Are you willing to sacrifice everything, even your life, for your transgressions and for the billions of souls on this planet? If my life could save everything, then take it. Thor exclaimed, his head snapping up. I hope you are not merely speaking in jest. Shen He finally articulated the primary objective of his visit today. I shall not directly assist you in breaking Odin's seal, but I will help you prepare for your ascension as king. You must rely on yourself to earn Odin's recognition and shatter the seal. For this, I need you to heed my counsel. Thor, who transitioned from a mischievous scamp to a hero who nearly averted catastrophe, had endured heartbreak, the loss of his mother, his father's demise, the destruction of his homeland, his brother's death, and the passing of friends, until he found himself utterly alone. However, Shen He intended to expedite this process, compressing the duration of Thor's growth. There has never been a more opportune moment to cultivate the ordinary Thor into the formidable god of thunder. Thor's spirit soared. I promise you, whatever it takes, I shall do it. Excellent. SHIELD will also lend a hand. Our time is of the essence. Shen He clapped his hands and promptly extracted his phone, dialing Tony. Hey, Tony, I recall you've been investigating Middle Eastern terrorists. I need your assistance with something. Shen He placed significant importance on this initiative, dubbed the Thor Baby Training Program, and had undertaken considerable preparations for it. He was unaware of how long Thor had been entangled with his new girlfriend before the arrival of the destroyer, but one thing was certain. Time was of the essence. Thus, they arrived at the world's most chaotic region by midday. Terrorists, extremists, gangs, government rebels, this was a realm devoid of law. My friend Tony has been dedicated to combating these ruthless terrorists, enduring multiple attacks in the process. Shen He attempted to dislodge the sand from his hair and regarded Tony, who was clad in military attire. I requested a job for you, a task on your behalf. Thor, I ask you once more, do you possess battlefield experience? Of course, Thor exclaimed, eager for the challenge. I am the mightiest warrior of Asgard. It would be even better if I could wield a hammer as my weapon. Remember my words. Your purpose is to protect these civilians. Use your intellect. Let me see if you possess the wisdom to become a king. With those final words, Shen He waved goodbye and entered a camouflage truck. So, good luck, farewell. The truck drove away without looking back. Inside were Violet, Chiaki, and Coulson. Mr. Shun, must we truly proceed in this manner? Coulson asked, still apprehensive. We are up against a fully armed group of terrorists, equipped with heavy weaponry. Thor cannot possibly prevail. If anything were to happen to him due to their actions, Earth might face a joint assault from the frost giants in Asgard. Relax, with Kiki around. Everything will be fine. Shen He shrugged. Plus, with the special forces you've deployed, there is no cause for concern. In the past, Thor had become accustomed to an invincible presence on the battlefield, relishing and pursuing the taste of victory, completely forgetting that the true purpose of war was to safeguard the people. contrary to the original narrative where he willingly sacrificed himself to protect his girlfriend. Shen He was far more intrigued to witness how Thor would respond when faced with unfamiliar civilians he could not protect. Moreover, he lost the hammer that once bestowed him with confidence. Clutching the hammer, Thor was merely the god of the hammer. It was only upon its loss that he might come to realize that the essence of the thunder goddess might does not stem from the hammer itself. I shall personally venture to the front lines. Coulson did not find it as effortless as Shen He. Ultimately, he resolved to return and keep watch. Thus, only Shen He and the two young women remained in the truck. He exhaled deeply, massaging his face to allow himself some relaxation. You are remarkable. The elegantly shaped lips suddenly parted softly. What do you mean? In every sense, particularly in the art of deception. The brows of the young woman furrowed. You have your intentions, yet I detest deceit. Shen He offered a resigned smile. They're unlike you. I shall not deceive you because whatever I wish to express or accomplish can be directly conveyed to you. However, with them, if I do not act thus, I am powerless to instigate any change. I cannot simply stand by in the face of impending disaster. You always have an inexhaustible supply of reasoning. The young woman turned her face away in impatience but soon returned her gaze. Shen He, I do not wish to be deceived. Chapter 25. Thor in battle unwilling to be deceived. A blunt and unrefined warning, reminiscent of the two instruments style. Shen He merely nodded, choosing silence. Trust is not easily forged. Actions speak louder than words. Though that may be the case, I shall investigate. For having intervened, I bear some responsibility. You stay here. Shen He halted the truck and, accompanied by Violet, disembarked. The two instruments' gaze lingered on his departing figure. He was incensed. Her brows furrowed once more. Aware that her words and actions had provoked this ire, yet she felt compelled to clarify her stance. Shen He was indeed somewhat despondent. He merely sought to rescue Asgard. Yet he had inadvertently left a misleading impression with the two instrument. It could be deemed mere deception at best. He removed his coat and draped it over Violet's shoulders. Then braved the wind and sand to ascend a height. Through the telescope, he could discern Thor lurking in a corner of the dilapidated village, patiently awaiting the approach of the terrorists. This is a world belonging to superheroes. In the past, while watching films, one was captivated by the dazzling special effects, the seemingly invincible battles, and the glory of saving the world. However, the reality of heroism is far from glamorous. The term embodies protection. It signifies the unwavering resolve to stand up in the face of despair and peril, safeguarding the weak and innocent, and instilling hope and courage. That is the essence of a hero. Presently, Thor may not be able to embody this ideal. Thor concealed himself behind a civilian dwelling, gripping his firearm. Think. What a think. In previous battles, he had always led the charge, plunging into enemy territory with relentless ferocity, triumphing over even the mightiest adversaries. Thus, his plan was to wait for the scoundrels to arrive, dispatching them one by one with his weapon, allowing Shen He to witness his prowess in combat, perhaps compelling him to assist in reclaiming his divine powers. Crash! The sound of a porcelain bowl shattering. Thor turned to see a small girl clad in tattered grayish-white garments, her face a mask of terror as she covered her mouth while staring at him. Shoo! Thor quickly pressed a finger to his lips, offering a warm smile. The girl nodded, cautiously retreating until she turned the corner. Before Thor could exhale in relief, the girl's shriek echoed from afar. That little brat. Thor stood, intending to relocate. But a throng of individuals wielding rudimentary weapons rushed towards him. Upon seeing his attire and firearm, they erupted in furious shouts, some even attempting to advance. I am here to help you. Hey, do not misunderstand. Thor waved his hands in a flurry, yet he could not comprehend their words, nor could they understand his. One individual brandishing a long gun, in a fit of excitement, opened fire, striking the ground at Thor's feet. How dare you attack the god of thunder? Thor charged forward, delivering a powerful punch that felled the shooter, then surged into the fray. Before the terrorists arrived, he astonishingly engaged in combat with the civilians first. What should one do in such a situation? The voice of Chimu Nanxiang echoed in Shen He's mind. Shen He, at a loss for words, reluctantly lowered the binoculars, unable to endure the awkward scene any longer. Boom. Fortunately, a fireball erupted in the village, sending a plume of dust into the air. A convoy of trucks stormed into the village, gunfire erupted, and in an instant, everyone fled in terror. They possessed only rudimentary weapons, rendering any counterattack futile. They have finally arrived. Thor adjusted his shoulder, which had just been struck by an unseen force, and raised his rifle, expertly hitting several enemies with precise shots. Even as a novice with firearms, his combat instincts as the god of thunder allowed him to navigate the chaos with ease. This retaliation drew the attention of both the terrorists and the civilians, causing more and more civilians to flee towards him. Yes, just like that. The battle invigorated Thor. and he reveled in the thrill of vanquishing his foes. He wielded his weapon, darting through the cramped village while launching a fervent counteroffensive. Reminiscent of the invincible god of thunder he once was, enemies fell one after another before him, providing an outlet for the pent-up emotions he had suppressed for days. And his excitement grew as the sounds of gunfire and explosions ignited his fervor. He had already died 3 times. Chimu Nanxiong stood atop a nearby roof, his voice relaying to Shen He. Thor had become entirely immersed in the fray, neglecting his duty to protect the people. Had it not been for Chimu Nanxiong, not only would he have perished, but several civilians would have lost their lives as well. Shen He remained silent, observing through the binoculars with clarity, noting the increasing number of terrorists surging towards them, including a tank. Boom. The tank's cannon fire soared past Thor, striking a civilian house behind him. The deafening sound finally snapped Thor back to reality. No, he murmured, turning to realize he had unwittingly penetrated deep into enemy territory. Meanwhile, civilians continued to scatter in panic, relentlessly fired upon by terrorists wielding machine guns. He caught sight of the girl who had just spotted him, crying as she ran towards her fallen parents, while a nearby terrorist grinned wickedly, aiming a rocket launcher at them. Instinctively, Thor hurled his weapon, striking the assailant in the head. However, just as he thought the little girl had been saved, the tank erupted again, and with a resounding boom, the girl and her parents were consumed by a ferocious fireball. No, Thor roared, charging towards them. He had never experienced such a feeling. He had always been surrounded by comrades. This was the first time he had defeated enemies without a shred of joy. If only he possessed divine power. If only he possessed divine power. A flicker of lightning flashed in Thor's eyes. Then, propelled by the explosion that erupted beside him, he soared into the air, ringing in his ears, dizziness, pain, and regret. End it all, Chimu. Shen He slowly rose to his feet. In the fleeting moment after he finished speaking, Kusanagi Natsuo appeared beside Thor, extending his palm. All firearms soared into the air, converging above him and being compressed into a metallic sphere, while the tank's cannon underwent a complete 180-degree twist. In less than 2 seconds, the cacophony of gunfire ceased, akin to the sound of firecrackers. The special forces, already poised outside the village, surged in and neutralized the bewildered terrorists. As Thor slowly opened his eyes, recovering from the ringing in his ears and the dizziness, he beheld Shen He approaching him, along with his girlfriend who rushed to his side. "I am so sorry," was Thor's initial utterance. "You need not apologize. No one was harmed. Kusanagi saved everyone, including that little girl and her parents." Shen He seated himself directly on the ground beside Thor. "Now, I believe you should comprehend why I stated that you lack the capacity to become a king." "I am merely filled with remorse," Thor replied, gripping his girlfriend's hand tightly, lamenting his failure to kneel beside his father, beseeching forgiveness for his ignorance and recklessness. Chapter 26. The Growth of Thor. "I believe you can become a king like Odin, safeguarding Asgard. That would be the finest apology to him." Shen He placed a reassuring hand on Thor's shoulder. "Rise now. There is no time for regret. You have much to accomplish." "Thank you, Shen He." Thor rose from the ground, taking Jane's hand and stepping forward to catch up. His gratitude was sincere at that moment. Apart from his newly acquainted girlfriend, he felt he had nothing left, teetering on the brink of losing confidence in himself. "You need not express your thanks." Shen He sighed inwardly. "I have never doubted your future. I merely hope for the arrival of the mighty Thor sooner. By the way, why not consider a shorter hairstyle? It would give you a more invigorating appearance." "No one shall touch my hair." The group gradually moved away, leaving the aftermath to aHydra. In this realm, such massacres occurred daily, often devoid of profit motives, merely expressions of unchecked brutality. Yet, miracles of thwarted violence occasionally transpired, as exemplified by a billionaire known for his hit-and-run tactics, which rendered Coulson adept at handling such situations. "Director, come take a look at this." A special forces operative suddenly summoned Coulson. Before him lay the lifeless body of a terrorist, presumably a leader, adorned with a tattoo on his arm. It depicted 10 interwoven rings forming a circle, at the center of which were 2 crossed long blades. That night, a group chose not to return home but to remain at the aHydra military base. "Thor, have you ever contemplated the true power of your father, Odin?" Shen He sat before Thor, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Coulson would seize every opportunity to glean further information. "I do not know," Thor pondered for a moment, ultimately shaking his head. "Father is immensely powerful. He has always been so, even as I have become one of Asgard's mightiest warriors. I remain unable to contend against him. In his past, this had seemed self-evident. Yet now, in the wake of believing his father to be deceased, Thor found himself compelled to reflect on the vast chasm between himself and Odin. That is precisely the issue. You lack not only the disposition of a king but also the strength. However, according to our sources. Shen He abruptly halted, casting a glance at the nearby Chiaki. It is our understanding that your true power is undoubtedly on par with your father Odin. This strength flows through the lineage of your family. Powerful lineage. Thor gazed at his hands, this being the first time he had encountered such a notion. However, he now held great faith in Shen He, including the assertions regarding Chaldea, believing they possessed knowledge of secrets even Asgard remained oblivious to. You are the god of thunder. Shen He gazed intently at him, stating that the hammer was merely a tool to help one adapt to their own strength. However, it was abundantly clear that he had taken on the persona of the god of hammers. Therefore, in the time to come, he should forget about the hammer and strive to comprehend his own power, akin to the battles of today that would persist. I will endeavor, Thor clenched his fists, having shed the arrogance that once blinded him to advice. I believe that the wisdom of Chinese philosophy holds much for you to learn. Moreover, you must contemplate how to protect the people and instill in them a belief in your ability to safeguard them. Shen He gradually articulated the counsel he wished to impart to Thor. Regardless of whether it was deceit, his intent to assist Thor was sincere. While Thor was focused on his growth, his friends in Asgard were preparing to rescue him. Odin had succumbed to slumber, and Loki ascended to the throne. Although cunning, he lacked the endearing qualities of the simple-minded Thor. After much hesitation, Sif and the others sought out Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost. Heimdall, we must find Thor. He is in good hands now, but your intended actions involve defying the king's decree and forsaking your oath as a warrior. Heimdall remained unmoved. His eyes could perceive every corner of the Nine Realms, including Thor's current state, and he was confident that Thor was improving. Yet, we are unaware of Loki's schemes. Sif stepped forward, her fear of Thor's return palpable. The king lay in slumber, and only Thor could haul them. Heimdall recalled Loki's journey to the realm of the frost giants and obscured his gaze. I cannot assist you in opening the Bifrost, he declared, turning to leave. Yet the sword that could open the Bifrost remained behind. Hey, don't run that way, come back. Thor dashed forward, scooping up two children and retreating just as a shell landed where they had been moments before. They found themselves in a rugged landscape, recently besieged and attacked by an unknown force, accompanied by a group of seemingly migrating civilians amidst the chaos of flames, gunfire, and the terrified cries of the populace. Thor, take them to safety. Shen He shouted through the comms, carefully observing the enemy's movements from a concealed pit. Unfortunately, his Mirage was currently with Tony for upgrades. Master. The nearby Violet clutched Shen He's sleeve, her meaning clear. Now is not the time. Shen He did not look back. This group of assailants appeared from nowhere, including 4 armed helicopters that held aerial superiority. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Special forces were unprepared and lacked anti-air capabilities. They were overwhelmed by fierce firepower, struggling to find cover. Chimu, can you neutralize the helicopters? No, the distance is too great, and the moment I leave, casualties will ensue. Chimu had been diligently tasked with defense. His telekinesis, however, was not particularly agile, and its potency diminished with distance. Are you still alive, Hawkeye? Cover me, he inquired. Hawkeye, the elite agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., was indeed present. Of course, I've merely become their target, came his voice through the communication channel. He, along with a multitude of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, had turned into prime targets of assault, with scant defensive cover available, forcing them into a relentless evasion without a moment's respite to counterattack. You can charge now. I sincerely hope you're jesting. Despite his words, Hawkeye took a deep breath, readied his explosive arrows, and dashed forth. In an instant, all firepower was directed at him. However, whether bullets, rockets, or artillery, every assault seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, gliding off to either side. Chapter 27. The Arrival of the Destroyer. This is truly remarkable. Hawkeye felt as if he moved with the wind, impervious to any attack that could harm him. You cannot advance any further. The voice of Kageyama-shun suddenly echoed in Hawkeye's mind. No worries, this place is sufficient. Hawkeye raised his wrist, drew back, aimed, and unleashed a rapid succession of 4 shots. The simultaneous thunderous roars erupted, transforming the armed helicopters in the sky into fiery orbs. The power of the high explosive arrows was no jest. In an instant, the pressure on everyone diminished significantly. Now is the time, Violet. Shen He commanded decisively. As Violet dashed forward with her weapon in hand, her swift and agile form reminiscent of an elegant leopard. With the defensive pressure alleviated, Kageyama was also able to assist. After all, ordinary military forces in the Marvel Universe were merely fodder. Are you not planning to intervene? Arcuate had somehow arrived beside Shen He. In this scenario, it is more likely that we would hinder each other. Shen He shook his head in resignation. The battlefield was Violet's domain, and without the Mirage, Shen He, alongside Arcuate, who excelled in close combat, could not ensure they would not be struck by stray bullets, and they would still require Kageyama's attention to protect them. Is there anything I can do? You seem rather impatient, Shen He remarked as he turned to face Arcuate. Since their last encounter, their conversations had grown more direct, as exemplified by their current exchange. You mentioned a need for my abilities. Arcuate expressed some dissatisfaction, yet thus far, it had only led to her running about. Your power should be utilized on matters we cannot destroy. Shen He turned back to observe Violet's combat, adding, and you still lack control over your abilities. So do not act recklessly, Arcuate. The one acting recklessly should be you. Truly, letting such a young girl enter the battlefield. Arcuate followed his gaze to the girl wreaking havoc not far away. Such a scene was indeed hard to appreciate. Shen He had no response to that. Although he did not regard Violet as a weapon, he did not view her as a typical girl to be shielded either. At that moment, a beam of light descended from the heavens, landing not far away. It was the radiance of the Bifrost. Has it finally arrived? Arcuate, prepare for battle. Shen He stepped out from behind cover. This extraordinary and magnificent sight shattered the enemy's final psychological barrier. They were already in disarray. And Violet was called to a halt by Shen He. Whether it was due to effective training or not, this time, Violet was careful not to let blood splatter on herself and remained uninjured. Not far away, Thor had rushed over the moment the beam appeared. My friend. Haha. He discarded his weapon and bulletproof vest, approaching and embracing the four figures emerging from the light. Oh, Thor, you have never looked as shabby as you do now. The bearded man, as large as a barrel, patted Thor's shoulder firmly. But it is all over now. We have come to take you back. No. Thor's smile was tinged with bitterness as he shook his head. My friends, while I am delighted to see you, I cannot return. My father died because of me. Until I fulfill his wishes, I must remain in exile. Your father is not dead. Shen He approached from a distance. What did you say? Thor's smile gradually faded. I have refrained from telling you this because I believed it would be beneficial for you. Shen He regarded the four before him. You can ask them if you do not believe me. Though they bore some differences from the actors in the films, their likeness was fundamentally the same. Sif and the trio of warriors had been Thor's companions since childhood. It is true, Sif gazed at Thor. Your father is merely in a deep slumber. He still lives. Loki has seized the throne. He wishes to prevent your return. We are unaware of his plans. So, it is all Loki's scheme? He deceived me? Thor seemed incredulous. Why would he do such a thing? You should comprehend it by now, Shen He replied calmly, having recounted numerous tales of ancient Chinese emperors to Thor in recent days. Indeed, even Thor's sister, the goddess of death, Hela, aspired to claim that very throne. However, Loki yearned more for Odin's approval. I will return, Thor clenched his fists. If he wishes to be king, I shall compete with him. But first, I must ask why he harbors such hatred towards me. That may not be so simple. Shen He looked to the sky, where a new vortex was slowly forming. At last, it has arrived. Odin's armor, the destroyer. This shall serve as a fine battleground. Valkyrie, that is an order. Retreat to safety. Shen He gently patted the little girl's head. Valkyrie hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately chose to obey. In an instant, Kiki appeared beside Shen He, prior to their arrival. Shen He had briefed them about this potential enemy. Thor, its target is you. Step back, Shen He instructed. He had no intention of allowing Thor to meet the same fate as in the original tale, where he was killed outright and subsequently regained his powers. Such a method of restoration was far too rudimentary. Having been sealed once, he could not afford to remain stagnant. All right, I will no longer be a burden to you. Thor nodded, his friends gazing at him in astonishment. The former god of thunder would have never uttered such words. As the brilliance of Rainbow City faded, a towering figure, nearly 3 meters tall and emanating a crimson glow, appeared before them. Unlike its cinematic counterpart, the surface of this steel behemoth was adorned with luminous, flowing runes, exuding an overwhelming aura simply by its presence. Hey, friends, we are about to fight together, yet I do not know your names. The bearded man gripped his axe and approached Shen He. I shall tell you after the battle. Sure, can you wield a knife? In Shen He's grasp appeared a longsword, known as Murakumo, replica. Originating from the realm of Akame Kill, it is praised for its lethal capability, even as a mere imitation. This weapon was acquired during one of Shen He's modest lotteries, marking it as one of his more exquisite cold weaponry, the only dagger having been previously gifted to Violet. In contrast, he brandished an ostentatiously designed spear, a magical weapon derived from the enigmatic Kaika of the Coffin Princess. While its use necessitates the expenditure of magical energy, Shen He possesses an ample reserve to wield it. The moment has come to ascertain the true prowess of this marvelesque, must-defeat boss. Kaibu, see if you can restrain its movements. Shen He paid no heed to the Asgard quartet on the opposite side, as all his focus was singularly fixated on the formidable destroyer before him. Chapter 28, the battle against the destroyer. Although the destroyer appears weak in the film, one must remember that cinema is often constrained by the limitations of special effects and the bounds of imagination. It would be foolish to regard it as an authoritative text. With a raised palm, Chiaki Nanban enveloped the destroyer in his telekinetic force, attempting to twist its massive form. However, accompanied by the jarring sound of metal. The colossal figure of the destroyer seemed unperturbed, creaking as it initiated a sprint, shattering the ground beneath it with astonishing agility and ferocity. This is quite troublesome. Shen He withdrew his firearm, realizing his lack of close combat skills left him with no choice but to engage from a distance. Meanwhile, Tosaka Rin swung the newly acquired longsword, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Her lithe form leaping forward as the world around her was engulfed in a deep brown haze of impending doom. Chiaki, ensure her safety, Shen He commanded. Seeking higher ground, to aim his magical rifle at the destroyer. He understood that while Chiaki Nanban possessed formidable powers, his overwhelming strength had left him lacking in combat experience, rendering him somewhat oblivious to the nuances of exerting force and the agile application of his abilities. This shortcoming would soon become evident in the absence of brute suppression. I understand. Chiaki's voice resonated within Shen He's mind as he emerged from his hiding place. After a certain distance, Tosaka Rin thrust a card into the air, the very card Shen He had drawn during his first encounter, labeled Gale. Suddenly, a tempest arose, swirling dust and debris to envelop the destroyer, attempting to obscure its vision. In a swift motion, Tosaka Rin pivoted to the side, planning to launch a rear assault. Boom! A blinding beam of terrifying light shot forth from the tempest, inflicting pain upon mere observation. Chiaki quickly utilized his telekinesis to pull Tosaka Rin aside, as the lethal heat seared the ground, leaving a molten scar in its wake. The tempest seemed to dissipate, revealing the destroyer's hands pulsating with surging energy. The previous attack had originated from its very grasp. The destroyer did not rely on its eyes to aim. Thur shouted from a distance. Though lacking combat prowess, he was unwilling to flee, determined to witness the struggle of his comrades. Such overwhelming strength. Shen He inhaled sharply, channeling his magical energy, and with a snap of his fingers, an intricate magical circle materialized around the destroyer, contracting and slicing deep into its metallic form. Yet, true to the characteristics of the destroyer as depicted in the original narrative, the freshly inflicted wounds began to mend within mere breaths. Conventional methods were utterly ineffective against it. Chiaki, transport me to its rear right flank. Tosaka Rin's gaze remained fixed on the largest thread of death at the back of the destroyer. Surprisingly, the threads upon its body were fewer and narrower than anticipated. But they were not absent. Chiaki Nanban dashed forward, placing his palm upon Tosaka Rin's shoulder, and in an instant, they both materialized behind the colossal figure of the destroyer. In the fleeting moment of its emergence, a colossal steel fist, propelled by a ferocious velocity and force unattainable by humanity, struck towards the two individuals at an impossible angle. Clang! The resounding clash of metal reverberated as Chiaki was sent hurtling backwards, crashing violently to the ground. It was a miscalculation. This thought flashed through Chiaki's mind. Simultaneously, her long blade struck against the destroyer's form, yet due to the recent shift in angle, it merely grazed past, igniting a cascade of sparks without breaching the fatal threshold. However, the destroyer's palm, now directed towards her, shimmered ominously with a beam of terrifying energy. No! Shen He sprang up abruptly, his eyes wide with panic, his heart racing to its limits in that fleeting instant. Boom! The devastating ray struck the ground. In that critical moment, Chiaki, utilizing telekinesis, pulled Chiaki away, gasping for breath. Shen He's heart raced uncontrollably, his eyes filled with dread. No more fighting. Retreat. Veins bulged on his fists, should Chiaki come to harm before his eyes. He would live with regret for eternity. Moreover, he had always abhorred the notion of playing the hero. If one could fight, they would. If not, they would flee. Chiaki, rolling to her feet from the ground, bore an unmistakable dissatisfaction on her face. Are you not intent on completing Chaldea's mission? Chaldea is merely a fabrication. Yet the final words remained lodged in Shen He's throat, unuttered. Chiaki, fully aware that Chaldea was a mere ruse, a deception to manipulate others, smirked suddenly, her expression suggesting, since this is the case, I shall not relent. This fellow. Shen He stared blankly at that familiar smile, suddenly reminded of the exhilaration he felt while watching Chiaki battle in the anime, thrilling and stunning, as if accompanied by a soundtrack of its own. Damn it! He once again raised his magic gun with fervor. Although he could seize the opportunity to command forcefully, he was even more reluctant to earn Chiaki's contempt. Meanwhile, the other four finally surged forth to confront the destroyer. As renowned warriors of Asgard, their demonstrated prowess exceeded the rudimentary depictions in films, their movements swift and direct. Yet, the destroyer was evidently stronger. indomitable in form, unleashing terrifying ray attacks with immense force. Even though Shen He had switched the magic bullets to supportive impact and binding rounds, within mere minutes of combat, only Chiaki and Kiki remained standing beside the destroyer. Enough, enough, Thor suddenly shouted as he dashed towards his fallen friend, whose fate hung in the balance. Shen He disregarded him, his entire focus fixated on the battle before him, skillfully maneuvering the impact rounds to disrupt the destroyer's onslaught, a significant challenge for him. Boom. Once more, the destroyer's fist collided with Kiki's, sending clouds of dust swirling. Yet this time, Kiki did not falter. How frustrating. Kusawaseki gripped the destroyer's fist tightly, veins protruding on his typically expressionless face. I have been overly cautious for far too long. I am almost forgetting how to unleash my full strength. With a swift motion, the blade of Shiki Tano sliced through the air. In an instant, the destroyer's arm recoiled like a taut spring, dismembered. Loki, seated upon his throne in Asgard, suddenly leapt to his feet. This is impossible. Let us see how you handle this strike. Kusawaseki enveloped his fist with psychokinetic energy and struck down forcefully. The resounding impact echoed as the earth crumbled, cracks radiating outward from the destroyer's position, and a deep indentation formed in his chest. The depression began to heal rapidly, yet it would not have the chance to complete its restoration. A sound akin to a blade piercing flesh resonated. Shiki Tano stood atop the destroyer, her long sword accurately plunging into the most lethal point of his being. Chapter 29. The Virtual World Company. The battle has concluded. From the moment Liang Yishu's long blade sliced through the line of death, nothing could save the destroyer. Shen He leapt from his hiding spot, sprinting towards the heart of the battlefield with unwavering determination. Are you injured? His anxious gaze flitted back and forth between Liang Yishu and Kiki Nanban. Oh, Liang Yishu replied, pressing her left shoulder, which seemed to have cracked. Her arm was rendered utterly powerless. Even the slightest movement provoked excruciating pain, yet her tone was so nonchalant, as if she had merely stumbled. This is quite chaotic, Isher. Suddenly calm, Shen He retrieved a healing bandage from his system backpack, carefully tearing away her shoulder's fabric to apply it. To kill is to be prepared to be killed. You have been too cautious, Shen He, Liang Yishu remarked, her icy gaze fixed upon him. Surely you do not harbor such weakness as to believe you can pursue your desires without sacrificing anything. It is simply not worth it. Shen He ceased his words, focusing intently on the bandaging. This special bandage possessed the ability to realign bones automatically, sparing him considerable trouble. Ultimately, however, he realized that his sudden arrival in this world bore no pressing obligations. He merely sought to experience the vibrant life he once yearned for. Saijin. At that moment, a flash of lightning erupted. Shen He turned to see Thor, cradling the Valkyrie Saijin, enveloped in a tempest of electrifying energy. In that instant, he unleashed his divine power. Moreover, the armor of the Thunder God was gradually returning to its rightful place. Odin's seal had been broken. Heimdall, Thor seemed entirely oblivious to his regained powers. Instead, throwing his head back and bellowing, "Did you hear me? Heimdall, open the rainbow bridge. Saijin requires aid." Yet, there was no response. According to the original narrative, Heimdall should have been striving to break free from Loki's icy prison at that moment. After finishing Liang Yishu's bandaging, Shen He hurried over with the remaining bandage. Thor, calm down. She is merely injured. I cannot lose my friend. Thor's face was etched with anxiety and regret, a realization that one only comes to cherish what is taken for granted after experiencing loss. You will not lose her, and your hammer has returned. Shen He wrapped the bandage around Saijin as the Thunder God's hammer, gleaming with lightning, soared through the heavens, while the swirling vortex of the rainbow bridge re-emerged above. Everything seemed to revert to the original course of the narrative. Yet, observing Thor rise with Saijin in his arms, Shen He was certain that a transformation had occurred. This man, now crackling with electricity, bore traces of resilience and maturity that belonged to the future. Please convey my regards to Jean. Thor stood within the halo of the rainbow bridge. I will undoubtedly return for her, and it has been a profound honor to meet you, Shen He. Asgard shall forever cherish its friendship with Chaldea. Go do what you must, Thor. Shen He waved his farewell. Thor, the god of thunder. And the four from Asgard vanished amidst a kaleidoscope of brilliance. Thus, it seemed that all had come to an end. Shen He turned against the wind and sand, walking backward, while Violet jogged to his side, accompanied by Arcuade and Kyuko Natsum, their footsteps leaving clear imprints on the battlefield behind them. It had been 3 days since they returned from the chaotic realm to New York City. Coulson had visited several times, eager to invite Shen He to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters to discuss the knowledge of Chaldea, encompassing Asgard, other guardians Shen He had previously mentioned, and even Chaldea itself. With the legendary deities manifesting before them and the specter of war nearly descending upon Earth, their curiosity was insatiable. However, Shen He declined all invitations. For the past few days, he had seemingly reverted to his initial state upon arriving in this world, spending his days sequestered in his hotel, teaching Violet to speak and read, engaging in mundane tasks, until that fateful morning when Tony Stark called him. "Hey, your major shareholder. Aren't you the slightest bit concerned about your company? You truly expect me, Tony Stark, to work for you?" Tony's voice retained its characteristic arrogance. "I'm on my way to see you now. We need to have a serious discussion today." That. Without allowing Shen He the chance to refuse, Tony abruptly hung up. Shen He could only resign himself to stand up, feeling somewhat guilty for leaving all matters of the new company in Tony's hands. As if shirking his responsibilities. "Arcuade, Violet, I need to step out for a bit. Call me if anything comes up." "Understood," came Arcuade's voice from the training room. It appeared she had resumed her swordsmanship practice, spending most of her time training, occasionally bringing Violet along. She seemed to take a liking to Violet, who, despite her seemingly lethal persona, was a remarkably innocent girl. Thus, Shen He hurried downstairs and slipped into Tony's luxurious sports car. "Goodness. Do you know what your expression looks like right now?" Tony squinted at Shen He, likening him to a sun-dried fish. "I heard you had quite the escapades in that chaotic place, even giving a lesson to an extraterrestrial deity. Why do you look as though you've been the one on the receiving end?" "You are the one who has been taken advantage of," Shen He retorted, raising his middle finger in jest. "I simply have, well, some vexing matters." "Perfect. That is precisely why I'm here," Tony shrugged, turning the key as the car roared to life. "First, let us check out our new company, then I'll take you out for some fun. Trust me. By the end of today, all your troubles will vanish." The name of the company that Shen He and Tony established was delightfully simple: Virtual World Company, straightforward and clear. Although all employees had originally separated from Stark Industries, Shen He indeed held a commanding 90% stake, while Tony Stark privately retained the remaining 10% of the original shares. Although there remain several aspects yet to be thoroughly examined, I have successfully replicated the fully immersive virtual reality apparatus and, in doing so, created the inaugural product of our company, which I have named New Century One. Tony proudly gestured towards a massive and cumbersome device before him, a towering machine, nearly 3 meters high, intricately connected by a multitude of wires to an oval-shaped, fully sealed metallic cabinet affixed to the apparatus. This cabinet stood approximately 2.5 meters tall, ample enough to accommodate a person within. The contraption bore an uncanny resemblance to a coffin. Shen He gazed at this behemoth, feeling an impression that rather than an upgraded optimization, it resembled a primitive version. The helmet you presented was already sufficiently refined. Tony beamed at his creation, declaring it to be our first-generation product, intended for sale to the military as a soldier training simulator. Thus, you must comprehend that the larger the design, the greater the perceived costs, and the higher the costs, the less likely it is to arouse the vigilance of traditional financial magnates, thereby allowing for a more lucrative sale. Chapter 30. A day of indulgence. Though Tony is a scientist, he is equally a businessman. He is acutely aware of how to maximize profits while remaining vigilant against competitors and even prying eyes from congressional members. "It seems you already have a complete plan," Shen He remarked, gazing at the newly constructed factory. "So I can merely lie back and count my money." "Lying back and counting money?" Tony, not comprehending the jest, wrinkled his nose in disdain. "Do you have any idea how filthy money is? The cash in your hands is merely a pile of worthless paper." "Well, I suppose it is clear that you have no understanding of how to be wealthy, spending your days cooped up in your room with your wife and children." "Perhaps you are right, but I have neither a wife nor children," Shen He replied, shrugging his shoulders, admitting to his recent feelings of melancholy. "That is of no consequence." Tony clasped Shen He's shoulder. "You ought to be grateful to know me. I dare say no billionaire understands enjoyment as I do. Thus today, I shall teach you how to live like a wealthy man." As Shen He observed the animated Tony, he conceded that he was indeed intrigued. Ever since the conclusion of the Thor storyline, he realized he was at a loss for what else he genuinely desired to pursue aside from card draws. Earning money was merely a necessity, engaging in dungeon runs consumed only an hour of his day, and the next narrative arc was not on the horizon. In truth, Shen He had merely been a reclusive office worker, and after deciding to abandon an ordinary life, he found himself uncertain of how to embrace an extraordinary existence. Perhaps experiencing the lifestyle of the affluent would be worthwhile. Thus, the convertible supercar roared to life once more as Tony sped down the highway at 200 miles per hour. Shen He, resembling a carefree scion of wealth, stood atop his seat, shouting into the wind, laughing, and relishing the exhilarating rush of speed. What does a true connoisseur of enjoyment look like? Tony elucidated. It is about being ostentatious, the most eye-catching attire, the most extravagant sports cars, and the most alluring companions. This transcends mere wealth. It is a lifestyle, a celebration of flamboyance. When purchasing clothing, one should buy out the entire department store. When acquiring a sports car, it should be as whimsically effortless as selecting a toy. Eventually, Tony even escorted Shen He to acquire an entire brand new, medium-sized independent villa. Wherever they went, they became the center of attention. Initially, Shen He felt somewhat out of place, but soon he straightened his posture, embracing the gaze of others. For all, whether through envy, jealousy, or even disdain, would ultimately be awed by such extravagant displays of wealth. Throughout that day, Shen He finally grasped the sensation of witnessing the wealthy showering gifts during live broadcasts. With just a trivial sum of money, one could incite excitement and even frenzy among a multitude, much like the current pool party. Carelessly tossing his newly acquired watch into the pool, a flurry of bikini-clad beauties erupted in splashes, shrieking, tugging, and competing for attention, their radiant forms nearly blinding to behold. How does it feel, my friend? Tony strode over, embracing two beautiful women amidst the thunderous rock music, and leaned toward Shen He, shouting exuberantly. I feel like an utterly vulgar nouveau riche. Shen He echoed his sentiment, taking a generous sip of champagne, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Indeed, it is exhilarating. This was a sensation Shen He had never encountered before, a carefree existence where he had no responsibilities or thoughts, where lavish spending attracted throngs of people eager to share in the thrill. Ha ha. Tony chuckled as well. Isn't it delightful? I have a surprise for you shortly. I assure you will adore it. As night fell, Shen He lost track of time but subconsciously felt it mattered little. It was merely an indulgence of the moment. Meanwhile, in a hotel in Chinatown, Lu Yixue and Violet stared at each other, wide-eyed. Can you let go? Eventually, Lu Yixue could no longer contain herself. If she remained silent, Violet might continue to tug at her sleeve all night. Where's the master? Violet asked, her head held high, gazing intently at Lu Yixue. He has stepped out, Lu Yixue replied, her heart softening at the innocence in Violet's expression. Even if you ask me. It won't help. The night had deepened. Violet spoke with some effort, yet managed to convey her message succinctly. Find the master. Huh. How can I find him? Lu Yixue retrieved the phone Shen He had gifted her, but the call did not connect. Can't you just go to sleep? Perhaps when you awaken, you will see him. I can find him. One hand still clutched tightly to Lu Yixue's sleeve. Violet pointed in a specific direction. Has your bond grown this strong? Lu Yixue suddenly considered a possibility. According to the knowledge they possessed, if a servant held enough trust in their master, a mysterious connection could even form between them. Find the master, find the master, find the master. Violet seemed to function like a broken record, repeating the phrase in a calm tone. Are you relying on me? I'm a victim too, Lu Yixue thought, her expression one of exasperation. Ultimately, she stood up. All right, let us get you changed first. Given the circumstances, if Violet did not find Shen He, she would likely pester Lu Yixue all night. Lu Yixue was not naive enough to believe Violet would tire like an ordinary little girl after a brief tantrum. She retrieved some cash from the drawer and took Violet by the hand as they exited the hotel. Having lived in modern society, she was adept at hailing a cab, and the hotel provided its own drivers and vehicles. Just as they stepped out, a man in a black suit from an opposite high-rise pulled out his phone. Targets 3 and 4 have appeared separately. They are entering the hotel's black Bentley. Continue monitoring the hotel. Yes. Simultaneously, several vehicles parked nearby roared to life, following closely behind. On the other side, Shen He finally encountered the gift Tony had prepared for him, a young woman clad in a purple bikini, tall and statuesque, with skin as white as snow and an exquisitely delicate Eastern visage. Shen He could not deny that she indeed conformed to his aesthetic preferences, primarily due to her graceful demeanor. Allow me to introduce, this is Dr. Zhao Hailuan, and this is Shen He, my most significant collaborator. Tony remarked with a playful wink towards Shen He. Hello. Actually, Tony has made an error. I am still merely a doctoral student, Zhao Hailuan said graciously as she extended her hand towards Shen He. You seem rather out of your element here, she observed. Shen He's head was still somewhat hazy from the alcohol, and after grasping her smooth palm, he felt even more disoriented. In truth, it was Tony who claimed that as long as I attended the party, I would secure investment for my proposed project. Zhao Hailuan appeared genuinely exasperated, stating, I initially had no intention of agreeing, but my doctoral advisor made the commitment on my behalf. Chapter 31. Tony's request thus. I find myself quite fond of your manner. Tony displayed no hint of embarrassment. In fact, my discovery of you is solely due to Shen He mentioning your name. I mentioned it? Shen He sat up from his recliner, perplexed. When did I ever mention it? Oh, it was when that young lady unexpectedly appeared in your room, and you remarked, if only I could find Dr. Helen. Tony waved the other girls away, suggesting that the investment in Ms. Zhao's project was entirely your doing. The funds were indeed allocated from your company. Wait a moment, you weren't there at the time. Did you have J.A.R.V.I.S. monitor me? Shen He recalled that when the two instruments were first summoned, He had indeed considered the renowned biologist from the Avengers series. However, he abandoned the thought, knowing that Dr. Helen's biotechnological nanorepair methods had yet to be developed. For heaven's sake, we weren't that close back then. Tony shrugged, neither confirming nor denying the surveillance, adding, besides, I merely tidied up the traces you left behind after your departure. That sounds plausible. Shen He shook his head to clear his thoughts, then fixed his gaze on Tony. You haven't been swayed by some unscrupulous individual, have you? At this moment, he realized that Tony had seemingly prepared for all of this since he arrived that morning. Including the young lady he referred to as a gift, Ms. Zhao Helen. It seems you have matters to discuss. Ms. Zhao Helen observed the two with contemplation and politely excused herself to another area. Look at her. Tony leaned closer to Shen He's recliner. Beautiful, intelligent, clever. If I'm not mistaken, this should be your type. Why not pursue her? You are a billionaire now, and that way you won't feel so despondent. Or is it that Chaldea forbids romance during missions? Let us not digress, Tony. What is it you want? Shen He gazed at him in resignation, fully convinced that Tony's elaborate setup had ulterior motives. I wish to know more about our future. Tony finally spoke directly. Is it your curiosity, or that of your associates? Shen He replied solemnly, beginning to realize that his current demeanor might have been too conspicuous. Just mine. Tony asserted decisively. Come on, He. Do you think I would trust those politicians? No, that doesn't sound like you. Shen He slowly shook his head. Tony, what makes you believe you cannot safeguard world peace on your own? What causes you such unease? The Tony I know would not be so concerned about what the future holds. At least not right now, Shen He silently added. It was only after the Battle of New York, when humanity found itself exposed to extraterrestrial beings, that Tony, overwhelmed with anxiety over the threats facing both himself and mankind, sought every possible means to safeguard the Earth, including the Ultron Project. Presently, Tony should still be in a phase brimming with confidence in all matters. Suddenly, Tony fell silent for a moment before speaking. It is war. Fury has divulged everything to me. Just a hair's breadth away. Two alien civilizations are poised to obliterate all on Earth, merely due to the arrogance of a certain prince, is it not? This time, it was Shen He's turn to fall silent. In his attempt to instill a deeper understanding of his mistakes in Thor, he had exaggerated the facts in the future. Little did he anticipate that it would not only frighten Thor, but also Tony. In the original narrative, it was only after the events involving Thor that humanity on Earth became aware of its solitude and lack of safety, with the anxiety peaking post the Battle of New York. However, the present panic surpasses that of the original tale, and in such circumstances, Shen He, along with the seemingly well-informed Chaldea, undoubtedly became the focal point. Dr. Helen's technology was merely a prototype, and even her project lacked belief from others. Tony's expression was exceedingly grave, devoid of any trace of a playboy demeanor. Yet, knowing of her impending success, I sought her out, provided her with funding, and urged for the early unveiling of her technology, fully aware of the multitude it could assist. There was still much more preparation we could undertake. Indeed, Tony felt fear. He possessed confidence in his ability to resolve every crisis on Earth, yet his intelligence made him acutely aware of the chasm between civilizations. If the threat were to originate from beyond our planet, from the utterly unknown, he lacked the assurance to protect those he wished to shield. The future is not immutable. Chaldea cannot guarantee anything. Shen He furrowed his brow, knowing that only he and his followers understood the unreality of Chaldea and the non-existence of the Human Order Security Agency. What he possessed was merely a narrative in flux and a heart that hardly could be deemed resolute, yearning to save the future. What does it matter? Tony lowered his voice, stating, Isn't your intent to alter the future? Please, tell me, let us also shield our world instead of relegating everything to you at Chaldea. Give me some time, Tony, Shen He sighed. He indeed needed time to ponder what he could truly accomplish and whether he was genuinely prepared to pay the price for it. Very well. Ultimately, Tony could only rise and say, I will summon Dr. Helen. At the very least, I hope your advice on romance is sincere, as a friend. As Dr. Zhao Helen approached, Sukihime and Violet were on their way. Violet sat in the car, her small hand incessantly pointing like a compass towards her master, while the driver navigated the route accordingly. Fortunately, he was a hotel chauffeur. An ordinary taxi driver would not have exhibited such patience. After countless twists and turns, the vehicle entered a deserted road near the sea, followed by 7 or 8 cars of various models. Tuka began to sense something amiss. These cars seemed familiar to her. Violet turned around, leaning against the seat to peer out of the rear window. In contrast to Tuka, she was more acutely aware of being followed. Leave this road and head to a crowded area, Tuka suddenly spoke, tightening her grip on the long knife at her side. Understood, Miss Tuka. The driver replied with a nod, then pressed a button concealed within his sleeve. Boom. The front chassis of the sedan erupted into flames, causing the entire vehicle to flip forward. In that split second, Tuka's long knife was unsheathed, slicing through the air as the car's roof shattered into pieces. Both she and Violet gracefully leapt out, propelled by inertia. Had they not been reinforced, this singular action would have resulted in severe injury. However, the cars trailing closely behind were already upon them. The mission had commenced. The order was clear: capture alive. A man, seemingly robotic in his cold demeanor, muttered incantations under his breath. Chapter 32. Breaking the chains. The flames danced fervently, illuminating the figure of Tuga Shiki clad in a crimson kimono. Her radiant eyes sparkled in the flickering light as she raised her long blade with a poised grace. Instinctively, she sought to ascertain the whereabouts of Violet, only to realize that she had already vanished into the shadows cast by the dim illumination. Enemies, 8 vehicles, an estimated 40 individuals, armed with heavy weaponry. Was combat the only recourse? With no time to ponder, Tuga Shiki sprinted forward, the circumstances around her leaving little room for alternatives. On this road devoid of cover, being encircled by foes would render even her enhanced physique vulnerable to concentrated firepower. As she ran, the blade in her hand effortlessly traced a line across the ground. In an instant, the earth fractured dramatically, the once solid concrete crumbling beneath her weapon like mere potato chips. The pursuing vehicles, now racing down the ravaged path, were compelled to decelerate. At that precise moment, a petite figure leapt through the window of the lead vehicle. In that fleeting instant, her dagger severed the enemy's throat while she snatched a submachine gun, her movements so swift that not a drop of blood stained her hands. Boom! The vehicle, bereft of its driver, soared into the air before crashing down heavily, effectively obstructing the path of the remaining cars. Tuga Shiki kept her peripheral vision keenly attuned to the unfolding scene behind her. She could kill. Her body pivoted abruptly, executing a lateral leap akin to a spring to evade any incoming bullets. A mere breath was all it took to cover the distance of over 10 meters. An enemy, just as he swung open the car door with a machine gun in hand, had no time to react before her blade glided effortlessly across his neck. Death. It was as if his soul had been stripped away in an instant, leaving no room for even a moment of struggle. How astonishingly simple. A glimmer of elation sparkled in Tuga Shiki's eyes. A fleeting image of a youthful figure flitted through her mind, only to shatter like shackles breaking apart. In her inaugural act of killing, she had willingly placed her life in peril, and the thrill of danger sent a shiver of excitement coursing through her. Only this exhilarating taste of bloodlust could liberate her from the confines of her past memories, granting her the profound realization that this fragile life was indeed her own. Bang! 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 As Tuga Shiki wielded her long blade, a cacophony of gunfire erupted. With her petite stature allowing for agile leaps, Violet commenced her own massacre. Machine guns, daggers. Even fingers and knees became instruments of death in the shadowy night lit only by firelight. To ordinary eyes, Violet's movements were nearly imperceptible, and her enemies, blinded by panic, could only fire aimlessly, falling one by one with ease. Yet, there were no cries of anguish. The battlefield lay eerily silent save for the sounds of gunfire and shattering debris. These were mere husks of the living, devoid of any fear of death. Something was amiss. The thought barely flickered in Tuga Shiki's mind when a sudden burst of lavender smoke began to spread ominously. Just a slight inhalation rendered her dizzy, engulfing her senses in a swirling haze. This was a meticulously planned ambush. The adversary was fully aware of the strengths possessed by Tuko Aozaki and Violet. The earlier slaughter had merely served to lure the two into this realm shrouded in a haze of unconsciousness. The true lethal strike was yet to arrive. With a deft twist, the long knife in Tuko's hand glided gently across her forehead, instantly restoring her clarity of mind. She had vanquished the state of dizziness. Violet, Tuko called out loudly. However, there was no response. In this battlefield enveloped in purple mist, even the enemy had succumbed to unconsciousness. For they were merely the bait cast aside from the very beginning. I must locate Violet. As Tuko slowly surveyed her surroundings, through the lens of her mystic eyes of death perception, all things revealed their vulnerabilities, concepts, air, and indeed, this pale purple fog of unconsciousness. With a mere flick of her long knife, the surrounding wisps of mist began to dissipate. It was extinguished, accelerating her movements. Tuko sought to find Violet before more adversaries arrived. In a fleeting moment of distraction, a heavy fist pierced the air, striking Tuko's left shoulder, sending her body spiraling like a butterfly before crashing heavily onto the roof of a nearby vehicle. Numbness, immobility, followed by waves of excruciating pain. Her already wounded left shoulder suffered yet another devastating blow. New foes. Emotionless, Tuko rose to her feet, her left arm hanging limply by her side. Before her emerged a man from the pale purple mist, masked and possessing a metallic arm. In his other hand, he held the unconscious Violet captive. Have they deliberately targeted us, the isolated ones? Angered, Tuko swung her long knife with her right hand, producing a piercing sound as it sliced through the air. Such disdain was truly infuriating. Prepare to meet your end. The sweeping arc of her long knife struck like lightning, reflecting in the man's eyes as if heralding a death sentence. He released Violet and, with a speed surpassing human limits, retreated. According to intelligence reports, this girl's attacks bore the capacity to annihilate all, yet it remained a mystery why she had not collapsed within the mist of unconsciousness. Truly incompetent. Missing her first strike, Tuko wasted no time in launching her next assault. Her movements abruptly accelerated, the long knife creating a continuous cascade of gleaming blades, carving out vast vacuums in its wake, dispersing smoke, dust, and even air as a whirlwind began to swirl around her. Breaking free from her shackles, Tuko harnessed the true essence of her swordsmanship, honed through arduous training and infused with the decisiveness that belonged to weaving. Under this relentless offensive, the man possessed no means of counterattack, not even daring to utilize his metallic arm for defense. Reinforcements are needed. The man's eyes betrayed no emotion, yet through calculation, he recognized the slim chances of defeating his opponent. In the distance, more headlights began to emerge on the road, both ahead and behind. The support troops that had failed to arrive in time were on the verge of reaching the scene. With a deliberate adjustment of her breath, Tuko swiftly inhaled deeply, and in an instant, her long blade accelerated dramatically, slicing diagonally towards the man's neck. The sound was reminiscent of cutting through soft tofu. The metallic arm he raised to parry her strike shattered into fragments, scattering across the ground. A dissatisfied sound escaped Tuko's lips, and she chose not to linger further in the confrontation. Clenching the hilt of her sword between her teeth, she cradled the petite Violet in her only functional right arm and hastened towards the distant sea. Meanwhile, Shen He, engaged in conversation with Dr. Helen, felt an undercurrent of unease. Helen was strikingly beautiful, with an alluring figure, exceptionally talented, and her demeanor was both graceful and charmingly candid. Shen He found himself somewhat captivated. Had he encountered such a woman before his journey, he would have pursued her without hesitation. However, now he sensed a subtle distance that prevented him from fully immersing himself in their interaction. Forgive me, Shen He finally said, rising to his feet. I need to make a phone call. Chapter 33, Shen He's resolution. Initially, Shen He was enjoying himself, but Tony's abrupt intervention left him no choice but to take action. His phone displayed only 2 missed calls from Liu Shi and a text message indicating that Violet wished to see him. It seemed the time had come to return. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was still early, just past 9. He dialed Liu Shi. No answer. He called again. Still no response. Shen He's eyes narrowed, a flicker of panic igniting within him. Summon, he requested. As long as the servant was alive, they could be called to the master's side, regardless of location. Yet, no radiant light emerged. Instead, a figure appeared before him, soaked and biting down on a blade, with one hand tightly clutching Violet. Liu Shi. Oh, so there exists this method. Liu Shi spat out the blade, swayed slightly, and collapsed into Shen He's embrace, utterly exhausted. Tony, Shen He shouted from a distance. He was uncertain of his emotions, guilt, self-reproach, but predominantly a seething rage, an overwhelming fury that made him crave vengeance. In that moment, he comprehended Tony's feelings at the villa. It transcended heroism and ideology. It was solely about retribution. Good heavens. Dr. Helen approached Tony, urgently needing medical supplies. Tony, do you have any medications here? Yes, follow me to the basement. JARVIS. Cancel the party and summon the finest surgeons from my private hospital. Tony spoke decisively, for this was indeed his new villa, equipped with comprehensive emergency supplies, even a surgical room. Shen He lifted Liu Shi, while Helen assisted in carrying the unconscious Violet. The bandages from the previous treatment had been exhausted, and this time, they would have to rely on conventional medical methods. Once the doctors and nurses arrived, they commenced treatment in the villa's medical room, equipped with state-of-the-art instruments. Fortunately, neither girl suffered life-threatening injuries. Violet had merely succumbed to a potent anesthetic, while Liu Shi had sustained a severe shoulder injury yet remained resilient, simply fainting from exhaustion. Shen, I conducted an investigation. There appears to have been an explosion on the road 15 kilometers from here, Tony informed him, approaching with a tablet in hand. Aside from the significant ground damage, the area has been cleared, leaving no trace. Do you have any leads on the assailants? Yes, Shen He uttered succinctly. He gazed through the glass at the unconscious girls within the treatment room. They had intended to seek him out, yet had encountered an attack en route. This entire ordeal stemmed from his own confusion and the deceit of Chaldea's prophetic visions. In that moment, Shen He finally grasped what he must do. He would establish Chaldea, a true, formidable sanctuary for himself and his servants, capable of safeguarding all, rather than the hollow organization he had previously spoken of. Tony. Shen He turned his gaze towards Tony, his eyes reflecting a calmness unlike any he had previously displayed. At Chaldea, we do not readily accept outsiders. However, if you are willing, I can propose the establishment of a peripheral organization on Earth for exploration, an organization that belongs to both Chaldea and your world. Will you join? This sounded far more reliable than Fury's super soldiers. Naturally, Tony felt a surge of joy. Of course, I will join. He had always sought to comprehend the future challenges that lay ahead through Chaldea, enabling him to prepare in advance rather than relying solely on others. This matter shall remain confidential from S.H.I.E.L.D. Shen He's gaze shifted once more to the front. I can inform you that S.H.I.E.L.D. could easily be rebranded as Hydra without issue. The last attack on your villa was orchestrated by them, so now we share our first common objective. The true terror of Hydra resided in its capacity to leverage influence. As far as Shen He was aware, one of the highest-ranking ministers within S.H.I.E.L.D. was actually a member of Hydra. The American government, and indeed governments worldwide, as well as businessmen and criminal organizations, are riddled with Hydra affiliates. This origin traces back to a villainous organization over 14 centuries ago, akin to an indomitable cockroach lurking in nearly all parallel worlds within the Marvel series. Each time one believes it has been eradicated, it resurfaces to torment once more. Therefore, Shen He had refrained from confronting them previously, not only due to insufficient strength but also to avoid alarming them. Yet now, even the grass itself, he wished to sever with a decisive blow. What shall we do first? Tony, brimming with eagerness, inquired. Based on Chaldea's observations of the future, do you have any recommendations? We need to seek individuals. Shen He patted his shoulder and turned towards the laboratory within the villa. We must find heroes who will attempt to save the world. Some have already emerged, while others have yet to appear. Regardless, we shall seize the initiative. Just like you mentioned with Dr. Helen. This sounds rather thrilling. I believe I am beginning to enjoy the prospect of foreseeing the future. Tony remarked as he followed Shen He. Once the course of action was determined, Shen He exhibited the focused qualities characteristic of societal elites. He was acutely aware that his most formidable asset was the servant-summoning system residing within his mind, which instilled immense confidence in the establishment of Chaldea. However, since his last summoning, Shen He had accumulated nearly 15 summoning stones, yet he had refrained from any draws. The reason was simple. He felt somewhat overwhelmed by the current 3 servants he possessed. The 2 4-star servants, Ritsuka and Violet, were manageable. But the 5-star Kaido was a veritable experience sink. Although Kaido's astonishing efficiency in farming had allowed Shen He to amass a considerable stockpile of resources, the daily enhancement limit for servants was constrained by his magical energy, essentially his master level. In this respect, the system's mechanics were alarmingly sluggish. After nearly a month and a half of farming, he had only reached level 16. Moreover, the pace of leveling up was increasingly sluggish. From his years of gaming experience, Shen He regarded dungeon instances merely as a means to farm resources, noting a grave imbalance between the experience gained and the difficulty of the monsters faced. There should be other instances, he mused. After a brief period of study, the system yielded little insight, prompting Shen He to set this matter aside for the time being and attend to other tasks. Tony, before we seek out individuals, we must first establish a base. Shen He declared, prioritizing the construction of an impregnable fortress, a stronghold where they could fend off any potential attacks. The new company factory I showed you during the day would serve as an excellent location. Tony gestured broadly, indicating the area, which already boasted some foundational structures. Moreover, I have acquired land encompassing a 5-kilometer radius. Should you wish to construct an underground castle, it would pose no challenge. Chapter 34. The Hydra scheme. The factory from earlier in the day. Shen He pondered for a moment. It was indeed located in the suburban outskirts of New York, which offered convenience. I plan to relocate there tomorrow. It would be foolish to grant Hydra another opportunity to strike. A general direction had already formed in Shen He's mind. Jarvis, please gather information regarding Captain America's final crash during World War II, preferably simulating an approximate location. Wait, Captain America? Are you referring to the Captain America I think you are? Tony was still somewhat taken aback. Of course, he was a friend of your father. Shen He focused on the information projected by Jarvis. To effectively confront Hydra, it would be advantageous to enlist their long-standing adversary. Tony, could you summon Director Fury for me? We require allies, those capable of assisting us from within. Actually, I would prefer you to enlighten me about future events. Tony approached, holding a cup of water. You see, since we are part of the same organization, shouldn't we share some information? He was unwilling to follow orders blindly without knowing the context. The impending crisis was what truly concerned Tony. Very well, Shen, he turned around, organizing his thoughts. As you fear, an alien army will invade. With the battleground set in New York, the U.S. government will launch a nuclear strike, intending to obliterate both New York and the extraterrestrial forces. However, in the future we have observed that catastrophe was averted by you. The battle for New York was nearly a watershed moment in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Prior to that, it was merely a collection of superhero tales. Thereafter, the hero's missions evolved from merely defeating villains to genuinely saving the world, to the extent that even a single failure could result in global annihilation. Tony struggled to envision what such a scene would entail, gazing at Shen He. Can we prevent it? Absolutely. Shen He turned again. This represents a colossal crisis, yet simultaneously a tremendous opportunity. Therefore, Tony, we must prepare in advance. We cannot allow Hydra to resurface unexpectedly at a critical moment. All right, I'll go fetch Fury. I hope you can provide more specific details when I return. Tony began making his preparations. If war was an unavoidable certainty, he would require a formidable army, one capable of safeguarding the Earth. Director Fury seemed to have been anticipating this moment. For merely half an hour after the message was dispatched, he appeared at the door, accompanied by Coulson, Natasha, and Hawkeye. It appears you have summoned all of your trustworthy subordinates. Shen He and Tony welcomed them in the living room. I apologize for the events of tonight. Fury maintained his usual grim demeanor, as if he had just returned from a funeral. However, had you informed us sooner, I believe such occurrences could have been averted. You are not omniscient, nor are you capable of executing every task with perfection. Shen He leaned slightly forward, gazing intently into his single eye. How much do you know about Hydra? I only know that they lurk like cockroaches in the sewers, capable of concealing themselves in every shadowy corner, including S-H-I-E-L-D. Director Fury also fixed his gaze upon Shen He. Through the course of recent investigations, a sense of foreboding had begun to take root in his mind. Yet he hoped that his suspicions were unwarranted, including S-H-I-E-L-D. Unfortunately, Shen He shattered Fury's last vestige of hope. To be precise, S-H-I-E-L-D is synonymous with Hydra, for the former director, Alexander Pierce, was indeed one of Hydra's leaders. Fury, you have been ensconced in a den of thieves, yet remain oblivious to this truth. This cannot be. Coulson interjected, asserting that Director Fury was appointed by Minister Alexander himself. If Alexander Pierce is a mole for Hydra, does that not imply that even Director Fury himself may be untrustworthy? Shen He offered no reply, merely observing Fury. From the outset, Fury had remained silent. However, his eyes and expression were sufficient to convey that he was not entirely convinced of his former superior's innocence. I do not know which faction of Hydra orchestrated tonight's assault. But as Shen He gradually reclined against the back of the sofa, he spoke in a low voice. Confronting Alexander regarding the events in New York is certainly the right course of action. After all, we at Chaldea are no charity organization. Moreover, this presents a phoenix-like opportunity for S-H-I-E-L-D to rise anew from the ashes. Shen He understood that to deal with Alexander, he could not simply storm in and eliminate him. Such an approach would not only invite trouble upon himself, but would also fail to strike a significant blow against Hydra. As the head of the agents, Fury comprehended Shen He's intention. You propose that we infiltrate Hydra as moles within S-H-I-E-L-D, and then together dismantle Hydra? That is precisely my intention, Shen He shrugged. According to the original narrative arc, S-H-I-E-L-D would be defeated and fragmented by Hydra's infiltration following the battle in New York, only to be reborn anew. However, Shen He could not afford to wait for that moment. S-H-I-E-L-D had already become one of Hydra's primary strongholds, and he needed to dismantle this base to exact vengeance for the attack that transpired tonight. I will first investigate the matters you mentioned. Fury, of course, could not simply take Shen He's words at face value. Shen He was unfazed. The current condition of S-H-I-E-L-D rendered its disintegration and subsequent reconstruction the only hope. By clarifying Alexander's identity in advance, Fury's intelligence and decisiveness would surely guide him toward the appropriate course of action. Do you have anything else you wish to convey? Fury continued to scrutinize Shen He, eager to unearth more information. There is one more matter. We at Chaldea have resolved to establish an outer organization on Earth. Shen He gestured towards Tony, who had already joined, along with Captain America, the Hulk, Bruce Banner, and Thor, with whom I also share a cordial relationship. Therefore, you may abandon your Superboy initiative. Or you might consider transferring Natasha and Hawkeye to me, while leaving Coulson to you for the reconstruction of S-H-I-E-L-D. Fury's expression darkened. More so than that of an African American. This was, without a doubt, the first time he felt an immense loathing towards the seer. Fury turned his gaze towards Tony, who had been seated quietly beside him, stating, "Your father was one of the founders of aHydra. Oh, had you not mentioned it? I might have almost forgotten," Tony responded, as if struck by an epiphany. "You've managed the organization founded by my father in such a manner. Should I not hold you accountable for this?" Chapter 35. The artful acquisition of tools. I indeed owe your father an apology. Surprisingly, Fury, after being momentarily choked, did not display anger. Instead, he stood up and cast a profound gaze at Shen He. "Thus, I shall not allow aHydra to fall." After uttering these words, Fury turned to depart. He had come to understand that due to Hydra's infiltration, neither Shen He nor Tony could be trusted, and remaining there would yield no valuable information. "Are we, in a sense, bullying the elderly?" Tony appeared somewhat embarrassed, for his ability to discover the new element left by his father was aided by aHydra. Enough of that. Shen He shot him a sidelong glance, rising to his feet. "Have you not engaged in such bullying of the elderly before? Let us go. In the early stages of our venture, we have much to attend to." Indeed, Tony drained the last sip of champagne from his glass and followed suit. The two had an abundance of tasks ahead of them. Shen He needed to organize the narrative information in his mind, ponder how to locate Captain America and his team, devise a strategy to persuade them, and plan how to navigate the impending battle in New York to maximize their interests. If it were not for his omniscient perspective, he would truly struggle to manage it all. When Helen, who had been assisting in the treatment room, arrived to inform them of the awakening of Tuka, dawn had already begun to break. "I nearly drowned at sea." Tuka's complexion remained pale as she stirred slightly, seemingly attempting to rise. Shen He extended his hand to assist her, only to be disdainfully pushed away. Tuka disliked appearing weak. "Do you still recall some characteristics of the enemy, Tuka?" Shen He swallowed hard, ultimately expressing only this inquiry. Initially, they were mere ordinary soldiers, yet strangely, they resembled emotionless puppets. Tuka furrowed her brow, recalling a formidable enemy that had appeared later, noting that had it not been for their reinforcements, she could have slain him. "You killed someone?" Shen He appeared genuinely surprised, and Tuka shot him a displeased glare. "Shen He, you are not about to preach some nonsense about never taking a life, are you? How could that be?" Shen He fell silent. "Killing is killing, Tuka. The assault yesterday was entirely my fault, yet I shall not apologize. I intend to etch this guilt and remorse deep into my heart, for it serves to remind me of the true significance of the term master. An apology followed by forgiveness does nothing to mitigate the consequences of one's transgressions. Its greatest effect is merely to alleviate the guilt of the wrongdoer." Moreover, Shen He was acutely aware that Tuka did not require such an apology. "In light of this, allow me to confess something as well." Suddenly, Tosaka smiled, her pale visage appearing remarkably enchanting. "Initially, she agreed to assist you merely because I lacked direction and purpose. However, following this battle, I believe I have come to understand my own way of existence and the desires I yearn for. Thus, I shall continue to aid you. Those desires. What Tosaka longs for is nothing less than the pursuit of tangible sensations through the thrill of killing. Nevertheless, it matters little. Her inclination lies solely in the impulse to kill, not in the act itself. Coincidentally, I too have discovered what I wish to pursue." Shen He also smiled, this time genuinely welcoming Tosaka to Chaldea. In the days that followed, Shen He lost all semblance of leisure, plunging into a whirlwind of activity. Together with Tony, he relocated all the instruments and facilities from the villa to the factory of the Virtual World Company in the outskirts of New York. Tony began orchestrating the construction of this base while simultaneously working on selling the first generation of Virtual World products to the military in exchange for funding, as his forthcoming endeavors would require substantial resources and capital. Meanwhile, Shen He continued his search for Captain America and the elusive Hulk, Bruce Banner. Despite Jarvis's capacity to amass global network information, it must be confessed that without a comprehensive intelligence system akin to aHydra, even knowing the narrative makes the search challenging. Furthermore, Tosaka's level has been fortified to 10, and as expected, her subsequent enhancement necessitates the heart of a chimera, a creature dwelling in the deeper layers of the dungeon. The power of level 10, for Tosaka and Violet, who are otherwise ordinary individuals, likely equates to the strength of 1 to 1.5 Captain Americas. However, this poses no challenge for Shen He. On the 5th day, during the dungeon run, Shen He led all his servants, including Kageyama Shigeo, to the 18th floor of the dungeon. This floor represents the first safe haven within the dungeon, although it is subterranean. It is as bright as day, adorned with verdant woods, lush meadows, and meandering streams, all due to the radiant crystals atop the ceiling. rendering this place a mysterious and awe-inspiring microcosm. Here lies a small town established by adventurers, complete with a tavern and all necessary amenities. Shen He and his companions found themselves in a tavern, having vanquished today's monsters and arrived here with 10 minutes to spare. The surrounding orcs, fairies, and dwarves fixed their gaze upon them. The Butcher's Squad, that is the moniker bestowed upon Shen He and his allies among the adventurers. For they mercilessly slaughter countless monsters far beneath their level, and many have witnessed Violet's breathtaking artistry of murder. Shen He paid little heed to the opinions of these adventurers. His focus solely on the entrance. They have arrived. A trio consisting of a diminutive being, an elf, and a young human girl approached, with the leader, the small being, striding directly towards Shen He. Apologies for the delay. Here is the coveted loot you requested. The diminutive creature placed a substantial bag upon the table. Thank you, Finn. This is the remainder of the reward. Shen He also handed over a pouch filled with magical crystal stones. The three individuals before him were none other than Finn, the leader of the Loki family, the enchanting nine-demon princess Reveria, and the youthful sword maiden Ace. 3 days prior, upon encountering these remarkably familiar narrative figures, Shen He pondered whether he could enlist their aid to delve into deeper layers that were currently beyond his reach, in order to procure the special items necessary for his advancement. Given the reasonable terms, Finn readily acquiesced, as adventurers typically engage in various contracting tasks. I have a query. Finn, having stowed away the magical crystals, did not take his leave immediately. Considering the strength of your party, defeating monsters of this caliber should pose little challenge, and the quantity required is quite modest. Why then, do you seek to employ our services? Chapter 36. The opening of a new instance when Finn initially accepted the employment. He was unaware of the identities of the individuals before him, merely perceiving them as ordinary adventurers. However, he was later informed by other adventurers that this was a mysterious team, whose affiliation with any familia was unclear, yet possessed formidable strength while relentlessly hunting monsters in the lower levels. Currently, the labyrinth city of Oreo was in a unique period marked by the war among the familias. The Loki familia was preparing to expel and attack the king of the land, Behemoth, and the overlord of the sea, Leviathan, after the Zeus familia had failed and lost much of their main combat power. At this critical juncture, Finn, as the captain of the Loki familia, had to exercise extreme caution. Shen He remained oblivious to all of this. The plot he was familiar with would not unfold for several more years. Thus, he simply smiled and replied that they had reasons for not venturing deeper, suggesting that there might be similar employment tasks to delegate in the future. As long as the compensation is reasonable, we will naturally accept the employment, he added. Finn, unable to extract any further information, had no choice but to relent. Before departing, Shen He cast a glance at the future sword princess, Ace, who was merely 11 or 12 years old, and felt a twinge of envy. After all, she was powerful, well-mannered, and adorably naive. It would be wonderful if he could summon her. This fleeting glance did not escape Finn's notice. His gaze seemed to carry a hint of contemplation. They suspect we are the familia of the god of death, Hades, Chimu Natsuo suddenly remarked to Shen He after they left. If we continue to engage with them, it seems we might get caught up in something troublesome. Hades? Shen He paused, then sighed in resignation. It's all because you are too eye-catching, Chimu. Even attempting to hunt monsters discreetly is impossible. I can ignore that. Chimu Natsuo shot him a glance with his deep purple eyes. All right. Please continue to be the center of attention. After all, I cannot be without you, Shen He joked. He was unfazed by Finn's suspicions. After all, this was merely a monster hunting instance with a daily limit of 1 hour, and they could always abandon it at any time. By the way, Chimu, I haven't asked you yet, what do you think about my plan to establish a true Chaldea? Shen He inquired earnestly, fixing his gaze on Chimu Natsuo. Anything is fine. Chimu Natsuo replied thoughtfully. In this world, it doesn't impact my life, and using my supernatural abilities won't draw too much attention. The last time I fought with all my might was unexpectedly refreshing. I find myself rather disliking the need for caution upon returning. In summary, it was a matter of ease and novelty. Although Chimu Natsuo still preferred the life of an ordinary person, he didn't mind the occasional change of pace. That's good. Let's head back. Shen He nodded, noting that it was about time for them to leave the instance. Up to this point, Shen He had amassed 20 summoning stones in his possession. He intended to wait until Chimu and the others reached a level they could no longer advance before attempting to summon a servant. After all, compared to the initial excitement, he was gradually realizing that summoning a servant did not merely signify an increase in companions. Ding! It detected that you have accumulated 50 summoning stones. A new instance has opened, and a limited-time double instance duration event has commenced. At the very moment he obtained the summoning stone, the long-forgotten system notification echoed in Shen He's mind. Could it be that a new dungeon was about to unfold? A smile lit up Shen He's face as he swiftly accessed the system interface. Beneath the dungeon section in the center of the interface, a new dungeon named Devourer of Gods had appeared. Moreover, there was an enticing 5-day period of double dungeon time, allowing for 2 hours of exploration each day. The prospect of an event only heightened Shen He's anticipation. After all, the daily grind and event participation were the essence of an experienced player's gaming life. Who could say if genuine narrative events would emerge in the future, such as activities themed around the index of forbidden magic, or a special banner for the railgun character, or even events rewarding one with coveted lore books. Let us venture to the new dungeon. Chiaki, you stay behind. Why must I remain? The two-spirited Chiaki glared at Shen He with evident dissatisfaction. Your shoulder injury has yet to heal. You cannot engage in battle, Shen He replied sternly, leaving no room for negotiation. The lesser monsters in the dungeon were one thing, but if he was not mistaken, the Devourer of Gods would likely lead them into a world teeming with abandoned gods. These abandoned gods were a collective of predatory single-celled organisms known as oracle cells, each consisting of trillions, even quadrillions of entities. Until their core was dismantled, annihilation was impossible. The entire civilization of that world had been devoured by the abandoned gods, rendering it a perilous apocalyptic realm. Without the presence of Kaido, Shen He felt a twinge of hesitation at the thought of relying solely on Chiaki and Violet. Indeed, it was a stroke of fortune to summon Kaido. Although Chiaki was visibly displeased, the decision of whom to take into the dungeon rested with Shen He. Thus, he took Violet by the hand and led Kaido into the new dungeon. Before them lay an expanse that was starkly desolate. Ruined cities and collapsed skyscrapers stood against a backdrop of a somber sky choked with dust, while swirling sands danced through the air. Enormous, menacing monsters crawled slowly in the distance. This dungeon, surely it could not be a high-difficulty one. Shen He swallowed hard, for the moment they appeared. They found themselves utterly surrounded by the monstrous horde, leaving no time for contemplation. A series of thunderous roars erupted, accompanied by the cacophony of titanic footsteps pounding through the ruins. Enormous beasts, towering 4 to 5 meters high, charged toward them with ferocity, their colossal forms stirring the winds and sands. Tiny stones pelted Shen He's face painfully, and before he could think further, he swiftly retrieved the Mirage Tower from his backpack and leapt inside. Blaze luminous. Absolute Guardian Domain. With an instinctive shout, a multitude of impact sounds reverberated around them. Following Tony's modifications, what was once a protective stance before him transformed into a cylindrical barrier enveloping them, shielding against the monster's onslaught. Yet, the rapidly depleting energy indicator on the control interface spoke volumes of the monstrous power being unleashed. Kaido, teleport Violet out of the encirclement, Shen He shouted. Just as his words fell, Kaido, comprehending Shen He's intent, instantly teleported himself and Violet into the air. Shen He decisively activated his ultimate ability, causing an energy disperser to emerge from his chest, trailing flames. In quick succession, a scorching beam of light struck the target, unleashing a devastating radiance that swept across an expansive area before him. Even the Abyssal God, under such an onslaught, was torn asunder. Yet, to Shen He's astonished gaze, the severed fragments of the Abyssal God began to writhe, seemingly intent on reassembling. With a sharp crack, several crisp sounds echoed as Chiaki Nanban's telekinesis crushed the black orbs exposed in the Abyssal God's wounds. This time, the creature's form finally dissipated like mist, followed by an overwhelming surge of coolness rushing towards Shen He. He had leveled up, after nearly a week of stagnation. He had finally ascended from level 16 to level 17. Indeed, this was a treasure trove of experience. Chapter 37, Enhancement of Power and Card Drawing at Present. What Shen He lacks the most is his own level. His rank significantly impedes the enhancement speed of his summoned allies, compelling him to resort to cunning methods such as hiring native inhabitants from dungeons to obtain enhancement materials. It appears that the new system dungeons gradually unlock based on the total number of summoning stones acquired. Indeed, it is due to the relentless farming by Chishin that his level has stagnated even before the experienced dungeons became available. The creature known as the Wilderness God can be vanquished simply by targeting its core. As Shen He gazed upon the colossal beasts before him, they resembled a multitude of experience orbs. My telekinesis cannot directly assault the interior. Chimu Nanban found himself in a quandary, although he possessed a plethora of superpowers. Few were suitable for combat, with telekinesis being the most advantageous. For instance, while grinding monsters in the dungeon, the simplest method was to spin the creature's head around its neck, dispatching it in one fell swoop. I recall you have the ability to solidify objects. Shen He took flight, evading further assaults from the monsters, and retrieved a shard of sharp, giant glass from the ruins of a nearby building. The Wilderness God was designed to be impervious to ordinary weapons, but it was merely challenging to destroy its core. If he could slice through their bodies, Chimu Nanban would easily crush the core. The sounds of battle grew increasingly fervent, echoing through the area, which seemed to be a gathering place for this type of wilderness god. Let the battle commence. Shen He brandished the glass blade and charged towards the roaring monstrosity. Driven by his thirst for advancement, his blood surged with fervor, and his fighting spirit soared. Even after the hour-long dungeon session concluded, he still felt a lingering desire for more. To his delight, upon returning, he obtained yet another summoning stone. This event not only doubled the dungeon time, but also signified double the summoning stones. Tony, fashion me some melee weapons. Shen He dashed into the laboratory, retrieving the damaged Mirage Tower mech and preparing to recharge its ultimate move and repair its exterior. Where on earth have you been to engage in such a grand battle? Tony stared in astonishment at the marks left by sharp teeth on the mech. Indeed, Shen He nodded. A world faced a monstrous onslaught, and I was summoned to assist. Rest assured, I did not bring back anything dangerous. Tony was already aware that Shen He vanished for an hour each day, which, in Shen He's words, was to lend a helping hand to his colleagues, ensuring they occasionally bestowed gifts upon him. Very well, Mr. Savior. Can't you take me along? I am now a member of your organization too. True, but only on the periphery. Shen He sighed, spreading his hands. Perhaps that day will come. But our requirements are stringent, so keep striving. Ultimately, it is not my decision, it is dictated by the system. Presently, I cannot even access the realm of the summoned. Although this event merely added an hour of combat time, Shen He displayed an extraordinary level of seriousness, leading him to dedicate a significant amount of time to preparation. He explored the most effective weapons for slaying foes, even crafting a 3-meter-long weapon for Veilrite, reminiscent of Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade, which she wielded with formidable prowess. After surpassing the initial enhancement level threshold, Veilrite and Liang Yishe embarked on distinct paths of development. Veilrite gravitated towards balanced enhancement, while Liang Yishe leaned towards agility enhancement. Following an intense 5-day grind in experience dungeons, Shen He's level successfully ascended to 21, doubling his daily magical points to 125. This surge directly elevated the levels of all the servants, particularly Chimu Nanxiong, who reached level 14 on the final day. On that very day, Shen He and Tony received a gift from Coulson, which contained the information we had gathered. Coulson gazed intently at the small storage disk, which also indicated the possible location of Captain America's frozen state. Regrettably, I could not retrieve him personally, a potential lifelong regret. Mr. Shen, promise me you will bring him back safely, won't you? Of course, Shen He nodded seriously. There was nothing laughable about this. Captain America was nearly a pillar of spirit for an entire generation, embodying the qualities that everyone aspired to during that era: courage, perseverance, and sacrifice. Reflecting on this, Tony contemplated the storage disk, pondering whether Fury intended to accept their proposal. Indeed, Coulson affirmed, his expression grave. We conducted an investigation, and Mr. Shen is correct. There is no one left in aHydra whom we can trust. Destroying it is the only opportunity for reconstruction. Thus, we are now undercover agents of the new aHydra within the old one. It was undeniably a profound irony that the world's largest intelligence agency housed more than half its personnel as infiltrators from other organizations. So what are your plans? Shen He inquired of Coulson. We have no plans, Coulson shook his head. aHydra is an organization funded by the World Security Council, and moreover, we do not know who among us can be trusted. Our available manpower is grossly insufficient, and Director Fury wishes to ascertain whether Chaldea has any strategies. In truth, Fury was not entirely powerless, but he was more eager to observe Chaldea's capabilities. After a moment of reflection, Shen He recognized that he could not falter at this juncture, yet could only state, we require some time. According to the typical narrative, when aHydra was destroyed, Alexander had already met his demise in Captain America's second installment. Hydra had proactively attacked aHydra, achieving success before Coulson eliminated its leader. Now, delivering a painful blow to Hydra with the power at Shen He's disposal posed a challenge. After all, he could not recklessly initiate an assault, as that would swiftly render him the world's most wanted fugitive. However, there exists a solution. Shen He possesses considerable patience, which stands as his sole modest objective at present. Coulson did not linger here for long. He merely came to convey Director Fury's stance. Tony, too, swiftly immersed himself in his tasks. After pondering for a moment, Shen He gazed at the 30 summoning stones he had amassed and resolved to proceed with the card draw. Given his current level and the pace of his advancement, he could certainly nurture 1 or 2 additional servants. With 30 summoning stones in hand, it was reasonable to expect the arrival of at least 1 or 2 new companions. Shen He gathered all his servants into the room, and after completing all necessary preparations, it was time for the most exhilarating segment, the card draw. Chapter 38. A new servant. The phenomenon of summoning is one that eludes conventional probability. Based on Shen He's past experiences, it typically culminates in one of two outcomes, either a sudden stroke of luck or a disheartening absence of results. Thus, Shen He has ceased to harbor any expectations. He clicks the tenfold summoning button and promptly closes the summoning interface, awaiting the sound that signifies the arrival of a servant. Eyes shut tight. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. Nothing transpires. As his breath quickens, Shen He reopens the summoning interface, and indeed, while he is greeted by 1 5-star equipment and 1 4-star equipment, there are no servants to be found. A routine operation. Shen He grits his teeth and presses the button for a second time, determined to continue. Again, he closes the summoning interface, unable to endure the tension. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. Shen He's complexion has turned ashen. Master, Violet gently pats Shen He's back, her big, adorable eyes almost conveying the word comfort. Isn't there's still one more tenfold summoning? Ichi cannot help but interject. It's futile, once the luck runs dry. It doesn't matter if I summon 3 times or 30 times, Shen He replies, his face clouded with despair, yet he presses the button for one final tenfold summoning. Perhaps it is due to a lack of hope that he merely watches the summoning array flow across the interface this time. The first one, nothing. The second, nothing. The third yields a 4-star guaranteed equipment. It's over. Even the guarantee has been exhausted, and now I'm truly out of luck. Just as despair washes over Shen He, a sudden burst of golden light fills the entire interface, accompanied by an enchanting celestial melody. Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully summoned the 5-star ultra-rare servant, Jean d'Arc. In that fleeting moment, Shen He almost believed he was hallucinating. Jean d'Arc. It's truly Jean d'Arc. He leaps up, embracing Ichi, overwhelmed with excitement and rendered speechless. Yet, in a swift motion, Ichi executes a decisive shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. Have you calmed down? A hint of danger flickers in Ichi's eyes. Calm down. Shen He lies on the ground, panting heavily, his face still betraying traces of exhilaration. He rolls over, stands up, and adjusts his appearance as if trying to conjure an illusion of composure. If Ichi was merely a character he once admired, then Jean d'Arc transcends that. She represents a faith within the game, the very reason he had once spent over 1,000 yuan in pursuit of her. Thus, while Shen He had contemplated the possibility of summoning various servants, he had never dared to imagine Jean d'Arc, for fear of the hope it might instill. Unlike typical servant summoning, Jean d'Arc does not simply appear. Instead, a golden magic circle gradually materializes on the ground, strikingly similar to that of the system interface. A golden-haired maiden, clad in silver-white armor and a purple-crossed robe, holding a banner, slowly manifests. Servant Jean d'Arc, it is truly a pleasure to meet you, master. The young girl smiled as she gazed at Shen He. It is truly wonderful to see you. In an instant, Shen He was enveloped by a feeling of bliss. Jean, as a modern-day heroic spirit, naturally understood the meaning of a master. So there was no need to worry about her rejecting the summoning. Moreover, given Jean's character, there was no concern about her being difficult to interact with. At that moment, it seemed Jean was processing the information transmitted to her mind after being summoned. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully summoned a 3-star servant, Lelouch Lamperouche. Another servant. And it is the great demon king, Lelouch. Shen He momentarily stared blankly, but he quickly confirmed from the 3-dimensional image that this black-haired youth was indeed the Lelouch who had both destroyed and created worlds. Unbelievable. Jean stared at her palm in astonishment. She was summoned not for the Holy Grail War, but rather in accordance with a permanent contract, to become a servant exclusively for him. Master. Indeed, Jean. Shen He quickly set Lelouch aside and nervously extended his hand towards the girl before him, expressing his hope for her assistance in the future. The girl, with her gloved hand, grasped Shen He's. I am indeed your servant. It is my duty to protect and guide you within my capabilities. Thus, let us strive together moving forward. Shen He felt a surge of emotion. On the verge of tears, this was the true essence of a proper servant. Finally, he had a servant he need not worry about. At that moment, a slightly hesitant voice echoed in Shen He's mind. If I accept the summoning, what can I gain? It was Lelouch. Shen He smiled apologetically at Jean and began to ponder. In the past, while watching the anime, he had admired Lelouch greatly, but to summon him as a servant. This was a man of exceptional intellect, yet he adhered to a philosophy that deemed any result unattained as meaningless. He would go to any lengths to achieve his goals, viewing all but his sister as mere pawns, even resorting to controlling his beloved sister with his powers when necessary. You seem troubled by something. Jean noticed the hesitation on Shen He's face. May I offer some trivial advice? Certainly. Shen He was indeed troubled. He had another summoned servant. Yet he hesitated to establish a contract, for that individual lacked a sense of camaraderie and harbored deep-seated hatred and resentment towards his world due to past sufferings. Throughout Lelouch's brief yet illustrious life, the only person he could genuinely trust was Shen He was nearly certain that even if summoned, Lelouch would not regard them as true companions. Do not think that way, master. Joan gently shook her head, her long golden hair swaying gracefully. The relationship between a servant and their master transcends mere ownership. It embodies the intricacies of individual personalities, philosophies, and convictions. Should one abandon their servant solely due to differing ideals, such a master would be deemed unworthy. Shen He hesitated, gazing at the girl before him. If my beliefs diverge from yours, or if I am not as righteous as you, how would you respond? Even then, I would not forsake you, but rather strive for your sake. Joan's smile radiated with an angelic healing aura, her eyes sparkling like clear flowing water. Yet, if a master's actions descend into realms of intolerable severity, one must be prepared for rigorous correction, for rectifying a master's missteps is also the duty of a servant. Very well. I understand now. Shen He nodded, resolute in his decision. Lelouch. He silently called out Lelouch's name in his mind. Should you consent to summon me? I vow to heal your sister and assist you in transforming your world. Chapter 39. New companions and new horizons transforming my world. Lelouch sat in an opulent chair, gazing at the noble across from him, who wore a look of incredulity. What I aspire to achieve transcends mere change. I believe this chess match has reached its conclusion. Rising from his seat, Lelouch grasped his backpack and strode towards the door without a backward glance, though his heart wavered. For Nunnally's sake, he was willing to embrace even the devil's call. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings shifted abruptly. His initial response was a jarring realization of the terms of the contract that had suddenly materialized in his mind. A mandatory command each day, with a maximum accumulation of 3. This contract proved to be far more lenient than he had anticipated. Shen observed the tall, slender young man who had appeared before him, his youthful visage betraying the fact that he had yet to encounter the turning point of his destiny. Hello, I am Shen, your master, he said with a smile as he extended his hand, and you shall be my companion from this day forth. Lelouch Lamperouge. Lelouch reciprocated the gesture. He surveyed the faces of the 4 individuals surrounding him. Each possessed remarkable beauty, coupled with distinct characteristics that set them apart. Notably, the one who appeared most ordinary was the leader before him. I am aware of your identity, the 11th Prince of the Holy Britannian Empire. I know much about you, including your personality, your ambitions, and even your original future. Shen gestured for Lelouch to take a seat beside him. However, none of that matters now. For from this moment onward, your future has been irrevocably altered. This realm is not even your own. Lelouch struggled to comprehend the implications of Shen's words. The very fact that he had been brought to such an unfamiliar place was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. If what Shen claimed was indeed true, a significant question arose. What do you require of me? Lelouch inquired, studying the young man before him. Beyond his princely title, he was merely an ordinary student. Yet the individual before him was evidently anything but. I do not like him, muttered Chiaki Ryugi, her brow furrowing. The 2 summoned servants today embodied the very essence of what she found distasteful, one exuding an aura of sanctity that she despised, and the other, complex and convoluted in thought. Both types she loathed. In truth, Ryugi's feelings towards others were quite primal, categorizing individuals into those she could tolerate and those she would rather avoid. Jeanne d'Arc, for instance, despite being disliked, could still coexist, whereas Lelouch was firmly in the category of those she wished to shun. Allow me to introduce, Shen sighed, recognizing that with the increase in servants, divergences in opinion would inevitably arise. In reality, Ryugi and Kazuki Natsuo had little interaction. This is Tokuritsu, who, despite her somewhat brusque demeanor, is remarkably dependable. Next, we have Kusuo Aseki, an almost omnipotent Esper. This is Violet, who is still somewhat inarticulate. Then there is Jeanne, a saint whose legends echo across countless worlds, existing in this realm as a heroic spirit. Finally, we have Lelouch. We have recently established an organization called Chaldea, so you may regard your endeavors here as a form of employment. Shen He has also realized another advantage of forming a formal organization. It allows all servants to fulfill their respective roles while interacting as colleagues. This way, even if there are minor personality clashes, the collective remains unaffected. Lelouch glanced once more at the group. He is not one who struggles with social interactions, rather. He is quite the opposite. However, he understands that in this context, conventional social tactics may prove counterproductive, for each individual here transcends the common knowledge of ordinary people. Allow me to briefly elucidate this world for you, taking advantage of the moment. Shen He explained to Jeanne and Lelouch the Marvel Universe and the current circumstances they face. Lelouch is still a student, and with a younger sister to consider. It is evident that he cannot remain here indefinitely. Moreover, he has yet to encounter C, the pivotal point of his destiny. Such a world is indeed splendid. Lelouch's expression is ambiguous, oscillating between sarcasm and yearning. The dichotomy of light and darkness is stark. The strong who protect the weak are celebrated as heroes, where might no longer equates to justice, and there exists a genuine aspect within politics. As long as light ultimately triumphs over darkness, it resembles a wondrous fairy tale. In contrast to his own brutal and blood-soaked world, this place truly embodies the essence of beauty. Every world possesses its own splendors. Jean does not concur with Lelouch's pessimism, but, at this moment, simply gazes at Shen He. With the goal of saving and safeguarding the world, though you may claim to lack conviction, you nevertheless strive for it. Jean feels immensely honored to be summoned by you, believing that regardless of the challenges ahead, as long as she is with you, they will surely overcome them. Shen He felt a slight flush at her words. Indeed, Jean has the ability to inspire courage and motivation. Merely looking into her eyes ignites a fervor within him. He realizes that his small team is beginning to take on a new vibrancy, becoming lively. Especially since both Tokuritsu and Kusuwa Seiki have not been particularly adept at expressing their viewpoints. Lelouch, suddenly sensing Shen He's enthusiasm, turned to him. Our current objective is to eliminate Hydra within aHydra. I would like you to take charge of planning this operation. Consider it your first task. I will provide you with some information to analyze later. Additionally, if you encounter the woman who claims to be C, please ensure her protection, for she can bestow upon you the strength you most desperately need. Shen He has already given Lelouch a brief overview of C and the power of Geas, the ability to command others. Lelouch nodded. Although he held a strong aversion to the notion of a predetermined fate, he recognized how to utilize it as a form of information. Thus, he rose to his feet, declaring that they should first extricate Captain America. Once Lelouch acquired Geas, the time for battle would commence. It was only with the power of Geas that Lelouch would achieve his full potential, rendering him exceptionally effective against covert organizations like Hydra. Coupled with Lelouch's remarkable aptitude for devising intricate strategic plans and bolstered by an even more formidable servant force, Shen He found himself increasingly eager to exact his revenge. Armed with the information previously provided by Coulson, that very night, Shen He, accompanied by a cadre of servants, boarded Tony's opulent private jet en route to the Arctic. Chapter 40. Joan of Arc on the airplane, though lacking the well-prepared equipment and sufficient personnel of aHydra, Chaldea was graced with the presence of Seiki Kusuwa. Thus, Shen He was unperturbed about the possibility of failing to locate Captain America. After all, aHydra had already narrowed down the search area, making it rather expedient for Seiki to find him using his clairvoyance. Dear friends, we shall arrive at our destination in 3 hours. Shen He activated the autopilot and stepped out of the cockpit. With Seiki and Lelouch having returned to their respective worlds, the luxurious private jet now housed only 3 charming young ladies, amplifying its opulence. Joan, are you engaged in prayer? Shen He inquired, having retrieved a bottle of chilled wine from the cabinet, noticing Joan's hands clasped in front of her chest in a gesture of supplication. Indeed, I am praying for a safe journey, Joan replied, her demeanor tinged with a hint of anxiety. Despite being endowed with some modern knowledge during her summoning, the very notion of such a massive metal contraption soaring through the skies remained utterly astonishing to her. Oh, I nearly forgot, Shen He recalled, realizing that Joan harbored a fear of flying. He approached her, wine and several crystal glasses in hand, and settled beside her. I must apologize for not allowing you to rest before embarking on this long journey. May I pose a few questions? His eyes sparkled with curiosity, as Joan was known to exist in several iterations. Naturally, the one before him could not be the dark or youthful version, and he pondered whether she shared similarities with the ruler-class Joan. Please, inquire away, master, Joan responded with a gentle nod, eager to learn more about the one who had summoned her. Are you manifesting in spirit form, or are you possessing a host? He asked. If she were the Joan from the novels, she would likely be inhabiting a rural French girl named Letitia. I exist in the form of a heroic spirit. Possession typically occurs as a result of a failed summoning, Joan clarified, looking at Shen He with a hint of confusion. Not possession? Shen He felt a twinge of disappointment. The absence of possession meant the loss of numerous endearing traits, such as being a foodie, a high school girl struggling with mathematics, and the inability to conceive. As for the advantages, it seemed that the heroic spirit's form conferred certain benefits in combat. And what of your noble phantasm? Shen He could not resist asking further. While Tu had also been made into a heroic spirit in previous games, what he had summoned was a human girl without any noble phantasm. There are indeed 2. Joan replied candidly. One grants protection to allies, while the other incinerates foes. Should I utilize the latter, I would likely vanish for approximately a day. Shen He's expression brightened with delight. This indicated that the Joan before him possessed the qualities of both the revered master from the games and the Scarlet Saint from the novels. He promptly resolved to devote a period to strengthening her, aiming to elevate her level. Although 5-star entities were quite resource-intensive, the opening of experienced dungeons rendered such endeavors feasible. Master. At that moment, Violet approached with a fairy tale picture book, gazing up at Shen He. She had learned to articulate a fair amount of words and recognized numerous characters, yet she still preferred to speak sparingly. Shen He understood her intent. Very well. Let us seize this opportunity to teach you some new characters. He lifted Violet onto his lap and opened the picture book. Given his Chinese heritage, Shen He first taught Violet Mandarin, followed by English, utilizing textbooks that recounted tales from Huaxia. Jean observed the scene of her master teaching literacy. Her attention suddenly sharpened, and her gaze fixated on the pages of the book, unknowingly inching closer. Jean? Shen He felt uncertain as he looked at Jean, who was nearly pressing against him, unsure of where to place his hands. Ah, how very impolite, my master. Jean quickly darted back to her seat. Jean, do you wish to learn characters as well? Shen He pondered this possibility. If she were not merely a vessel, it would imply that Jean's knowledge, apart from a smattering of modern understanding, still resembled that of a peasant girl from long ago. Well, that is. Jean's face flushed as she lowered her head. No, it would be unacceptable to remain illiterate. Violet blinked and then, with a gentle nudge, slid half of her picture book towards Jean, patting her hand. One, together. Really? Would that not be too troublesome? Despite her words, Jean's face was alight with anticipation as she stared at Shen He. Teaching two individuals is much akin to instructing one. Shen He could only respond with a warm smile. The initial thrill of summoning Jean had gradually subsided, replaced by a burgeoning sense of familiarity. There was ample time ahead for mutual understanding, yet it truly was splendid to have summoned Jean. Tony's luxurious private jet was unlike those of typical affluent individuals. After his modifications, it could smoothly reach supersonic speeds, allowing them to traverse half the globe in just 4 or 5 hours, arriving at the Arctic tundra. For Shen He, this marked his inaugural venture to the Arctic, where temperatures plummeted to several degrees below zero, and the biting winds posed a lethal threat to ordinary folk. However, none among them were ordinary. Even Violet, donned in an adorably fluffy coat, was ready to brave the storm. It seems we are in the right vicinity, though our luck appears rather poor. Chiaki, you shall remain here to guard the aircraft. Shen He gazed helplessly at the blizzard outside the plane. Were it not for Tony's formidable aircraft, they might not have been able to land at all. Even so, it was necessary to leave someone behind to oversee the jet. Without it, they would be stranded. Very well. Chiaki nodded. Her presence was initially intended to facilitate participation in the dungeon raids, considering they might search for several days here. After several upgrades, her injuries had nearly healed completely. Thus, with their gear in hand, Shen He and his companions braved the storm outside. Chiaki glanced around the desolate space, took a bottle of water, and settled back into her seat. Aside from combat and training, it seems that when one is alone, there is often a sense of idleness. Or rather, an uncertainty about what one desires to do, accompanied by an aversion to any activity. This tranquil state persisted until a distinct crashing sound resonated from above the aircraft, as if something had struck it. In an instant, Chiaki drew her long blade, glanced at the communicator resting on the table, hesitated momentarily, and merely took it with her before placing it on her person. She then unlatched the cabin door and, with a fiery grace, leaped forth. What lay before her was a colossal dog. Chapter 41. The otherworldly race. The creature appeared to be an ordinary bulldog, albeit the size of a small car, now helplessly sprawled across the aircraft. Judging by the dent in the plane's exterior, it was likely that it had knocked itself out. Wait, there's another person. With her long blade unsheathed, Tuko watched the blonde girl behind the gigantic dog with a wary gaze. Who are you? The blonde gasped, her expression tense. Why is there an aircraft here? Tuko said nothing, merely gripping her blade and advancing step by step. The girl did not seem to be the target of her intent to kill. Thus she would not slay her. However, she needed to be subdued. Stop. Don't come any closer. The blonde appeared increasingly anxious, raising her hand as if to strike. Just as Tuko was about to close the distance, the surrounding wind seemed to be controlled, howling towards her. Yet, in a moment before it could reach her, she leapt aside at an incredible angle, darting like a crimson phantom to stand before the girl, her blade pressed against the girl's throat. If you wish to live, do not move. How is this possible? The blonde's face was one of disbelief. This was her territory, yet she had been subdued in an instant. What are you? She stammered, her voice trembling. Tuko offered no reply, instead twisting the girl's wrist with a grip that was astonishingly strong. In a straightforward and brutal manner, she brought the blonde inside the aircraft, binding her tightly with ropes. Considering the supernatural force the girl had seemingly wielded moments prior, Tuko never let her blade stray from the girl's neck. Please, I mean no harm. I just accidentally teleported here. You can't leave the bulldog outside. It will freeze to death. The blonde was on the verge of tears, feeling as though she had stumbled into a misfortune. The door is too small. It cannot come in. This was the first time Tuko encountered such a situation, and she raised her gaze to the girl. Rest assured. The dog's fat and fur are quite thick, and the aircraft's exterior is designed to prevent frost. It won't freeze to death lying on top. However, if my blade were to cut you, would surely perish. Ugh. The blonde emitted a mournful sound. The person before her spoke with a feminine voice, but uttered words typically associated with men. When had earthlings become so terrifying? The communicator on her wrist, however, was still functional. Her sister should be able to hear what was happening here, and if the large dog awakened, perhaps help could be summoned. Must your blade remain there? The blonde trembled at the contact of the cold steel against her skin, fearing she might meet her end before aid arrived. Yes, for I do not know what abilities you possess. If you manage to escape, I might face reprimand, Tuko stated with an air of matter-of-factness. Could we not pretend that I was never here? The blonde girl could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, Huh? How is this possible? Tosaka looked at her with a gaze that seemed to question her intelligence. So, how long must we remain like this? The blonde girl felt her neck beginning to ache. Until they return. Can I change my position? No, be quiet. Their simple exchange concluded, leading to an extended silence. For Tosaka, maintaining the stance with the blade was akin to a form of discipline, while for the blonde girl, it was rather uncomfortable, yet unavoidable. This state persisted for over 3 hours. The sky above the Arctic remained perpetually dim, devoid of the distinction between day and night. With only the occasional dazzling aurora to grace the heavens, rarely witnessed by anyone, when Shen He discovered a large dog perched atop the plane. He was momentarily stunned for at least 10 seconds. Tosaka, we are back. Has anything happened? Returning from the frigid wind and snow into the warm embrace of the air-conditioned cabin, the sensory comfort was undeniable, even if it posed no physical impact. Yes, we caught an intruder. Tosaka finally sheathed her long blade. I'm not an intruder, protested the blonde girl. I merely bumped into your plane by accident. You are the kidnapper, tomboy. Tosaka cast her an emotionless glance, saying nothing, yet the blonde girl suddenly felt a chill and obediently closed her mouth. All right, let me guess who you are. Shen He removed his snow-laden coat and approached the girl, locking eyes with her. Crystal, a member of the Inhuman royal family, sister of Queen Medusa. That large dog outside must possess the ability for long-distance teleportation, correct? Shen He had recently watched the Inhuman series from Marvel before his journey, and the dog was indeed an iconic element. He had not anticipated that this series, which should not have been connected to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, would manifest in this world. Although he had not found Captain America today, discovering such an unexpected treasure was a pleasant surprise. How did you know? Crystal's expression was one of disbelief. All of her kind, the entirety of Adeline, had always remained concealed on the moon, never revealing themselves to the inhabitants of Earth. Well, Earth is not as simple as you might think. Shen He shrugged, bending down to untie Crystal. His gaze fell upon the communicator on her wrist, which was blinking red. It seems Tosaka is indeed lacking in modern electronic tool proficiency. She didn't even search the prisoner. Who is on the other end of that communicator? Queen Medusa or Black Bolt? Shen He removed the device. We are all here. Who are you? How do you know so much about us? A mature woman's voice emanated from the communicator. Although her name was not directly mentioned, it was unmistakably the voice of Queen Medusa, the wife of the Black Bat King and the sovereign of the Otherworld. Esteemed Queen Medusa, please convey my regards to His Majesty the Black Bat King. Today's events are merely a misunderstanding, and Crystal will soon return safely. Shen He swiftly recalled the narrative of the Otherworld and its overarching theme, which revolved around a rather cliche power struggle for the throne. However, he remained oblivious to the exact moment when the plot had commenced. The king inquired, Could you please elucidate our concerns? Medusa translated the king's sign language. Chapter 42. The decision of Black Bolt. Black Bolt can be regarded as a tragic hero. Possessing the ability to unleash terrifying attacks through his vocal cords, he inadvertently caused the demise of his own parents with a careless whisper. Frankly speaking, if I were Shen He, I would find it utterly inconceivable how a man could endure living knowing that a mere murmur in his sleep could lead to the death of his beloved wife. Due to such subjective impressions, Shen He harbors a modicum of sympathy for this king of the Inhumans. Queen Medusa, there are many guardians on Earth, of which we are but one, thus we are privy to knowledge that eludes the common populace. Shen He refrained from elaborating further. After a brief pause, he continued. Expressing our understanding of the Inhumans' migration to the moon as a means to avert conflict, and emphasizing our disinterest in interference. However, the Inhumans cannot hide indefinitely. Should there come a day when you wish to step back into the sight of the Earth as populace, I assure you, we would be more than willing to assist you in forging a bridge of communication with Earth. With the decision to establish Chaldea, Shen He resolved to abandon his previously aloof demeanor. To maintain such an attitude would render him no different from aHydra, the Ancient One's Mystic Arts Association, or even Asgard itself. To befriend allies and demonstrate strength to adversaries is the optimal strategy for solidifying an organization's standing. After a moment of silence on the other end of the communicator, Medusa's voice emerged. The king expresses his gratitude for your goodwill and wishes to maintain a means of contact. If you seek us, simply find a merchant named Tony Stark on Earth. He is quite renowned and easily located. Shen He returned the communicator to Crystal. Gaining the friendship of Black Bolt would undoubtedly bolster his confidence in the forthcoming battle for New York, for Black Bolt wields the formidable power to obliterate a city. And a king who values friendship is a rare breed. A grateful soul inspires Shen He's desire to assist. Crystal exchanged hushed words with her sister Medusa before casting a challenging glance at Yuan Shi, and then bowed to Shen He as she took her leave. Shen He requested Jean's assistance in treating the large dog, then turned his gaze towards Yuan Shi with a smile. It appears you two are getting along quite well. Is there something wrong with your eyes? Yuan Shi retorted, slightly irked by the jest. And you returned empty-handed. Did you not leave with unwavering confidence that you would surely find them? In matters of seeking individuals, no amount of preparation can sway the will of the heavens. Shen He shrugged. Though we have Jean, it seems the heavens chose not to respond to her prayers today. Conversely, you are here, seemingly inviting trouble. Perhaps it is best if you join us in the search tomorrow. I'd rather not. That would be dreadfully dull. Yuan Shi turned on her heel and retreated to her sofa. Meanwhile, on the moon, Crystal had returned to the inhuman city of Adelan, where she was summoned to the royal palace by her sister, Medusa, her brother-in-law Black Bolt, and the planner of the inhuman agenda, Karnak, were all gathered there. Crystal, please elaborate on the individuals you encountered. Medusa possesses a mane of vibrant crimson hair. Her unique ability lies in her capacity to manipulate her long locks at will. Upon reaching adulthood, members of the inhuman race undergo a transformation induced by the Terrigen mist, resulting in the alteration of their genetic makeup and the awakening of their powers. Following the completion of the crystal's narrative, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Although the crystal's abilities are not insignificant within the inhuman community, it was effortlessly subdued and its identity recognized with ease. The Black Bat King, appearing to be a quintessential gentleman, clasped his hands together before him, suddenly raising them to convey a message through sign language. The adversary was aware of our identities and location, yet refrained from disclosing this information to humanity on Earth. Medusa has consistently acted as the Black Bat King's interpreter, who believes it prudent to engage with the foe, as they rightly pointed out that Earth is undergoing perpetual change. It is only a matter of time before they locate us, and we must be prepared for that eventuality. The Black Bat King has already observed that certain bloodlines of the Inhumans remaining on Earth seem to be gradually activating their genes in recent years. However, the people of Earth have historically reacted with fear and trepidation towards the incomprehensible, leading them to hunt down their own kind, a situation that weighs heavily upon him. Yet, the question arises, who should undertake this task? Karlnike inquired of his king. After a moment of contemplation, the Black Bat King pointed to the crystal standing nearby. The Inhumans were undergoing a transformation due to this unexpected encounter, while Shen He swiftly set aside matters concerning the Inhumans, preparing to spend their first night in the Arctic. Although they were aboard a luxurious aircraft, it was merely a mid-sized one lacking proper sleeping quarters. Thus, aside from Chi Moon and Xiong, who returned to his own realm for rest, the remaining individuals had no choice but to make do on the sofas for the night. However, it was hardly a compromise. The opulent sofas embraced their bodies, complemented by the warmth of the air conditioning and a subtle fragrance lingering in the atmosphere, ensuring that Shen He enjoyed a restful slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered that the raging blizzard outside had finally abated. "Jean, you're up so early?" Shen He yawned, glancing at his watch and noting it was barely 5 or 6 in the morning. "Yes, the bed. It was too soft," Jean replied, slightly embarrassed, likening her experience to sleeping on a cloud, feeling as though she might tumble down if she relaxed her guard, which kept her awake throughout the night. Nonetheless, it did not detract from her vitality, for she was a heroic spirit, and even without sleep, it mattered little. As she spoke, her gaze furtively assessed Shen He, relieved to avoid ridicule. It seemed rather ineffectual to be unable to sleep due to the bed's comfort. Jean felt somewhat inadequate. Yet, her previous experiences of comfort had only been while resting on a pile of hay, and adapting to this new luxury would simply take time. Shen He was at a loss as well. He certainly could not procure a pile of hay for Jean. summoning Chi-Mu Nanxiong. He left a note for the still-resting Tuyashiki, and the group set off once more. Although the sky remained dim, the absence of a snowstorm greatly improved visibility. Continuing the search from yesterday's location, after all, Shen He was unaware of how deeply the Captain America was buried in the original tale. However, just before the search commenced, a large dog and a blonde girl unexpectedly appeared before them. Crystal? Shen He paused for a moment. It seemed that Black Bat King was even more eager than he had anticipated. Hello, are you searching for something? Crystal greeted them, slightly apprehensive. Yes. We are in search of a hero who was frozen in ice over 70 years ago, Shen He nodded. In that case, perhaps I can assist you. Crystal sighed in relief. I often come here to practice my abilities, and I believe I know what you are referring to. Chapter 43, The Awakening of Captain America. So, do you know where he is? Shen He gazed thoughtfully at Crystal. Of course, if you require it, I can guide you there. Crystal felt somewhat at a loss. Although she was respected among the Inhumans, it was merely due to her abilities and status. Suddenly being ordered by Black Bolt to engage with this enigmatic group made her feel rather uneasy. Then let us proceed. Shen He nodded with a smile. Given sufficient time, they would eventually unearth Captain America, but Crystal's demeanor revealed something of the Inhumans, or rather, Black Bolt's attitude. Shen He began to contemplate how to accommodate this race, most of whom possessed varied superpowers. It brought to mind the existence of Wakanda. Upon Crystal leading the group to an icy precipice, Kaido Nanxiong's clairvoyance finally detected Captain America. He was indeed alive. Kaido descended swiftly, surveying the surroundings, raising his hand as a wave of searing heat radiated from him. He possessed numerous superpowers, including the direct manipulation of high temperatures, albeit a perilous endeavor. Shen He initially disregarded the excavation below, directing his attention to Crystal. You reside on the moon. How are your food and resources? Crystal was momentarily taken aback by Shen He's inquiry. After a brief hesitation, she truthfully replied, resources are scarce, and the lower-class citizens are barely making ends meet. The Inhumans employed a rigid caste system, where one's societal standing was determined by the abilities manifested after exposure to the Terrigen mist. Once assigned, no Inhuman, no matter how great or powerful, could alter their status within this hierarchical society. This rigidity was the fundamental reason for Black Bolt's brother's successful coup. If you possess anything to barter, I believe I can provide you with some resources. This was the conclusion Shen He reached after contemplation. Since Black Bolt was inclined toward engagement, he would oblige. His current wealth was sufficient to facilitate many endeavors. Crystal nodded. As a royal member unburdened by concerns of sustenance, she struggled to grasp the significance of Shen He's words. Instead, she marveled at Kaido Nanxiong below. As a wielder of elemental control, his formidable power left her feeling somewhat ashamed and even inspired. In less than 10 minutes, Kaido soared back up, Captain America still encased in ice. Let us return. Shen He observed the man clad in his iconic uniform, feeling a surge of excitement. His strength may merely be a measure within the Marvel universe, yet he represented a beacon of hope. Thus, his presence in this tale was indispensable. Crystal, before departing, Shen He turned to regard the Inhuman princess. Should you wish to find me, seek Tony Stark in New York. Remember to convey my earlier words to Black Bolt. Farewell. As soon as the words left their lips, their figures vanished into thin air. The aircraft was equipped with a specialized cold storage cabinet, and Captain America needed to be swiftly returned to the headquarters of the virtual reality company, where doctors and a virtual reality machine awaited his arrival. Indeed, in contrast to Fury's rudimentary setup that had been swiftly identified, Shen He intended to utilize virtual reality to gradually help Captain America accept the reality that he had slept for 70 years. He also aimed to familiarize him with Chaldea, so they could jointly confront the Hydra threat. Upon learning that Steve Rogers, the Captain America, had been successfully unearthed, Fury and Coulson clandestinely arrived at the virtual reality company. Steve was currently undergoing thawing treatment, overseen by Helen, an accomplished biologist who had recently joined the company. Goodness, Coulson's nose was nearly pressed against the glass. He looked exactly like he did in the documentary. Of course, the super soldier serum and the preservation of his body through cryogenic freezing had maintained his physical integrity. From a bodily perspective, Coulson, you might as well be his father, Shen He jested, giving Coulson a playful pat on the shoulder. The middle-aged agent's eyes were red, and seeing Captain America thrilled him as if he were witnessing his wife. No, even more so. What do you intend to do? Fury inquired. His arms crossed over his chest. He is the finest soldier this nation has ever had, both in the past and the present. I still believe S.H.I.E.L.D. is his rightful place. No one remains a soldier for life, Fury, Shen He replied, shaking his head as he turned to leave. He had already devised a plan for what to do since the moment he decided to extract Captain America. Steve's recovery seemed promising. and it wouldn't be long before he awoke. Shen He patiently awaited the moment, preparing accordingly. Meanwhile, Tony was still preoccupied with constructing his Iron Legion and managing the new company. The virtual reality technology was creating ripples among a select few around the globe, capable of swiftly cultivating elite soldiers through continuous real training. It could significantly reduce the financial overhead of drills while greatly enhancing their effectiveness. Not to mention the promising future prospects of further technological advancements. In no time, the virtual reality company captured the attention of the world's elite. However, Tony was managing all of it while Shen He focused solely on his tasks, grinding experience, depleting dog food inventory, and enhancing Gene Dark. Even Lelouch had been upgraded to level 5, finally shedding his physical disability status. It was nearly on the very day Lelouch encountered C that signs of awakening appeared in Captain America. Upon receiving the news, Fury and Coulson rushed over once more. "Are you all right?" Shen He expressed his bewilderment, recognizing the multitude of matters within aHydra. "I wish to know how you plan to arrange our nation's finest soldier." Fury had not relinquished his desire to bring Captain America into aHydra. "If you wish to know so desperately, then come in and see for yourself," Shen He replied. Helen prepared 2 virtual pods for our guests. He then settled himself into one of the beds. Securing the position of the helmet, he activated the machine and entered a meticulously designed virtual realm. A simulation of New York from 70 years ago. Captain America, Steve Rogers, had awakened. Dr. Shen, clad in a pristine white coat, pushed open the door and stepped inside. "Good morning, Mr. Rogers. Did our nurse not inform you not to rise without permission?" "Where am I?" Rogers inquired, his gaze scanning the surroundings of the hospital room with a hint of confusion. The walls were immaculate, infused with the scent of fresheners, adorned with an abundance of floral arrangements and cards bearing a myriad of well wishes. "This is a civilian hospital in New York. We found you on the ice and brought you here for treatment," Dr. Shen replied, his hands tucked into the pockets of his coat, a smile gracing his face. "You have been in a coma for quite some time. The war has concluded, and the nation is immensely grateful for your sacrifices. You are now regarded as a hero." Chapter 44. Let the testing begin. So, Rogers raised his head. "Have we triumphed?" "Indeed," Shen He nodded, "though I am not American. From the perspective of the war's outcome, all nations opposing fascism have emerged victorious." "How do you feel now?" "I mean mentally. Are you experiencing dizziness, nausea, or any discomfort?" "I am well." Rogers slightly shook his head. The qualities instilled in him as a soldier allowed him to swiftly awaken from his prolonged slumber. Yet finding himself in an unfamiliar place still left him somewhat uneasy. "Then follow me. We shall conduct some simple tests." Shen He smiled, gesturing toward the door. "Once we ensure everything is in order, you may be discharged." "Very well." Rogers stood up, expressing his gratitude. Outside the door lay a corridor, filled with the scent of disinfectant, bustling with nurses of various ethnicities. "We are an international private enterprise known as Chaldea. You may not have heard of us, but we possess considerable strength." Shen He led the way. "Originally, we were commissioned to search for the remains of heroes, but upon the unexpected discovery of your survival, many were elated, particularly your fans. Therefore, we decided to cover all your medical expenses and provide treatment free of charge." "Thank you." Rogers followed Shen He out of the building, realizing they were within a rather large facility, surrounded by numerous structures. Before the building stood a gate, beyond which traffic flowed incessantly, resembling the New York he knew. A crowd had gathered outside, many holding signs, who erupted into excitement upon seeing him. "Those are your fans." Shen He appeared somewhat exasperated. "There are many who gather here nearly every day. To be honest, it is quite unsafe and disruptive for other patients. Thus, we only allow representatives inside." "Look, he has come. You might as well say a few words to him." As Shen He had indicated, a middle-aged man wearing a shirt emblazoned with the Captain America emblem approached, his expression brimming with enthusiasm. "Hello, Captain. I am Coulson." He grasped Rogers' hand tightly. "I truly never anticipated meeting you in such a setting. May I embrace you? As a token of gratitude for all you have done for this country, for us. Of course, I am glad not to have disappointed you." Although Rogers felt a bit out of his element, he reciprocated the embrace with Coulson. "You will never let us down." Coulson radiated satisfaction. "All right, Coulson, you will soon witness your idol's discharge." Shen He winked at Coulson. "This way, Mr. Rogers." Doctor?" Rogers caught up a couple of steps to Shen He, unsure of how to address him. "Shen He, a citizen of Huaxia. I am in charge of the company's branch in America. If my name is difficult to pronounce, feel free to call me Shen or He." Shen He introduced himself succinctly. "Very well, Mr. Shen. I wonder if I might be able to contact someone?" Rogers appeared somewhat anxious, as he had another appointment. Shen He halted his steps, turning to gaze at him, and suddenly sighed. "If you are referring to Ms. Carter, she is already married." Rogers seemed taken aback by this unexpected revelation. his mouth agape, unable to articulate a response. I have heard of your story. It is quite touching. Shen He gently patted Rogers on the shoulder, however. You mustn't blame her, for we all believed you had perished in battle. Miss Carter took a long time to recover from her grief. In fact, we did not inform her of your survival, as her health has not been well recently. I merely... Rogers stepped back, his mind swirling in confusion. Are you all right, Mr. Rogers? Shen He inquired with concern. I am fine. Let us proceed with the testing. Rogers began to realize that while he may have regained his life, he had also lost much that was profoundly significant to him. Once you are discharged, you may decide for yourself whether to seek her out. Shen He nodded lightly and approached another building, its heavy doors adorned with a symbol of a crescent moon wrapped in straw. Occasional gunfire echoed from within, jolting Rogers from his reverie, instilling a sense of caution within him. This is a training facility for our Chaldea. Shen He pushed the door open. As he had mentioned, inside lay a vast training ground where numerous individuals practiced shooting, combat, and various weaponry. Rogers observed these individuals, realizing that their training was focused on true lethal skills, rather than mere physical exercise or hobby. Isn't the war over? He sensed the unmistakable aura of warfare emanating from the cold gazes of these individuals. For ordinary people. Indeed it is, Shen He affirmed, then shook his head. Most countries and regions around the world have entered a period of peace. However, though the war has ended, the struggle continues. There will always be those who attempt to undermine this hard-won peace, lurking in the world's shadowy corners. Our primary mission in Chaldea is to locate and neutralize them. So, you are essentially mercenaries? Rogers surveyed the surroundings. Aren't they all soldiers? None here are soldiers, Mr. Rogers. Shen He replied with a smile as he handed him a pair of gloves. Neither are you. You have retired. In fact, our full designation is the Human Preservation Agency. Hence we prefer the title of Guardians. Have you contemplated your future? What you wish to do in civilian life post-retirement? Rogers took the gloves, seemingly at a loss for words, eventually shaking his head. I do not know. In the past, Rogers was merely driven by patriotism and a desire to assist others, participating in warfare with a singular focus, to wield his fists and shield against the enemy. Now, however, with the war concluded, his former love, Carter, has married, and even his best comrade has perished. He is left pondering what purpose remains for him. Yet, the life of an ordinary person is not devoid of merit, especially for one who is a hero, basking in honor and the respect of the populace. Shen He shrugged, and thus, the test shall commence. Boom. At the very instant he spoke, a tremendous roar and tremor engulfed them. Highest alert status. Highest alert status. Enemy invasion. Enemy invasion. All personnel, arm yourselves and retaliate. A cold female voice echoed through every corner via the loudspeaker. Instantly, everyone around found their respective tasks and began to move with purpose, as the walls of the training ground suddenly opened, revealing an array of neatly arranged weapons. In that moment, the sharp sound of ammunition being chambered resonated throughout the entire training area. Chapter 45. Combat in Virtual Reality. Refrain from utilizing high-destructive weaponry. Prioritize the evacuation of civilians and patients, Shen He commanded, his voice resonating above the chaos. As those around him readied their arms, they meticulously adhered to his orders, sealing all entrances, summoning Veilrite, and instructing Jean to defend the hospital building. A small team shall accompany me. The rest may engage in counterattacks and squats. Understood, came the almost synchronized response as the group poured forth from the training grounds. The cacophony of gunfire and artillery was so overwhelming that Rogers nearly believed he had returned to the battlefield. No, this is the battlefield. How may I assist? Rogers inquired. Stay by my side and refrain from wandering. You are a civilian, not a soldier. Shen He directed an 8-member squad to escort him toward the training grounds exit. This once tranquil and serene locale had devolved into a theater of war, with individuals streaming from every building. Among them were numerous women clad in nurses' attire. Yet they wielded weapons with ruthless precision, unleashing fire upon the encroaching foes. The adversaries, disguised as maintenance workers, exhibited the demeanor of elite troops. The gunfire was deafening, and casualties fell almost every second, as the acrid scent of smoke intermingled with the metallic tang of blood permeated the air. Rogers found himself at a loss for words. Was this truly peace? We shall circumvent to the hospital building, Shen He declared, guiding the group along the wall with utmost caution. Jean was stationed there, preventing enemy infiltration. Mr. Shen, traversing this path leads us through a narrow passage that may come under fire, Rogers warned. Bending low as he moved carefully. Could you provide me with a weapon? I believe I can contribute. Mr. Rogers, Shen He continued onward without a glance back. You understand better than we the significance of protecting civilians. Unless we all perish in battle, there will be no opportunity for you to engage on the battlefield. Moreover, I shall not repeat myself for the 4th time. You are no longer a soldier. What reason do you have to fight now? Rogers found himself momentarily speechless in response to Shen He's words. His war had concluded. This was not his battle, and having shed his military uniform, he seemed devoid of justification to continue fighting. Soon, they arrived at a narrow passageway, devoid of walls on either side and flanked by bushes of half height. The left side being an intense battleground. Just a few meters further, Rogers caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. Some men in maintenance uniforms were descending from the nearby wall, raising their submachine guns to aim at them. Danger! Rogers instinctively threw Shen He to the ground. Yet, others reacted swifter. 3 soldiers shielded them with their bodies against the hail of bullets. As they fell, the remaining fighters surged forward, the sound of fierce gunfire erupting around them. One soldier collapsed directly before Rogers, the widening of his eyes causing Rogers' heart to race, a manifestation of adrenaline surging through him. His body was primed for battle. Shen He rose, shielding him as they retreated, his strength astonishing. Yet, an ever-increasing number of enemies surged over the right wall, transforming the area into a veritable vacuum of defensive forces, devoid of any refuge. The soldiers shielded them with their bodies, unwavering and resolute, remaining silent even as they fell to gunfire. Rogers clenched his fist, picking up a gun from the ground, yearning to charge forth. However, Shen He swiftly pulled him back. You are not Superman. Without a shield in hand, rushing forward would merely render you a living target. Do you wish for their deaths to be in vain? Rogers halted. Understanding the gravity of Shen He's words, he was now a protected civilian. If he fell before the soldiers shielding him perished, it would be a grave insult to their sacrifice. Once a soldier himself, Rogers deeply comprehended this sentiment, yet he had never experienced it from the perspective of the protected. Shen He seized the weapon from his grasp and began firing with precision, yet the enemy continued to multiply, and soon, the last 2 remaining soldiers fell. One of them struck in the leg. As he stumbled backward, Rogers caught him, extending his hand to take the weapon. Now, it was time for the civilian to fight. At that moment, a petite figure, accompanied by a silvery moon, charged into the enemy ranks. The air was filled with the sounds of anguished cries as the enemy was mercilessly dispatched, blood splattering like a cascading waterfall, an overwhelming stench of iron saturating the air. In the end, only a blood-soaked girl stood there, wielding a massive scythe, resembling a harbinger of death. Rogers was rendered speechless. More shocking than the bloody scene was the realization that the girl appeared no older than 11 or 12. Shen He lowered his weapon and beckoned. Violet. Like a gust of wind, Violet appeared before them, her large eyes looking up at Shen He with innocence, as if the blood splattered on her was merely a Halloween costume. She is one of your warriors? Rogers' throat felt parched as myriad thoughts flooded his mind. Bioweapons experiments, gruesome training, or something even more sinister. She was found on the battlefield by my comrades, previously treated as a weapon, Shen He murmured, wiping the blood from her face with his sleeve. I regard her as family. However, combat has become her instinct, and she fights for a reason. Thus, you may indeed see Violet as our ally. Though Violet was merely a virtual NPC embodying her appearance and demeanor, the resemblance and expression evoked a flicker of tenderness in Shen He. Rogers was at a loss for words. Recognizing that Shen He's concern for the young girl was genuine, let us proceed to the hospital building. Shen He wasted no time. Rogers hoisted the last injured soldier upon his back. The distance to the hospital building was not far. Upon reaching the entrance, he discovered a young girl clad in armor reminiscent of medieval times, standing at the foot of the steps, holding a banner. Numerous warriors steadfastly held their ground. And at their appearance, the enemy seemed to find a common objective, launching a frenzied assault towards them. Joan, unleash your noble phantasm, commanded Shen He. Yes, master, Joan replied, taking a few steps forward. With a gesture resembling a prayer, she pressed one hand to her chest and raised the banner high. Noble phantasm, my lord is here. Oh, my banner, shield my brethren. Let the Lord's decree descend upon this place. Accompanied by her devout incantation, a golden halo emanated from the banner, enveloping the entire hospital building. Every assault from the enemy collided with the halo, creating ripples of energy, yet it remained utterly unscathed. In response to Rogers' incredulous gaze, Shen He merely shrugged. Without our unique skills, how could we claim to be guardians? The battle raged on, with an increasing number of civilians trapped on the battlefield being ushered into the hospital. However, the enemy's assaults grew more ferocious, clearly having prepared for this confrontation with a distinct objective in mind. It was only when Rogers noticed the skull and serpent insignia on an enemy's arm that realization dawned upon him. They are Hydra. Their target is me. Finally awakening to the truth, Shen He narrowed his eyes. Let me see your heart, Rogers. The fundamental purpose of this trial, beyond familiarizing Captain America with Chaldea, was to help him understand his own desires. Captain America need not be a soldier who simply obeys orders. He must embody a hero who fights for his convictions. Chapter 46. The Test of Rogers and Truth. Captain America did not hesitate when he discovered that the enemy was Hydra and that he was likely their target. "Allow me to join the fight," Rogers implored Shen He. "Mr. Rogers," Shen He replied solemnly, "do you understand what is required? The justification for battle, the identity of a fighter?" "They are Hydra," Rogers asserted, having found his answer this time. "I am familiar with them, and I can assist you in combating them. I can minimize your losses. Is that not a sufficient reason to fight?" For Captain America, everything could change, but one thing remained certain. He could never show weakness to the enemy, for that would signify their victory. Therefore, he could not remain in the shadows. "What about the identity of a fighter?" Shen He pressed on. "I can join you." Rogers responded without a moment's hesitation. "I am retired, and I know that many veterans enlist with mercenary companies after retirement. As long as you are fighting to protect civilians, I can serve as your soldier." He possessed this confidence, believing that no mercenary company would refuse his enlistment. However, to his surprise, Shen He shook his head without a hint of hesitation. "Mr. Rogers, I appreciate your valor, but we cannot allow you to join us in your current state." "Why?" Rogers was utterly bewildered. Yet Shen He offered no reply. He merely furrowed his brow and gazed at the sky. The army had arrived. Just as the words left his lips, Rogers heard the engines of aircraft overhead. Several familiar American fighter jets began to circle at low altitude. It seemed the battle was nearing its conclusion, Rogers mused. However, Shen He inhaled deeply, commanding, "Everyone, prepare for a breakout. This will be a true, fierce battle." "What?" Rogers thought he must have misheard. But he quickly learned the truth as the American jets began to release bombs, the violent fireballs exploding in a golden halo. Even as the fully armed troops crashed through the walls and stormed in, their guns disregarded the Hydra forces and targeted those defending the hospital building, launching a frenzied assault. Jean's figure swayed slightly, a clear expression of strain etched upon her face. Rogers was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. "Distributing weapons to civilians, we can no longer protect them." Shen He tossed a machine gun to Rogers. "What, are you confused?" Rogers grasped the weapon in his hands, gazing at the enemy clad in American soldiers' uniforms before him. All he could do was ask Shen He why. "The times have changed, Mr. Rogers." Shen He raised his hand to chamber the gun, proclaiming that your war existed in a starkly defined era of black and white. Yet, the contemporary world has succumbed to a myriad of shades of gray, where absolute justice has become an elusive concept. A month ago, we uncovered that a high-ranking official within the American government was a leader of Hydra. We remain oblivious to the number of spies embedded within the government or how many officials have aligned themselves with them. So, can you truly combat these mere soldiers following orders? After articulating these thoughts, Shen He strode forward, lifting his machine gun to unleash a torrent of fire, causing American soldiers to fall one after another before his relentless onslaught. Over the past 70 years, the transformation of the world has allowed the monstrous entity known as reality to devour the innocent and just world that once existed, leaving Captain America abandoned in the wake of this change. At this moment, Rogers finally comprehended why Shen He had consistently emphasized that they were not soldiers and did not require soldiers. "Captain," a voice suddenly emerged beside Rogers. He turned to find his admirer, Coulson. "Captain," Coulson declared, brandishing a weapon of his own, his gaze toward Rogers filled with sincerity and trust. "You can lead us to victory, can't you?" "Of course." Rogers inhaled deeply, shedding any hesitation. Even if he no longer fought for the American government, even if he was no longer Captain America, he remained that frail youth who yearned to assist others. Now, he found himself surrounded by those in need of his aid. "Mr. Shen, the attacking force at 3 o'clock is the weakest. We need an elite unit to breach a gap." Rogers' weapon also erupted with bullets. "And, may I have a shield?" "Give it to him," Shen He commanded, gesturing behind him. "Are you prepared to confront this gray world?" "I do not know," Rogers replied. His aim still precise as he took lives, but I know who I fight for. Even if this choice branded him a war criminal, accused of treason by the very nation he cherished and devoted his life to, as long as it protects the people. Rogers grasped the new shield, ready to charge forward. "Then lead them out. You have passed the test of Chaldea." Shen He pushed him forward. "Test?" Rogers was perplexed by the final word. Yet the urgency of the situation left no room for contemplation. He rallied his comrades, raising the shield to protect civilians as they charged through a hail of bullets. Only in battle did his heart remain unclouded by hesitation or weakness, for he could not allow the enemy before him to claim victory. Command, defend, fight, evade. All of this felt astonishingly familiar to Rogers. The Captain America who once dominated the battlefield had returned. At last, he successfully tore a breach in the enemy lines. As Rogers stepped beyond the walls, the world transformed. In that fleeting moment, all sounds of gunfire, explosions, cries, even the acrid scent of charred flesh and the metallic tang of blood beneath his feet vanished into silence. surrounding him transformed into a tranquil and serene lake. The weapon in his hand and the attire upon his body underwent a profound metamorphosis. In a state of bewilderment, he turned around only to discover Shen He and Coulson standing right behind him, accompanied by a bald black man adorned with an eye patch. "Quite remarkable, Mr. Rogers," Shen He remarked, gently applauding as he approached. This is Rogers was utterly perplexed, his mind swirling in confusion. This is virtual reality. With a subtle wave of his hand, Shen He enveloped the group in a vast luminous screen, which began to slowly unfold the developments of the real world over the past 70 years. Ultimately, it froze on an image within the virtual reality company, where Rogers beheld himself reclining on a pod, with the three individuals before him in a similar state. Hence, Rogers gazed at the subtitles elucidating virtual reality, grappling with the realization that everything that had just transpired was merely an illusion, a mere test? No, aside from the fabricated world, everything else was genuine. With another wave of his hand, Shen He summoned new information on the screen, detailing our Chaldea, Hydra, and even the authenticity of your own choices, confirming that Coulson is indeed your most ardent admirer. Chapter 47. The Dawn of Revenge. 70 years. Rogers struggled to assimilate this information, and only then did he realize he had never inquired how long he had been in slumber. "I suppose I should return to the real world," he said, glancing at Shen He. Even after awakening, he had sensed a subtle disquiet within his body, attributing it to the aftereffects of his prolonged unconsciousness. After all, the concept of virtual reality was indeed difficult for a veteran from an era devoid of computers to fathom. "Everything will be all right," Shen He assured him with a nod. In an instant, the consciousness of the group fell into darkness, only to awaken as if from a deep sleep, groggily blinking their eyes. Upon removing his headset, Shen He noticed Violet perched beside the bed, gazing at him with her large, innocent eyes. "Just a moment, dear," he said, aware of the reason for her visit. Meanwhile, Rogers had also risen from his bed, surveying his unfamiliar surroundings. The room was immaculate, filled with intricate instruments. Everything appeared foreign, save for the familiar sensations emanating from his own body. "Welcome to the world of 70 years hence, Mr. Rogers," Shen He said, guiding Violet towards him. Rogers gazed at the little girl who had left a profound impression on him within the virtual realm. "As you know her, she is our companion, along with Jean." Shen He affectionately ruffled Violet's hair before turning his attention back to Rogers. "I have already introduced this place to you. It is a private company in New York, and also Chaldea's branch in America. Everything I communicated with you in virtual reality was genuine, including Ms. Carter." Carter, Rogers recalled. "You mentioned her health was rather poor. May I visit her?" Having navigated the transition from virtual reality, he was nearly ready to accept the magnitude of change and the fact that he had been asleep for an extended period. After all, the actual age of Captain America was merely in his 20s. His capacity to adapt was not weak, but rather formidable. "No one here will curtail your freedom." Shen He paused before adding, however, "Be cautious of Hydra lurking outside." "It seems I have quite a bit to learn," Rogers remarked as he stood from the bed. "How should I address you? Commander, or perhaps boss?" "Simply call me Shen or He," Shen He smiled. "I have some matters to attend to. Arrangements will be made for your accommodation and the information you need to comprehend. There might even be a welcome party. But your time to adapt to this new era is limited. Steve, the battles ahead will be far more intricate and arduous than any you have previously faced." "I shall do my utmost," Rogers replied, his expression inscrutable. Shen He merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. He took Violet's hand and turned to leave the room, only to find Fury following closely behind. "What is the matter? Don't you wish to speak with the soldier in your eyes?" Shen He continued walking without pausing. All that could be said has already been spoken. Fury's gaze was fixed intently on Shen He. "You understand us better than I had anticipated. So now, you possess the finest soldier in the world. I wish to know, are you assembling a team of heroes, or merely a battalion that belongs solely to your Chaldea?" "You always behave this way," Shen He replied, slowly shaking his head. Threats, akin to a paranoid delusional. Yet, paradoxically, it is such individuals who pose the greatest danger. It was merely a matter of identity and stance. Fury appeared disinclined to let Shen He off easily. "I trust Rogers, trust Tony, even trust the Hulk. For they are all Earthlings. When the planet faces peril, they will surely rise to defend it. As for you, you are not only safeguarding Earth, you are meddling in other worlds." Shen He had been in this world for nearly 2 months. From the very first day, they had garnered Fury's attention. By now, a rough outline of Chaldea had formed in Fury's mind, a vast, enigmatic organization operating from beyond the stars, ostensibly dedicated to the protection of humanity, while clandestinely observing everything. With Earth being but one of their subjects of scrutiny, it would be more prudent to contemplate how to confront your former superior rather than worrying about such matters. Shen He stated, issuing an implicit dismissal. Gaining Fury's trust felt akin to pressing a warm face against a cold backside. Even from an organizational standpoint, aHydra was hardly a trustworthy entity. Thus, despite being prepared to confront Hydra, Shen He had no intention of involving Fury and his associates. For who could predict what chaos they might unleash on a whim? Violet had come seeking Shen He to discuss plans, as Lelouch, having acquired the Geas ability, had already been summoned. As Shen He approached his room and pushed the door open, he found all of his servants within. "You're rather slow, Shen He," remarked Chiaki, leaning against the wall. "My apologies. The testing took longer than anticipated," Shen He replied as he moved to his bedside, retrieving a metallic box and handing it to Lelouch. "Before we commence, Lelouch, this is a gift for Nunnally." Lelouch accepted the box and opened it to reveal 2 elegantly crafted leg braces. "I asked Tony to assist in designing these prosthetic limbs. He mentioned they could interact with nerve endings. So Nunnally should be able to walk on her own once she wears them. Don't forget to tell her they're from a big brother named Shen He," he added playfully. Though he could not venture into the worlds of his servants or bring back unique items from his own, he could still send gifts with them, such as pudding for Kaido. "Thank you," Lelouch said, stowing the prosthetics away. "If Nunnally learns she can stand, she will surely be overjoyed." After a moment of hesitation, Shen He inquired, "Have you indeed killed your brother, Clovis?" Shen He did not reveal the entirety of the narrative, including the fact that Lelouch's mother was not truly deceased. However, he mentioned that in the 3rd episode, the 3rd Prince Clovis was indeed shot by Lelouch. In reality, he had ventured to Area 11 as the governor in search of Lelouch and Nunnally, making his demise all the more unjust. "No," Lelouch shook his head. "I did not allow him to glimpse my face. Having a fool as governor is far easier to manage." "That is reassuring," Shen He sighed with relief. "We shall not extend mercy to our adversaries. Yet this is solely to ensure a better existence for those we cherish and who cherish us. Otherwise, every battle would be devoid of meaning. Lelouch, share your strategy. It is indisputable that the Hydra is our enemy." Chapter 48. Zero Plan. As Shen He declared this statement to his servant in the capacity of a Chaldean master, it was tantamount to a declaration of war. However, among the Orthodox servants, only Joan of Arc displayed a slight change in demeanor, her expression growing somewhat serious, while the others remained unaffected. The Hydra and aHydra had become one and the same. Upon speaking, Lelouch incisively pointed out the true objective of this war, which was cloaked in a facade of noble intentions but, at its core, remained an organization serving the interests of the powerful. Thus, emerging victorious in this game appeared to be an uncomplicated endeavor. For Lelouch, war was merely a perilous game of chance. To triumph in an unfamiliar game, mastering the rules was the first step, followed by the strategic exploitation of those rules. At this moment, he had already grasped the rules of this world. Continuing, Shen He straightened his posture slightly. Organizations of this nature had been weaving a web of countless lies since their inception. Their creed was deception. Their actions were deceitful. Our objective is to unflinchingly expose this web of lies before everyone. Lelouch smirked subtly. Within the framework of this world's rules, the loss of the embellishment of lies equated to a forfeiture of trust and power. Lelouch's subsequent thoughts remained unspoken, yet Shen He comprehended them clearly. The absence of trust and power rendered intelligence organizations like aHydra superfluous, and they would inevitably face reckoning. As for the specific plan, you must already have a detailed strategy in mind, right? Shen He expressed curiosity about the ease that Lelouch had alluded to. Lelouch presented a white dossier from the backpack beside him, recognizing that, despite having acquired power, there existed even greater forces in this world. Thus, earning the trust of the man before him was a crucial step in his quest for vengeance against the sacred Britannian Empire. Shen He opened the dossier, meticulously scrutinizing it word by word. It was merely a fundamental plan, brief in nature, and within 20 minutes, Shen He set it aside, exhaling deeply. "Chimu, what are your thoughts on this plan?" Shen He turned to Chimu Nankuan. "Knowing the answer, you wouldn't have me undertake such actions." Chimu Nankuan's voice resonated in everyone's minds. Lelouch's plan delineated the tasks each individual was to undertake with precision. A chain of actions that exuded the aura of a hidden mastermind, bordering on the disregard for civilian lives. For instance, one of the steps involved exploiting innocent civilians caught in the fray, leading to their demise in order to escalate public sentiment, a responsibility assigned to Chimu Nankuan himself. It must be said, this bore the hallmark of Lelouch's distinctive style. "I find it rather commendable," Shen He remarked with a smile as he returned the plan. "Yet, Lelouch, you will need to understand this better, as well as the intricacies of this world. To act against innocent civilians, irrespective of one's own acceptance or that of Jeanne d'Arc, would render Chaldea a target of universal disdain once such actions come to light. At that juncture, every hero, even the amicable Iron Man, Tony Stark may unite to exact vengeance. Is this the embodiment of righteousness and virtue? Lelouch murmured, his expression devoid of emotion. In any case, I have reviewed your plan. The forthcoming operations shall be under my command, and you, Lelouch, will assist me. Shen He maintained a gentle smile, adding, furthermore, safeguard your proposal. It must remain concealed from Jean, lest you prepare yourself for the teachings of the saint. What is this, master? Jean puffed her cheeks in discontent. Such sentiments should be articulated face to face. Ha ha. Shen He chuckled heartily before rising and clapping his hands together. Now then, let us all endeavor collectively. Once we have dealt with Hydra, we may venture forth to shop, dine, and indulge ourselves without a care, until Hydra is vanquished. Shen He and his companions will remain under surveillance the moment they step outside. There may even be enemy spies lurking within the company. They have been thoroughly marked. The initial execution of the entire plan relies solely on Shen He and his few companions, alongside Tony. The rest are deemed untrustworthy. In truth, Tony can only offer limited assistance. He has been engrossed in the development of his virtual reality company, the construction of Stark Tower, the production of the Iron Legion, and enjoying a romantic interlude with Pepper. Sir, the information has been compiled. On that day, while Shen He was instructing Violet and Jean in literacy, Jarvis's voice suddenly resonated. Is that so? Then, the Zero Plan is officially underway, Shen He remarked in a casual tone. Indeed, sir. Jarvis's voice faded once more. Are we truly beginning? Jean inquired, lifting her gaze from her meticulous practice of Chinese characters. Indeed, all preparations are complete, Shen He affirmed, before breaking into laughter. How did you manage to write all over your face? Really? Jean exclaimed, hastily retrieving a mirror from the drawer, only to discover a long streak of ink tracing a large circle from the side of her nose to her lips. This pen is simply too unwieldy. The maiden's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, particularly upon noticing Violet's gaze fixed intently upon her face. Your grip on the pen is somewhat incorrect. Have I not instructed you on this before? Shen He patiently guided her through the proper technique. I am truly sorry, master. Jean blushed anew, having realized her mistake in holding the pen once again. Yet for Shen He, it was of little consequence. He was more than willing to teach her repeatedly. The three present seemed to cast aside the recent planning, treating it as a trivial matter. However, for certain individuals, it felt as though their entire worldview had been upended. Heavens above! A woman, who had been seated before her computer for an extended period, gazed in astonishment at the email that had just appeared on her screen. The message contained a series of unbelievable images and videos, along with documents primarily concerning an organization known as aHydra, which had obscured information regarding extraterrestrial beings, matters pertaining to Mexico, Asgard, and the legendary deities. At the bottom of the email, a signature reading 0 accompanied a succinct statement. They have concealed the truth. They have woven lies with their power, aiming to keep the populace in ignorance until calamity strikes. If extraterrestrials truly pose a threat to our safety, we are entitled to comprehend the entirety of this situation. Sky. It is imperative that the Rising Tide organization fulfills its duty. The truth must not remain hidden. Chapter 49. A shocking world. Sky was at a loss for words to articulate the tumultuous emotions swirling within her. Ever since she had joined the Tide organization, she had endeavored to employ her hacking skills to unearth the mysteries of her own lineage, yet her efforts had yielded naught. Now, however, she had finally glimpsed a fragment of the world's concealed truths. Sky began to trace the origins of an enigmatic email, only to be astonished by her failure to uncover any traces. Its sender was a hacker whose prowess far exceeded her own. Upon realizing this, Sky promptly set about verifying the authenticity of the email's content. Although an unseen puppeteer was erasing information from the web, she still managed to unearth some clues. The hammer that had appeared in Mexico was witnessed by many, who confirmed their inability to lift it, while the address of the chaotic site bore unmistakable signs of battle. The contents of the email were indeed genuine. Excitedly, she messaged her introductory mentor on the computer, who also happened to be her ex-boyfriend. Miles, I believe I have found a lead regarding my origins. Really? How did you uncover this? You would hardly believe it all. Sky transmitted the email through the Tide organization's encryption algorithm to her former lover. I think this is the truth our organization has been seeking. The aHydra has concealed far too much. We must bring this to light. Despite being a relatively lax hacking collective, the Tide organization upheld the principle of information equality. They believed that knowing the truth was a right of every global citizen, an essential facet of freedom. My God! Miles exclaimed, directly calling Sky, his words tumbling over one another in a frenzy. How did you discover this? Who is this Zero person? Have aliens invaded Earth? That is of little consequence, Sky shouted. Regardless of who Zero is, I believe he speaks the truth. We have the right to know what is real, and if we all unite, they must disclose the truth to us. Calm down, you need to compose yourself. Let me inform the others in the organization, Miles urged. He understood Sky's intentions. But another thought troubled him. He was perilously low on funds. After hanging up, he paced the room before finally sitting at his computer, attempting to connect with the editors of several renowned publications to discreetly divulge a morsel of information. He needed to profit before Sky could publicly announce the matter. The rapidity with which events unfolded exceeded Shen He's expectations. He was roused from slumber by a barrage of calls from Fury, who was irate. Was this your doing? Exposing aHydra and the Asgardians to the world. Do you realize I was nearly ousted by the World Council just now? Fury's voice was nearly a roar. Wouldn't it be better to be ousted? Shen He rubbed his bleary eyes. aHydra has already devolved into Hydra. At least it won't be destroyed in your hands. You should have at least given me a heads up. Fury was exceedingly angry. Director Fury, Shen He emphasized. I wonder if you have ever heard the saying that trust is mutual. You have never placed your trust in us, so why should we trust you? If you are unwilling to assist, then please do not hinder us. The Earth will manage just fine without you. On the other end of the line, there was a noticeable, prolonged silence. The cunning Fury was not one to be easily swayed by emotions. His stance was merely a tactic to gain leverage in negotiations. However, it was evident that they could not afford to fall out with Shen He, who could easily cast them aside, an unfair predicament indeed. What is your next plan? Fury inquired in a somber tone. Currently, all global media, newspapers, magazines, the internet, even television, is reporting on aliens in our aHydra. Where did you find such a group of hackers, even managing to sever ties with Tony? Fury had every reason to suspect Tony's involvement. Just recently, the Security Council's first suspect was indeed Tony, capable of effortlessly breaching aHydra's information control. Yet, investigations revealed that the information was disseminated by a group of elite hackers from around the globe. How could I betray a friend? As for the next step, Shen He glanced at the bedside clock. My next plan is to continue sleeping. Director Fury. The news about aliens won't remain hidden for long. This time, the Asgardians might be considered allies, but next time, that may not hold true. What do you know? Fury inhaled deeply. Tony is in the process of establishing a factory for the production of Iron Man suits. Who exactly is our enemy? I only know what I am supposed to know. Shen He interrupted. I will be turning off my phone until I wake naturally. He hung up before Fury could respond, then instructed JARVIS to block all communications and resume sleeping under the covers. Being awakened in the middle of the night without being scolded was already a testament to his patience. Ultimately, Shen He was unable to fulfill his desire for a leisurely sleep uninterrupted by the world. He was roused by the soft voice of Jean. However, upon opening his eyes to behold the visage of the saint, he felt the world was a beautiful place, and today promised to be fortuitous. Good morning, Jean. Good morning, my lord. Jean greeted him with a morning smile. There is a guest who has been waiting for quite some time. It would be prudent for you to prepare. A guest? Shen He sat up, yawning. JARVIS, who has arrived? Sir, it is Agent Coulson. He has been waiting for you for 42 minutes. Coulson. Fury is quite clever, though both were agents. Coulson was more akin to the village chief of a novice village, adept at navigating among numerous heroes, and most importantly, he wore a perpetual smile. Far more endearing than Fury with his stern demeanor. Jean? Shen He whispered to the girl. Yes? Do you have any instructions, my lord? Although our relationship is quite amicable, do you not think it would be prudent for you to step outside for a moment? Shen He spoke candidly, adding that he harbored no objections, but was merely concerned that Jean might feel bashful. After all, as a healthy young man, one often experiences a surge of vigor early in the morning. Jean fell momentarily silent, her cheeks flushed with crimson as she sprang to her feet and fled in haste. What an exquisite expression it was. Satisfied, Shen He rose to dress, instructing Jarvis to capture the recent scene and send it to his mobile device. Should he return to his original world, he could only imagine how many would envy this moment.